Hey, my brother, let me tell you something. I'm back at you with another video, and you are looking here at a different format. Check this out, man. We're gonna be swapping from this, to this. And now I'll be in this small little box over here while you are watching, everything here in full view. And I'll be doing this in a different way so that I may be much more efficient. I'll be sitting for like 6 hours per day on one long recording, unrecorded, uninterrupted. What am I saying? I'll be recording uninterrupted throughout that time, and from that long stream, if I can put it like that, there'll be cut-ups of these smaller clips where we cover these topics. So look, for example, here is like page 1 of the things to cover today. There's another page over there, and we've got the last page somewhere over there. So we got like Dan Corder over here. We got like Dan Corder over here talking about Motsepe, and we've got Samkele Masego on Twitter posting a video of Mbalula responding to this whole Motsepe thing. And with this new format, we'll be able to just read some comments and see what Black Twitter has to say. And I've missed Colonel Chris Wyatt. We'll be looking at him sometime later, and we'll be looking at a video related to him. It's about the Afrikaners, Amerikaners, and thereafter, in another video related to Chris Wyatt and the one before that, we'll have Steve Bannon, whom I've spoken about previously. So Steve Bannon, of course, I told you, he has a problem with Elon Musk. He always has. He doesn't like the guy. And you'll hear a bit more with relation to all of that. And then thereafter, we'll be looking here at what? What is this story? Yes, this one is Operation Dudula. They're in court and they're waiting a result. And we're going to be looking at Renaldo hosts. Apparently, some people are getting sued for the Cwecwe. People were correcting me in the comments. I think Cwecwe is the wrong one. I think it's Cwecwe. And with regards to that and the people getting sued, I have some reference to some people who brought this whole thing to be what it is. And one of those people was this woman over here with a TikTok account by the name of Linda for Change. And there she is as well, commenting on the Afrikaners. She's doing like a funny video. So same woman, I believe. And with that, we'll also be looking at, yes, there's these guys here. It's PBD's podcast, and they have a dude here, and they're talking about organized protests that are happening in the United States, apparently, funded by George Soros. So George Soros is on the thumbnail of this video. And you will remember George Soros, we talked a bit about him. They say that he apparently controls the Daily Maverick, and some people in the streets who are leftists, who like protests and anarchy, etc., etc. So we're going to be looking at that in the United States, and that relates to something that this woman spoke about here, because she was organizing a number of protests over a number of days. So there's some correlation there with her over here and things happening in the United States. And then what else is this one? Asked to remove what? Hold up. I can just make the screen bigger. And what is it? Hey, we install some things here. Oh, too far up. Oh, EFF asked to remove justice for Cwecwe in Parliament. Okay. So later then, with regards to this whole Cwecwe thing, we're going to wrap it up with the EFF. Of course, Renaldo says they are going to be sued by the principal and AfriForum. And I also saw recently that the EFF was going to try to prosecute, so they claimed, this case, which is looking very tricky, very murky, without clarity. So we'll see where that goes. And then we're going to hop on over to some more local news. Over here, we've got the news of Floyd Chivambu. He is apparently now suspended from the MKP, and we're going to hear King Said So talking about it, if we can, in this whole long time that we're going to be having. I guess I'm going to have to 1.5x these videos so that we can compress the time and make this much more entertaining. Yeah, I see there's going to be a lot packed. And while I was gone, Renaldo has been forgiven by the Human Rights Commission. He's a free man. He's been washed of his sins. I hit him up and I'm like, yo, I can see out in the distance, man. I'm far away from the camera and the mic to say something, but I see, you've been forgiven. Thank the Lord for forgiveness. You see, otherwise your blood would have to be spilled for the transgressions. But thanks to the system of forgiveness where God said, you, they're human beings, you will step on each other's toes. And what do you do on that day? Seek each other's forgiveness, repent, and be forgiven. And do the same to me. Forgive each other as I forgive you. And we'll be looking at Floyd. So right after, I think King Said So, we'll see Dan Corder speaking on the same issue. Maybe Dan Corder first and then King Said So, because King Said So's video is much earlier. Who else? We got to see Colonel Chris Wyatt as well, now going to the Hustler's Corner. And that will, for the most part, bring us up to speed with what has been the major issues with regards to South Africa and the United States. The state of South Africa and the state of the United States. So I hope everything here is going to go well. My technicalities, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been away. I've been away and I've been doing some admin. The question of whether I'm an entrepreneur or I'm a YouTuber has been settled. I'm an entrepreneur first. As I was doing this content, things were, of course, really ramping up. Success has been coming in. It has been a very dope path for me doing this political commentary. Many of you have subscribed. Many of you like, and I appreciate you all so much. I appreciate you all in the comments. So when the time was coming, and I could see that it was, for things to change up in my home. In February, I decided, let me go full throttle. With the last gas in the tank, let me see if I can succeed on YouTube or if I'm going to fail. And so I asked my wife at the beginning of this year, some plans that we had made from last year, we were seeing each other come into the new year and those plans not working out. And so it was harrowing now. The panic starting to set in because we've had our hopes, placed in so many things that were just not connecting at the right time. And so knowing that we have to do something this year, I was like, yo, let me try YouTube. I've had a home office for a long time since COVID. I've worked in here doing all sorts of things, but I think I can be famous from within the home, man. I think I can do something really dope with the technology and the setup as it is. And so me and wife agreed that, yo, let's do this. Traditional man and traditional woman. You will be cleaning and doing everything like that in the house, taking care of the kids. And I will be out here doing YouTube on a consistent basis, non-stop, until we get somewhere with this. And so that's what you were able to see. Me for those 72 days, just coming at you with the content non-stop. I had the thought at the back of my mind that this is not going to be long, you see. So things switched up and wife got employment. So now she's supporting in a different way. Rather than giving her labor, she's bringing in an income. And that is very dope in the modern time. 2 salaries really improve the quality of life in the home. We watch one TV, sleep in the same bed, in the same home, one fridge, 2 salaries. You see? It makes things so much better. And so we're on that tip currently. We got off the traditional relationship and now we are more of a contemporary couple where the woman goes off, man. She grinds, she wears a suit just like the man. She goes off and conquers the corporate world. So my wife is doing that. And with that said, there's had to be now this change where, let me tell you, if I was to react to all of these videos in the format that I was doing previously, and you may not know the kind of labor that it took to do all of that. So I would watch these videos or watch them on my phone. If you've recognized, if you've ever wondered, how does the video get to be on the video? You see, how does it get to appear on the red rectangle that sits right here? Well, I just sit here, play the video with the video itself not connected anywhere, not being recorded anywhere, and the audio pretty much captures the sound from the phone or the laptop. And then when I go into post-production in editing, I have to go and download this video that I watched so that I can now bring it into the editing software and align it with the sound that got picked up by the mic from the phone or the laptop. And then where you see me stop and pause the phone, I have to now do the pause in post-production. When I press replay, I have to do the replay in post-production. So you can imagine now, this is 6, 12 videos, 13, 14, 15, 16. So these 16 videos, if I was to attempt to react to them and do the things the way that I was doing them previously, I would find myself downloading a whole lot of videos, flooding my computer, slowing it down. Yeah, there's all kinds of things, man, with relation to downloading videos these days, with the whole content economy, with people reacting, downloading videos and reacting to them and putting them in their edits and whatever. If you've been a downloader, if you've been a pirate like me, like how I've been most of my life in my younger days when I used to love quite a lot of content, TV, etc. If you've spent your life downloading, you'll have seen that downloading YouTube videos has become slightly harder. It used to be completely free, but now the websites that were offering this are seeing so much traffic that they can now monetize from it, which is how the whole content economy, social media thing kind of works. You're given something for free. When there's a lot of you now competing for it, they just charge like a 5 Rand, and there's YouTube Premium and there's YouTube with ads. It's all free, but it's beneficial for some. So let's now get into this. We are going to be checking out Dan Corder and the Motsepe situation. Motsepe is being spoken to be the next president. Are we looking at the South African oligarchy really stepping up and flex its muscles, having a president who is a businessman, money man? Let's hear what that is about and if it's possible from Dan Corder. And we are coming to you at 1.5x speed.
That is the question that many people have been thinking. Settle down, brother. This is the Corder Report. South Africa is a movie. Welcome to the watch party. Should billionaires be presidents? That is the question that many people have been thinking about, not just this year, but basically ever since Donald Trump was first elected president of the United States of America. Now, you may on one very basic level be thinking, Dan, anybody can be a president. And to that I say, yes, that's. I'm not talking about whether they should be legally allowed to be presidents. I'm not suggesting some kind of law where we check all your assets, and if you're even a rand above $1 billion. How many figures is that? 10 figures. Yes, even around above 10 figures, you can't be a president. But there's an interesting debate here because the design of a democracy is that you separate powerful people and you make sure that they hold each other accountable so that no single kind of person or single group of people can come to dominate. So in a traditional democracy like South Africa, you've got the executive, which is the president and his or her ministerial team. Then you've got the legislature, which is all of the elected representatives, members of parliament, committees, and the rest. And then you've got the legal system, the judiciary. And they all have powers to keep each other accountable and make sure that no single part of the state dominates. But of course, then there's a whole other group of people who are incredibly powerful in all countries, which is the hyper wealthy, the people who've got an enormous amount of money, the business titans and the rest. And in general, you want the business titans to not come to supreme dominance either. You want them to have some power, just like the executive, just like the judiciary, just like the legislature, but have none of those rising to supremacy over the rest. Because as soon as one can run on its own, then you have dangerous levels of power in the hands of just a few people.
And that creates what is called tyranny. If you know the gun-loving United States and the reason why people there have a religious love for guns, well, for the most part, we can blame the white Christian fundamentalists, who are not Christian, by the way. Christ cannot be hyphenated with anything. Cannot be Christian Muslim, cannot be Christian fundamentalist, you cannot be Christian voodoo, cannot be Christian African spiritualist, cannot be Christian pagan. And so those people there are reading the Bible for the weapons and the war that they see themselves in when they read the Bible. So you know that there are people who read the Bible for smoking because in the Bible they see a burning bush. And they say that burning bush there was the marijuana bush. So Christian fundamentalists, put them aside. You've got another group who say that this is a protection against tyranny. And that as well also comes from the Jewish Americans who say that their people have seen a Holocaust thanks to a leader, political figure, and a state and a people who rise against them as a minority. And so everybody there now treats themselves as a minority. And they say, hey, in case the states ever rise against us, we'll be ready with our guns to fight the state. So it's insurance against tyranny. When the government gets too strong, or when billionaires are too powerful, people have to see a scale where they have to constantly be monitoring from a distance. So that's why we need a society that isn't drunk and caught up in entertainment too much. Have to listen to piano there, have to listen to news and look at society, as especially the adults, and see now if we're starting to have tyrants, the super rich, the super powerful, either politically or financially, and what that might do to us in the land, the people. So let's go.
For example, when Elon Musk was the right hand, or when he was the real president of the United States of America until recently, when Trump was just welcoming in all of these hyper wealthy people and allowing them to run riot in the American government and manipulate the American government towards their own ends, suddenly America became a great example of big business just having too much power. And that continues in America. Some would say even now Musk has kind of made his exit. So why are we talking about this in South Africa? Because more and more Patrice Motsepe is being mooted to be the next president of the ANC and the country. More and more evidence is coming out that there is an agenda, there's a lobby group, there's a campaign within the African National Congress to get Patrice Motsepe to succeed President Cyril Ramaphosa. We already did a video on this last week, and an episode that you can go watch or listen to back. But the basic summary is Patrice Motsepe is one of the wealthiest people, not just in South Africa, but in Africa. He's unbelievably successful. He has had connections to the African National Congress for a long time. He is Ramaphosa's brother-in-law. He is the president of the organizing body of football for the whole continent of Africa, which makes him internationally influential. He was involved in the prep of the South African delegation when they went to Qatar before.
So note the reference to Motsepe and his football side of business, and you'll find something with Mbalula later.
Or going to visit Trump at the White House in that now infamous meeting. He is incredibly influential in politics. He's massive in business. He also is incredibly influential and involved in two key constituencies in South Africa, which is religious bodies, specifically Christianity, and traditional leadership, so like more traditional belief systems that originated in this part of the world. And all of that.
Yeah, so you saw that church there, ZCC as well. So that's a hyphenated mixture of a church there that carries around the look of Christianity, but then says Lekhanyani, the church leader, the church founder. They say that he is God. You know, like how the Rastafarians will say that Haile Selassie is what the scriptures are prophesying, him to be the Messiah. ZCC people have the same. The Shembe people, if they are in there, I don't think there would be a gathering of both at the same time there. Maybe that's one part of the ZCC, those who wear blue, those who wear the green. There's some others who would be wearing brown, etc. So there's these two separate denominations. The Shembe church say that Shembe is God. The ZCC will say Lekhanyane is God. And Christian fundamentalists from the United States have a belief where they see themselves in the Bible as well, and they see themselves as warriors, as killers for Christ. And that is not Christian. That is selfish reading of yourself into something that should convict you. You are putting yourself in there and taking the path that you like, and that's it.
Along with the fact that he's not been in the ANC, so he's not mired with the brush of all of the incompetence, corruption, and mess from the ANC in the last handful of years. So like more traditional belief systems that originated in this part of the world. And all of that, along with the fact that he's not been in the ANC, so he's not mired with the brush of all of the incompetence, corruption, and mess from the ANC in the last handful of years, puts him together as a pretty good-looking candidate for a lot of people. And since the news broke in the last few weeks that he might be put forward, we don't know whether he wants to, we don't know whether he will, but that there is a movement within the ANC to get him to succeed Ramaphosa. A lot of South Africans from all walks of life have said, that's sick, we like the idea of that, even as though there have been criticisms. And so today's episode, we're going to talk about a lot of the criticisms of Motsepe, which is broadly, do we want a billionaire to be in power? And over the last handful of days, we've been getting lots of messages on our WhatsApp line, 0607613436. That's where you...
What do you think? A billionaire for president? Didn't they say Ramaphosa is a billionaire? Have we actually seen him on the Forbes list of billionaires? I haven't checked that list. I used to be interested in the Forbes billionaires back when it was on the channel VH1 on DSTV. In the early nice days of DSTV, before they just kept on increasing the prices until it was pretty much unaffordable. What do you think of Ramaphosa's performance as a billionaire? And if we were to have another example like that, what if then Johan Rupert runs for president one day? What will happen if he just gives his remaining life and he says, if I can just be president for 6 months, the last kick of a dying horse, a billionaire's final ambition, an Afrikaner to die as president, to look like the presidents abroad, back in America over there. Doesn't he look Trumpish? Doesn't he have that white guy, look? So maybe he wants to be among the white clique of presidents, and he wants to be that president for the black nation.
You contribute to the show, become a recorder by sending us a text or a voice note, and we're going to use maybe 6 or 7 of the messages in from recorders in our community to work through this issue of Motsepe and the issue of billionaires getting into power. And I'm going to start with Monty. Monty sent us this message, and I think it gets to the heart of one of the big debates here. Dan, I was disappointed by your characterization of Motsepe as this nice guy with useful skills. To be clear, that wasn't my characterization. That's the pitch that people in the ANC have been putting forward for him. Monty says, billionaires are only possible because of immense structural injustice in our society. Their existence is fundamentally and necessarily opposed to goals of poverty alleviation or genuine climate justice. The idea that a billionaire is ever even benign, let alone good for leadership, is a complete fantasy. We need analysis that evaluates people and projects against things that actually matter, like real social justice. Now, Monty, I hear you on that argument. The idea being that for anybody to accrue so much personal wealth, you need to have extreme inequality and potential for exploitation in society, such that all of the riches of business and companies and economic development fall into the hands of so few people. I hear that argument. But Monty, I have to say that there are some billionaires who do better for the world than others. Like there are just some billionaires, some wealthy people who are better for more people in society than others. I don't think the fact of somebody becoming a billionaire automatically means that they can't be a good force for society. But
have you ever heard what they say about billionaires? How do you become a billionaire? It's either from inheritance, because most people can't make it in a lifetime to become billionaires. We've seen that a lot in the last 10 years because of technology. But prior to that, the billionaires standard that we've always had was old money, So they say you have to be inheriting the money, or the money has to be coming from serious corruption. So that's when you see big business people who have as much power as the state, the oligarchy, the Roman Abramoviches, and greed and exploitation. So from exploiting people, from inheriting the money, or from being corrupt, being part of the big powers. So what profile does Motsepe fit?
I think the debate is, should billionaires be allowed to be in such a powerful position in politics, considering billionaires are billionaires mostly because they've been extremely good at accruing personal gain and personal interest. So that's Monty's message, and we're going to come back to all of these themes as we keep moving through it. Then France on the WhatsApp line says, on the issue of Patrice Motsepe taking over as the president of ANC and maybe the country, I think the best thing for him to do is to form his own political party, stay away from the ANC, and then unite South Africa. France, I find that incredibly unlikely. I think someone like Patrice Motsepe, if he really wanted to be president, is not going to screw around trying to appeal to get people to go to a different party. Also, Jacob Zuma, I think still one of the most voted for people in South African history, started his own political party and did unbelievably well and only got 14%, 15%. So I don't think there's any chance of that. Dave says, I like a lot of Patrice's CV, but my big flag is how much opportunity this would present to African Rainbow Minerals. That's one of his companies. And then also Dave says, can we get a president that's not at retirement age? So important, not at retirement age. Although some people in their 70s, let's just say they're running stronger than other people in their 70s. Okay, then Amu says, hi Dan, another long message from me. On Motsepe potentially being ANC president and then South Africa's president, while I think he'd have amazing convening power regionally and internationally and could draw a huge amount of votes back to the ANC, I would be legitimately shocked if he did throw his hat in the ring. Imagine you're Motsepe, a multi-billionaire who enjoys almost godlike status in South Africa. Would you really come down to the level of mere mortals and dirty your hands and reputation in the arena of politics? Politics is a dirty game and no one emerges from it unscathed, and I think by its nature, would dirty an otherwise impeccable reputation and legacy. Now, Amu, I hear you, but one thing about most humans, not just billionaires, not just hyper-successful people, but most humans believe that they can be the exception, and particularly successful people, particularly billionaires, believe that they are different, and sometimes they are a bit different from most people. And so I can see a world where someone like Patrice Motsepe goes, but I'm not like politicians. Maybe the argument for me is that I'm actually not a politician, even though he's had to show a lot of political acumen in a lot of the stuff that he's done, including becoming the president of the Confederation of African Football. But he and people like him think, I'm different, I won't be like this. And frankly, at that age, want to do legacy things. And maybe a legacy thing would be to become president of the country and from his perspective, make it a lot better than he feels like it is now.
And what if Johan Rupert says, here's a legacy ambition, one for the road?
Okay, then we're going to get to our anonymous politics lecturer who says, hi, 2 things about Patrice that really irk me. 1, African Rainbow Minerals supplies Israel with coal. I did not know that. Interesting. 2, when party campaign funding data was released, it was disclosed that Motsepe donated to the EFF. Make it make sense? Flummoxed. Simple but important question that's got me all messed up. Why have billionaires increasingly wanted to move from the puppeteering position of donating to wanting to become presidents? The answer can't be for doing good. Best case scenario answer, late stage capitalist greed and self-interest. Yeah, I think that is the case. I think it is more and more possible, and there's a greater trend of big business buying off politics in the modern era than ever before. Lobbying groups have become more developed. Quiet money influencing has become more pronounced and set in and well-bedded across not only South Africa, but the whole world. And I think more and more hyper-successful business people who frankly now have so much money that maybe their normal life is actually boring, then go, I could be president. I could go and do a better job than all these politicians are doing, and I could make it virtuous. Okay, so this is, I think, where we really get stuck into the debate. Pitso has 8 points, and I think they're all super important, so we're going to work through them. Hi, Dan. Now that you've covered the positive side of a potential Motsepe presidency, we deserve a follow-up program why South Africa should not elect billionaire Patrice Motsepe as its next president after the whole, he says, failed presidency of another billionaire, Cyril Ramaphosa. The dangers are many. 1, concentration of economic and political power. Too much power on the already powerful. That's what we've been talking about. 2, structural conflicts of interest. He's a bigger mining magnate than Cyril. Lack of environmental issue focus can be a disaster. And I think that that's super important, right? Because one of the things that you want in a politician is not to have vested business interests, because that is so quickly how they start acting for the best interests of their business, because it's their business, and not for the best interests of the people. 3, the global rise of oligarchic governance globally. Look what the tech bros did when Trump took over. The rich came together to screw everyone, as we've already mentioned on this show. 4, billionaires don't gel well with inequality politics. Their default position is to give tax breaks to the rich because they will fundamentally believe billionaires can help the poor. 5, democratic legitimacy crisis. Look how Musk used private capacity to destroy state institutions in America. He had his own computer geeks and security company to do what the state workers would agree to do. 6, state and regulatory capture and deregulation bias. Patrice will cut social welfare. We don't know that. We've never heard Patrice talk on anything that he would do, but that's possible. Although given the tradition of the ANC and the extent to which the ANC relies on welfare to guarantee support and relevance and importance in many welfare recipients' lives, I'm not sure if he will consider cutting it and if the ANC will allow that. Ramaphosa hasn't, and you can imagine that Ramaphosa and Motsepe have chatted often and at length about how to run South Africa. Point 7 from Pitso, technocratic authoritarianism. This is interesting. So in brackets, Pitso says his kind always excludes public participation. They think the state can be run by like a business. So that's interesting 2 ways. 1, a technocratic appointment is someone who is given a job in government because of a skill set that they have, a qualification that they have, a degree that they have. Maybe you put a financier in charge of the Department of Finance, stuff like that. And the argument about a technocratic appointment usually goes like this. On the one hand, they have the skills that make them very good at their jobs. Often it means that you get highly skilled people becoming ministers or in high positions of power where those skills are useful, rather than just a democratic political party deployment where you're passing these ministers through different departments and you don't even know if they've got anything to contribute, like Angie Motsepe being Minister of Basic Education and then suddenly being Minister of Defense. Like, couldn't we have an education expert for one and then, a military expert in another? So that's the argument for a technocratic appointment, and it does make sense. But on the other hand, technocrats often do not feel led by a popular mandate that has been voted for. The point of a democracy is people get together and vote, and the majority of people's will wins, and then that will, whether it be in the education system or the military or the rest, is done. And the idea is that a technocrat will come in with their own ideas to do things differently when what those ministers and leaders are supposed to be doing is implementing the will of the people. And so that's the debate there. But the other thing that Pitso says in this point, which is slightly different, is his kind always excludes public participation. They think the state can be run like businesses. And that's where we go back to a lot of the discourse around Musk and Trump in the White House in the last, how long is it now? 6 months, 5-6 months or so, where you can't run a government purely like a business because there are lots of things that government need to do for people that are commercially non-viable or not, in other words, not particularly good business.
You saw how when Musk bought Twitter, he arrived and he cut people's jobs only to want to hire them back. And then he promised that he could cut the US debt by $2 trillion, he said. Was it 3? 2 trillion, I think it was, my best memory. And then he would go and try to do that by removing people, including removing some people who were in charge of maintaining the nuclear weapons that the United States has prepared. He said they have to be taken care of in a certain way, and only a certain group of people, a small amount, know how to do that. So you can't just remove those people and close those things in a warehouse and leave them there. And so those people needed to be gotten back, but the records of how to reach them, their phone numbers, etc., apparently were also not available for them to be called back. There was literally a moment where we were like, okay, we made a mistake, let's call them. And they're like, yo, Musk, the records are also gone. The people who held the records, you fired them too, or something like that. So running a business and then trying to run a country.
Because there are things that you have to do, like crisis management, like emergency crisis management, like welfare, like public healthcare, like public education, which are not good business models for making money, but they are much better, often much better than businesses at providing for people who can't spend a lot of money to have private healthcare or private education. You can't run a government like a business because you need a government to be able to respond to people, look after them, and cater for their needs, even if it costs a little bit more money than the market rate at certain times to help people. So that's point 7. And then the final point that Pitso makes is policy prioritization issues. Billionaire leaders often prioritize economic growth metrics over social welfare indicators. Look at the US right now. And again, I think we've spoken about that, but that keys into if Patrice Motsepe were to be the leader of the ANC specifically, the ANC does care about economic growth, even though the DA will tell you they don't, but not at the expense of social welfare. Until ironically, recently with Budget 1 and 2, where they wanted to do that to try and find more money. So I think that actually is a really good cover summary of all of the different things we need to think about in terms of whether billionaires would make good presidents. And I think that something that I worry about in this case is that it's not just a billionaire becoming the president, taking political power to add to vast economic power. It's also a family affair. Like, it doesn't quite feel like a monarchy or kings and queens. And I know that Ramaphosa and Motsepe aren't blood related, but they're brothers-in-law. It's weird. It's really, really, really odd. And it reminds me of Jacob Zuma pushing behind Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. I'm trying to promote Dudula Zuma. I don't like politics moving in that kind of way.
I think for me, it's also a question. A lot of these points speak to it. Is almost like there's a morality factor around billionaires as well.
Right.
And as much as I think it was the anonymous politics lecturer, going back to their point about African rainbow minerals, exporting to Israel, it's true. It is one of the several companies that are exporting minerals. And then there was also another point. I think it was Pitso's point too, which was about
one of 7 who are supplying minerals to Iran. Let's hear that one more time. I wasn't paying attention that deep.
Several. There's a morality factor around billionaires as well.
Right.
And as much as I think it was the anonymous politics lecturer, going back to their point about African rainbow minerals, exporting to Israel, it's true. It is one of the several companies that are exporting minerals. And then
one of several. So it's not just him alone.
There was also another point. I think it was Pitso's point too, which was about, I guess, focusing more on mining and extractive things rather than environmental
of
things.
interest. Yeah.
And it's interesting because Patrice Motsepe obviously has, pledged, I think, along with one of his capital investment firms, I think African Rainbow Capital Investment, as well as Standard Bank, into solar energy and renewable energy, about 10 billion rand, which is obviously a lot of money, but, does that offset the fact that he's exporting minerals or coal to Israel, for example, right?
And his traditional mining is his core business, yeah.
Exactly. And then it almost comes back to, there's something that I was thinking about with this morality around billionaires being in that position as well. And obviously a lot of points have been raised about, keeping that within some kind of a weird echelon of hyper wealthy people then being in power, because often what then happens is because you have all those business connections, that aspect is good for the country, but at the cost often of things like welfare and social elements, if you will. Then I was thinking about the Uruguayan president, Jose Mujica, I think his name was. He was, dubbed like the world's poorest president, for example, as like a counter argument for this whole thing. Because he was, I think, donating 90% of his income as president to kind of social welfare programs
and he was living like charity. And he was living like a small holding farm or something.
Yeah, would take his tractor out for a spin every now and then. Had the old Volkswagen Beetle that I think somebody wanted to buy for like $1 million just because of the fame around it. But people like that, it's interesting because you then find that someone who has less money in this argument compared to like a billionaire also kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Is more sympathetic to the people and their struggles.
Total, dude. And empathy, basic empathy.
And it's a weird argument though, because you might argue that someone who, maybe if we found a morally sound billionaire, it would make way more sense for them to give up 90% of their income or salary than Bill
Gates is about to do, apparently.
Right. So, and look, there's obviously some questionable things with Bill Gates as well.
Okay, so to be clear, I did not mean that Bill Gates is morally sound. I just meant that billionaires sometimes choose to give away all their wealth.
Yeah, but you could make the argument that if you had like some kind of morally sound, whatever that means, billionaire, that it would make a lot more sense for them to think about the people and also give up some of their salary. And then also, it's just a weird argument for me because you've got two sides of the same coin.
Yeah.
In the sense that sometimes you'll probably find someone who maybe, like if you take Jose Mujica, for example, could have taken all of his salary and then become rich and famous.
Yeah.
Whereas he chose not to. And then billionaires often choose to do the same thing, that they would just accumulate more personal wealth rather than because they have the amount of capital or whatever to give back to people. So there's like this weird moral thing in my head about what that means when we think about should billionaires be presidents.
Yeah, for sure. Because if billionaires really just objectively clearly want to do good, then they don't have to become president to do that.
Exactly.
I think is where we're at. Super interesting. The WhatsApp line is going to be a buzz. Let me know what you think about all of this. The number is 0607613436. We'll certainly dig through any of the responses or further responses that haven't been spoken about on today's show tomorrow. Thank you so much for listening and watching. Chat on Friday.
And let's jump straight then to Fikile Mbalula and what he says about that.
Uyabona ngoku kuthethwa nangabantu ongaziyo noba bane branch kuthiwa izawuba ngomongameli be-ANC ngoba banemali. I-ANC ayifani nokukhokhela i-football club and all of that.
You ain't here to play soccer.
Iyasetyenzelwa lento. Ayo Sundowns le or Pirates.
Straight up. Mbalula.
Uvuke ngomso ufuna ucontesta no Ivan Khoza. Or ufuna ucontesta no Kaizer Motaung. Ayifani lento nebhola. Niyeke lento ufanisa i-ANC nebhola.
Saying stay in your league. Bars. So Penduga.
Yasetyenzelwa lento. Umuntu xa kafuna ukukhokhela i-ANC makazibonakalise apha.
If you want to buy the ANC, show up and let's see you.
And aba bantu bamane besithi sifuna umtsiphe Andimazi noba imember ANC lo mntu lo.
In case you're not Xhosa speaking, says these people who are saying they want Motsepe, I don't even know who that person is.
Ewe imali yakhe siyayitya uyayifaka from time to time.
He does give us money and we chow it.
Usibiza ngokuthi member ye-ANC. Makube ne-discipline apha e-ANC. Umtsipe if ufuna uphatha makazibonakalisa apha emasebeni uba yimember ye-ANC. Sizokwazi udibana naye ngqo.
He must come and pick up some rubbish on the street, do some service delivery, sort turning, whatever that thing is.
Lento yabo iyadika. Isihlela apha emqaleni.
So we're bothered by this. We're up to here with it. We're bored.
Ifana nenyama oyityayo yenkomo etyebileyo ime apha. Every Sunday Motsepe is touted by who? Ngobani ixesha sithe imani nimile nimende discipline bayasinyengezela bayaxoka kule game abasoze balungi never abasoze yibambeni discipline ye-ANC comrades abo bafuna utya imali zabantu mabazityele kude kunathi asizukhokela ngemali apha sithe abantu mabambe masijongane nalento sijongane nayo kubi apha sikhoyo maqabane.
And there's Mbalula, if you are not Xhosa speaking. Sorry about that. Maybe you'll find out what he's saying, but he's pretty much rejecting the man by his name. So Dan Corder sounds like he's not totally against a billionaire becoming president, and everyone can run for president. It's not a legality problem, it's a morality problem. But do we still live in a world that has morals? And don't we have a billionaire already? Wasn't Ramaphosa somebody who stepped away from politics and suddenly returned, and now we've accepted him entirely as a politician? Can Motsepe not just slide in like Elon Musk? So we move now to the United States to talk to Colonel Chris Wyatt over there. There's some news coming out about the Afrikaners, Amerikaners, and he's here to defend, fact check, or correct things he feels are wrong. Let's listen to him over here.
Even on a slow news day, people generate news. Now, I'm in the middle of nowhere here on a backcountry road, not too far
Let me
from
go pee.
Beaches Creek, a world-renowned bass and fly fishing location. A road that you wouldn't expect much traffic, but mark my words, somebody will probably come down this road while I'm filming. We'll see. But even on slow news days, stories come that make you shake your head and have you refute the nonsense. And this one in the South African. Now, the title of this one is No Food, Jobs, or Phones. Afrikaner refugee, in quotations, family stranded in the U.S. Well, okay, the question whether stranded is in quotes because we don't know if that's true. But the refugee thing, once again, South African media, this is the South African, and they're putting it in quotes. Why? These people are legal refugees. You may not like that, but that's U.S. law. And that's an eternal sovereign issue for us. South Africans are fond, especially politicians in the media, of saying that we're a sovereign nation. You are. You can do what you like within the norms of international relations. And so can we. We are a sovereign nation. This is our law. And these people have been granted refugee status because they're suffering from unjust racial discrimination as per the conclusion of U.S. government officials. Case closed. Take the quotations off refugee. They are refugees. It's as simple as that. They start the story off with a subtitle, American Dream, with a question mark. An Afrikaner refugee, once again quotes, family has been left without assistance, including food, after arriving in the United States. Now, I've researched this story and I've talked to people involved who know what's going on here, and this story is a lot more complicated than this story in the South African would lead you to believe. And there's a number of problems with the story, which I'm going to point out, okay? Also, I'm going to ask the question is, what passes for journalism in South Africa? This story appears to be simply cutting and pasting quotes and statements from other stories and from a video, not actually doing any analysis or actually reporting any news.
Yo, so far, if you're here, you're hearing that the Amerikaners are kind of destitute. Some of them are left without answers. And so let's hear a little bit about what is going on there. You get what I'm saying? Let's quickly leave Colonel Chris Wyatt for a moment and hop on over to a video that I think he's actually referring to. And he says it's the South African. If you mention that, then that's the South African that we are looking at here. This is their YouTube channel. They've dropped an article as well. So he's reading an article, and this is the video that this is based on. Let's hear that, then we'll hop on over back to him.
No food, job or phones. Afrikaner refugee family is stranded in US. An Afrikaner refugee family has reportedly been left stranded in the US and is appealing for help on Facebook. The startling revelation was made by a South African expat on TikTok. Two groups of white South Africans have taken up refugee status in the US in recent weeks as part of a program open to persecuted people. On her TikTok account, South African expat at camp revealed that she had come across an Afrikaner refugee family in dire need of help. The family of 4 was reportedly stranded at a hotel in Montana without food, money, or a cell phone. Instead, they had reached out to a Facebook group for help. The woman said of the refugees, they were understanding that they would be arriving here for complete assistance. People thought they would be arriving at a house, a job, medical insurance, and other things. It isn't that way at all. She added, because of the political situation, they are really struggling to get jobs. The woman revealed that she had left South Africa more than a decade ago, but had gone through a lengthy process. She also criticized Afrikaner refugees for having unrealistic expectations. She continued, one side of me is like, F*** that. My husband and I went through all of the red tape, and we got our visas, we've got our green card. We've been here 10 years. We did everything the right way. Here, these people, regardless of what they were promised, just came here expecting everything. Under the post, the woman added that she was assisting the family with a car as she was a humanitarian. Last month, the Department of International Relations, DIRCO, stated that South African refugees in the US would not have access to any diplomatic assistance whilst abroad. That persecuted South Africans would instead be assisted by the US Refugee Admissions Program, USRAP.
Hey yo, I kinda got the wrong video. I'll try to quickly search. We're here together. There's the TikTok account, Cat MPT, and we'll have a listen to her directly, but you're hearing the summary of it. Let's just let this go.
Which was signed as an executive order by President Donald Trump. As part of the Afrikaner Act, the group was also given priority to refugee status, which provides them with start-up assistance like money, jobs, and even a house. Can they return to SA? According to DIRCO spokesperson Crispin Fairai, refugees simply can't return home for a break and go back. He added, even the word itself refugee suggests that you are seeking refuge from a particular country. DIRCO added that refugees would be welcomed back as citizens. However, they would have to revoke their status in order for this to happen.
Okay, so that unfortunately was not the video. There's one where she's speaking, bruh. Where is it? Where can I find it? Where can I find that piece? Let's play a bit of it.
Despite all of the rhetoric surrounding the bloody mass deportations, we have...
Hold up, let me jump straight to where she probably gives this story herself. Maybe we can go back and listen to this lady again after Chris Wyatt. Here goes.
The refugees.
So I said the other day about how I don't think about the South African refugees, which I don't, but there's this group on Facebook, and there are many of them, like South Africans in Montana or South Africans in Texas or South Africans in the US, and there's this one group which is kind of female focused, and I've removed myself from all groups. I mean, we've been here 10 years, but I've kind of stayed in this one group because every now and again they post some like really good like recipes or just like random shit from South Africa that you're kind of like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. And the lady who runs the group had been posting like everywhere about looking for people who live close to this one town, which I live kind of like 2.5 hours away from, here in Montana. And I'd forgotten about another group that I was in, which hardly ever has any posts in. And because I'm friends with her on Facebook, she posted in there and the post came up. So long story short, a family of refugees has been placed in this town, and they have had like no food. I know that there's this, and I don't know what to think because I didn't really follow it at all when it happened. But I think they were of the understanding that they were going to be arriving here to like complete assistance. And I think people here thought that they were going to be arriving to a house and a job and medical insurance and a whole bunch of other stuff. And it actually isn't that way at all. There have been like 4 adults in a hotel room with no money, no cell phone, no anything. And obviously because of the political situation, they are really struggling to get jobs, struggling. And I kind of feel like those are obvious reasons. And I, like the humanitarian in me, I can't ignore the fact that these people are struggling. But there's this one side of me that's like,
hey yo, the Amerikaners are struggling. Pause. Were they promised everything? Were they promised to have as much as they had here in South Africa before they left? Have they been promised an improved standard of living? Is that guaranteed? I mean, they could have been rich here. One of them we've seen is the guy who apparently was owning a mine, who is not even a farmer, who actually benefited from BEE, who was on an interview saying that he is having to leave his house behind. He's not going to pay for it. He's going to lose it. If that guy had a house and a pool, does he get a house, a pool, a mining company, and DEI for white people on the other side? What happens to him? If he's worse off, but he's safer, because the US is safer than South Africa, what happens?
Fuck that. Myself and my husband, we went through all of the red tape and we got our visas. We were transferred here with another company, and we got our green cards, and we've been here 10 years. And like we did everything the right way. And here these people, regardless of what they were promised, just came here expecting everything, and it's not what they expected it to be. And I don't think they can go back to South Africa because they've kind of given up their rights. I don't know the full story. So I've made contact with the lady. Obviously there's a lot of like PTSD from this whole thing, and I'm struggling to communicate with her, which is quite strange. And I don't even know what I'm going to go and do there. Like there's not a lot I can do. It's not like I can get them jobs. It's not like I can... I don't know. But there's this humanitarian side of me that's like, wow, shit, people shouldn't struggle like this. But there are so many people who are struggling like this. And I feel for them, but I also feel like, wow, you want me to go just because I'm South African? I don't know. What would you do?
Oh, yeah. So, Colonel Chris Wyatt, finish up.
So an Afrikaner refugee family reportedly been stranded in the U.S. and is appealing for help on Facebook. Well, that's a few days old now. They've gotten help, and not necessarily from Facebook, but from other Afrikaners who helped them out and other refugees. The startling revelation was made by a South African expat on TikTok. Your source is a TikTok video for someone with 300 or 400 followers on TikTok. Not that...
I mean, why is being on TikTok not credible? If she's living in the United States and she has information that is valid to some degree, she's close enough to it inside a WhatsApp group for white foreigners. Why are we busy calling white people expats all the time? These are foreigners in the United States, right? Or are they expats from our point of view? We're saying expats, those who have left. Or is expats what people walk around calling themselves? Hi, I'm an expat. You're a foreigner. Is that what you mean? But never mind that. She's there. She's in WhatsApp groups with other foreigners, and she's speaking about people whom you confirm have since gotten help, not from the WhatsApp group, but other Afrikaners, you say? So she's credible in some way. What is the issue now? That she's on TikTok?
They can't produce good content, but that leads one to question 300 or 400 followers on TikTok. Not that they can't produce good content, but that leads one to question the story from the very beginning, if that's your source. And that TikToker has since removed the video and published a new video in which they say that the information they had was third-hand. So they were relaying third-hand information, which you're now reporting as news on the South African, which would make it fourth-hand information. No primary sources, fourth-hand social media information. That's about as useful as flushing a toilet. Doesn't mean it can't be true, but you should get a source that confirms your information. And on her TikTok account, the South African expat who posted this video is mentioned here. I'm not going to go into who that is. But the person said the refugees, they were understanding that they would be arriving here in the U.S. for complete assistance. People thought they would be arriving at a house, a job, medical insurance, and other things. It isn't that way at all. Well, that statement's true. It isn't that way at all. And where did you come to the conclusion that they thought that? Did they tell you that? And who told them that? No one's ever told anyone that, to my knowledge. I've been very clear since February 7th about this program, what assistance is available, including the financial. And I was the first person to do that. And go ahead, dispute that. But the digits are there. The receipts are there. The video is posted, the 10th of February, something like that, maybe the 11th of February, that talks about financial assistance under the immigration nationality law for people coming over here. So who told them they were getting all these things? No one gives you jobs. This isn't South Africa. This isn't a patronage machine. Maybe Chicago, but the country is not a patronage machine. So this person who posts on TikTok is correct. It doesn't work that way. But where did you derive that from? Did they tell you that? You don't say. You just imply that that's what they said. And this person criticized the refugees. And once again, in quotations for refugees. Why? Here are these people, regardless of what they were promised, just came here expecting everything. Really? Well, if that's the case, then they really have unrealistic expectations because they were never told that. They were never told that. But she added here that they couldn't get a job. Said because of the political situation, they were really struggling to get jobs. Well, first off, they've been here less than a month. That's struggling to get a job? I seriously doubt that. I mean, I bet you a lot of these people came over, have been without jobs for 5, 10, 15 years or longer because of racism in South Africa and people being excluded from the job market because they're...
So, in Colonel Chris Wyatt's view, these were unemployed farmers. Wasn't this all to save farmers who are being murdered on farms, and farmers are rich? So now he's portraying them as people who've been unemployed. So this has been the unemployed white bum refugee program, or this has been white farmers protection against genocide and farm murder program. He's now saying they were unemployed.
They're white. You can get a job? I seriously doubt that. I mean, I bet you a lot of these people came over, have been without jobs for 5, 10, 15 years or longer because of racism in South Africa and people being excluded from the job market because they're white or being made redundant or colored or Indian. So they can't get a job because of the political situation. What political situation are we talking about here? What political situation? The state in which this occurs, these people were doxxed, so I'm not telling any secret here. They've already been revealed, but I won't mention the state. But the state in which they now reside has an unemployment rate of South Africa, it's over 40%, although the government claims it's 30+%. But the unemployment rate where they live is 2.7%. That's full employment, essentially. What political situation is keeping them from getting a job? They have legal status to get a job. They're not illegal immigrants, so they don't have to worry about ICE rounding them up and chasing them out. They're white. They're living in a state that's 90+% white. That'll help you narrow down where they're at in case you're nosy. Yeah. So what political situation is keeping them from getting a job? Is this just a gratuitous statement, or was it a claim by them? But see, this isn't news. This is just hearsay, absolute hearsay. This isn't journalism. I mean, seriously, folks, this is what passes for journalism in South Africa. How do people even get qualified to be journalists in South Africa? Last month, this story says the director of the Department of International Relations, DIRCO, that's the foreign ministry, said that refugees, once again quotes, in the U.S. would not have access to any diplomatic assistance whilst abroad. Well, that's nonsense. That's factually untrue. Is the South African government denying South African citizens access to consular services in the United States? This is an issue. This is an issue. That's not legitimate. That's not allowed. You can't spitefully deny services to your citizens because they sought refuge abroad because of either conflict or governance issues in your country. That makes you a pariah nation. So if DIRCO actually said that, they're factually wrong. And the South African government better damn well provide consular services to their citizens residing in this country as refugees, or they will be responsible for what comes after that.
Fafo, screw around and find out. Colonel Chris Wyatt's here to remind you, you damn well.
Now, here they say the persecuted, with quotation marks again, the persecuted South Africans would instead be assisted by the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program, which was signed as an executive order by President Trump. That's factually incorrect. What kind of research is involved here? That's factually incorrect. The Afrikaner Act does not exist. There's no such thing. There is a bill in the House of Representatives introduced by Texas Representative Troy Nehls, which seeks to let white people come over to the United States under a specifically designated, lawfully assigned program called the Afrikaner Act. But there's no act. President Trump signed an executive order exercising his authority under existing federal law, the U.S. Immigration and Nationality Act of 1980, not the Afrikaner Act. That's nonsense. Utter nonsense.
For white people, remember they suddenly said that this is for coloreds as well, but it seems like all of that was for optics. Doesn't seem like there's coloreds, doesn't seem like there's dudes in the Cape Flats, mothers and young children who are wanting to escape violence in the Cape Flats who are being allowed to go. Let's hear this one more time.
It's under a specifically designated, lawfully assigned program called the Afrikaner Act. But what kind of research is involved here? That's factually incorrect. The Afrikaner Act does not exist. There's no such thing. There is a bill in the House of Representatives introduced by Texas Representative Troy Nehls, which seeks to let white people come over to the United States under a specifically designated, lawfully assigned program called the Afrikaner Act. But there's no act. President Trump signed an executive order exercising his authority under existing federal law, the U.S. Immigration and Nationality Act of 1980, not the Afrikaner Act. That's nonsense. Utter nonsense. It's U.S. law, not an executive order. And they are persecuted. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been approved for refugee status. Simple as that. As part of the Afrikaner Act,
persecuted and unemployed rich farmers.
The group was also given priority to refugee status. Well, that's under immigration law, not under an Afrikaner Act, which doesn't exist as law. And it says that the Afrikaner Act provides them with startup systems like money, jobs, and even a house. That's factually untrue once again. There's no such thing as the Afrikaner Act. Those resources provided under existing law, under programs funded by the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of State, in which they fund non-government organizations in 2024 to the tune of $2.7 billion, over 300 NGOs in the network, which used to include the racist Episcopal Church, which no longer participates because they're racist against white people and they're factually uninformed because they're a bunch of bigots. And so they're no longer participating in the program. But there's almost 300 other NGOs involved. It isn't the Afrikaner Act. That it doesn't exist, okay? And then down here, they wrap up saying Durko added refugees would be welcomed back as citizens. However, they would have to revoke their status in order for this to happen. No, you can't force people to revoke their refugee status. That's illegitimate. That goes contrary to international norms. That makes you a pariah state.
So people can go back to the state that persecutes them, visit, chill, do shopping, get some clothes, taste some original boerewors and cook sisters, and then fly back to the United States as a refugee. So they have to revoke that status when they come back, and Chris Wyatt is going to stand against that. He's saying that they have to keep it, or they have the option of keeping it. Let's see how that works.
South African citizens remain South African citizens until and unless they become a citizen of another nation. It's as simple as that. You can't make them stateless. If Durko said that, that's a fraudulent statement, and it should be exposed.
Hold on, man. What is he correcting here? Should they revoke their citizenship? What? Let's hear exactly what he's correcting, bro.
Welcome back as citizens. However, they would have a program, but there's almost 300 other NGOs involved. It isn't the Afrikaner Act. That it doesn't exist, okay? And then down here, they wrap up saying Durko added refugees would be welcomed back as citizens. However, they would have to revoke their status in order for this to happen.
So they'd have to revoke their status as refugees. What answer is Colonel Chris Wyatt going to give here?
No, you can't force people to revoke their refugee status. That's illegitimate.
Okay, so you can't force them to. Doesn't it naturally go away because they've come back to the state where they are violated?
That goes contrary to international norms. That makes you a pariah state. South African citizens remain South African citizens until and unless they become a citizen of another nation. It's as simple as that. You can't make them stateless.
Who said anything about making them stateless? Who said anything about their citizenship? They remain South African. That's not a point in contention. Like Colonel Chris likes to argue these straw man points. Like he comes and he fetches these things. In Sizulu, people would say, Uglanda la umncane khona. And he goes and refutes these very tiny little things. What's important here is for us to find out if the Afrikaners are happy over there. Are they living a good life? Could you show us that? Advertise their safety and their improved wellness to some more here so that more can join. I mean, optimize your strategy. Do this the best way that you can. I mean, defending points with your mouth only, refuting points here and there, not showing the real results of what you are seeking to achieve. Let's see more of that.
If Durko said that, that's a fraudulent statement, and it should be exposed. And finally, in all caps at the bottom of this article, which appears to be just cut and paste from news reports and comments from that video on TikTok, do you think Afrikaner refugees, in quotes, were unrealistic about expecting a better life in the U.S.? No, I don't. I'm in touch with several of the 59ers, the first cohort that came over, and actually someone in the second cohort. I don't know anyone that's unhappy about coming over here. And unrealistic? No. Let's see. Came to this country and in 2 weeks had a social security number, had job interviews, bought a brand new car, essentially. My car's 10 years old. This person's car is 2 years old. I call that brand new. Bought a new car, has a bank account, got a job offer, making more money than I made in 25 years serving my nation in uniform. Annual salary.
Are they making more money than they made on the farms that they used to own and the mines and the BEE deals that they were benefiting from? I'm going to quote one of the guys. We'll actually watch his video before moving on.
Starting this weekend. Very happy. Cupboard full of food, courtesy of the Refugee Assistance Resettlement Agent. I can talk to other people around the country having similar experiences. Very happy that they're here. So do I think...
A cupboard full of food. Aren't Afrikaners the people who provide food, produce it, and provide food security? So now they are secure with a cupboard full of food. Not a farm, not an orchard. Woo!
Think that they had unrealistic expectations of better life? No. They're not awake at night, waking up every 15 minutes waiting to be raped, murdered, and having their throats slit, or being treated like crap walking through the store because they're white, or denied service by government employees because they're white, or denied medical care and watching their parents die by being denied medical care in a government hospital because they're white, or because they're colored, or because they're Indian. No, I think that they're perfectly happy and content.
White people can't go to a government hospital, they're denied access. Is this true? Is this true? Colonel Chris, would you fact check people and then lie? Wow.
By and large. Is it a cakewalk? Is it a gift? No. But this is the land of the free. You have freedom. Look at me out here in the middle of nowhere recording this video. Perfectly safe. I'm not worried about someone creeping out of the woods to murder me or rape me or drag me off there, rob me and steal my car. Yeah, I don't think that they are regretting their decisions. So this story is meant to give people the impression that it's not good.
Land of the free. Have you seen ICE agents? How they're yanking people? Even a senator. There's a senator who was asking a question and ICE agents packed him up, pinned him to the ground, cuffed him. That's the land of the free. Cue here that video.
Good come to America. Again, I've never encouraged anyone to take me off there, rob me, and steal my car. Yeah, I don't think that they are regretting their decisions. So this story is meant to give people the impression that it's not good to come to America. Again, I've never encouraged anyone to come here, but I'm also not discouraging. It's not my place. My place is to tell you the truth and rubbish the lies. Now, son of a gun, we've been talking for almost 11 minutes and nobody came down this road. That must be the first time I've ever recorded here that didn't happen. This is how it's supposed to be. Quiet. Nobody on this back road. So, South Africa, what do you say? Do you think the refugees made a mistake? Or do you think this sensationalist yellow journalism is the problem? I think that's the problem. Cheers.
Okay, now let's quickly have a look at that guy who gave an interview.
South Africans arrived in the US where they've been granted refugee status. President Trump says the refugee applications were expedited because the people concerned were victims of racial discrimination, something South Africa's government denies. The Afrikaners are descended from Dutch settlers who arrived 4 centuries ago to South Africa and who led the government which brought in apartheid, a racially segregated political system which has led to discrimination against black South Africans, and it's no longer in force. Well, usually it takes years for the US government to process refugee applications, but this group waited only 3 months. Well, our North America correspondent Nomia Iqbal has been speaking to one of those who made the journey.
If you're white, you're wrong in South Africa. You're a land thief, you are a racist. The whole time it's being told, and there is racist white people, plenty of them.
You say you're not a racist white person?
No, not at all. I've got many black friends. I think I've got more African black men as friends as white friends. I'm tired of being told, just because I'm white, I'm a thief. Just because I'm white, I'm wrong in this. I had nothing to do with apartheid. Nothing.
Is there anything specific that's happened, Charles, that made you think, I've got to get out of here? I've got to leave?
After the death rates and stuff and my machinery being cut up, and I'm still, after reporting everything to the police, not getting any protection or anything like that, the only thing that's left on my farm is a sign that says mining area. All the fences has been taken off, boom gates has been broken off.
There are voices out there, including the South African president.
So this was a farmer with machinery and a farm. So he's now in the United States with a cupboard, safe with food.
Who has called you cowards.
Yeah.
You've got other Afrikaners who are saying that you're not refugees, you're opportunists, that you've abandoned the country. What would you say to those people?
I had to leave a 5-bedroom house, which I will lose now because I'm not going to pay for it, behind. My car behind, my dogs behind, my mother behind. It is not, I didn't come here for fun, but...
His house and his car and his mother. Let's hear that again.
5-bedroom house.
5-bedroom
which I will
house.
lose now because I'm not going to pay for it. Behind, my car behind, my dogs behind, my mother behind. It is not, I didn't come here for fun, but my children are safe.
What was it like when you got off the shuttle bus and came into that hangar and were greeted by the Trump administration?
It was overwhelming. I didn't expect it because I thought we're going to be in a shuttle bus, taken somewhere, and we must start working. All of us that is there, we know we're going to start here from the bottom because we are the new people here. We're going to start from the bottom.
Do you ever worry that you might be caught up in some big...
Start from the bottom. Where were you here? Were you at the bottom here and you've now gone to another bottom? There's something that is not making mathematical sense about what Colonel Chris says about these people and what they say about themselves.
Political game here, that you're a pawn somehow.
Yeah, it's a scary thing, but people mustn't think we're just taking advantage of this. We're coming here to make a contribution to the country.
Old tweets of yours have been dug up in which you appear to have made anti-Semitic comments, and so people are questioning, should you be here?
Yeah,
what would you say to that?
I would like them...
What would you like to clarify?
I've deleted the comment, but I was actually thinking I should have not deleted it. If you can look where I commented on, it was Passover, the Orthodox Jews, and I'm Christian, were spitting and screaming and bumping Christians walking with the cross. For me as a Christian, that is not acceptable. In Israel, and I went and I said something on Twitter, which I copy and pasted from somebody else's page, because if you go read my post, you'll see it's not the way I write.
So you had quoted someone else. I mean, the quotes...
I copied and pasted it.
The quotes were anti-Semitic. Yeah. They said Jews are dangerous people, they're untrustworthy, they're not God's chosen people.
I was super angry.
So you did it out of anger?
Yeah. And I was in hospital at that point of time. I was on morphine. But that's not an excuse.
Drugs don't make you an anti-Semite, though, do they?
Even now, if I would see any person going against my religion, I will speak up against it.
You have high hopes being here in America. Is there a part of you that is anxious that it might not work out?
No, to be honest with you, because of my belief, I believe this is God's plan for me.
Okay, there's the dude. We're done with him. And so now, let's listen to a bit from Steve Bannon, okay? He's here talking about Musk, whom he has issues with. Cue here to back when I spoke about it. And so let's listen to Steve Bannon now that Musk and Trump have fallen out. And Trump has had some tweets from Elon Musk calling him a file, saying that he's in the Epstein files. A loyal Trumpist, the leader of MAGA, who hates Musk, was here giving an interview on that issue. So let's listen to that right quick.
At the same time, an extraordinary fallout between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Crystal and the team have already covered much of that, but we do have some new developments, mostly within the MAGA movement, who are really turning on Elon Musk. Steve Bannon, who of course has been gunning for Musk from day one, really seizing the opportunity to drive the point home that he's an interloper, he's a big tech oligarch, and now he wants to deport him. Let's take a listen.
And then as soon as President Trump comes out today, and President Trump saying it in the nicest way possible about the bill, right? The bill, but bing, bang, bang. The guy gets up and starts tweeting the most vicious stuff you could tweet. So all the fanboys defend this. He accused President Trump of basically being in a group with those pedophiles on the island. He called for the president to be impeached and J.D. Vance to take his role. As hard as we've worked and all the years that we've walked in this audience has worked, some punk is going to sit there and go, he should be impeached. And hey, as sure as the turning of the earth, if those progressives rub up on him and say, hey, they're never going to buy the Teslas, where they're going to buy the Teslas, they rub up on him, he'll write a $500 million check for Hakeem Jeffries. He'll be across the thing looking to impeach President Trump, looking to help steal the 28 election, looking to imprison President Trump. So here's my point. Let's get ahead of it. And shipping 13 million out of here. Let me change that. 13 million in one, because Elon Musk is illegal and he got to go too. Okay, you're going to ship these other people home. Let's start with the South Africans. Okay, and
let's start with the South Africans. So Colonel Chris Wyatt is defending the Afrikaners over there and trying to give us the impression that it's only the left who are against the Afrikaners. That is the impression that Colonel Chris Wyatt wants to give, that those in opposition are the radical lefties with blue hair, the homosexuals, the trans people, those who imported people from El Salvador, India, Nigeria, and South America, Mexico, the Biden administration, the Kamala Harris. He says those are the people who hate this, but this is an ultra right-winger saying let's deport Elon Musk and the South Africans.
I go 30th election looking to imprison President Trump. So here's my point. Let's get ahead of it. And shipping 13 million out of here. Let me change that. 13 million in one, because Elon Musk is illegal and he got to go too. Okay, you're going to ship these other people home. Let's start with the South Africans. Okay, and I got a couple other could go too, but he's illegal. Deport immediately.
We all want to cut federal spending. His promise and commitment to the president of cutting $1 trillion in federal spending was something he stuck to the end until we found out it was all a fraud. I mean, this is what caused the physical altercation you had in the West Wing right outside the Oval Office between the Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, who's a good friend of mine and a very even-handed guy. He and Elon got into to a physical altercation.
You hear that? We're not here for all of that, but you saw Elon Musk show up with, a bruise on his eye, right? So we're getting past that. Now, let's get over here to some local news. This is about Operation Dudula. They are in court. They are being challenged by a number of NGOs. And I think the case is against Dudula and the SAPS and Home Affairs. The case being made here is that there's now state-sanctioned xenophobia. And South Africa has an agreement to protect people of other nations and respect their presence here in the same way that South Africans are promised protection as they travel worldwide. The world has some kind of order, and there's been some agreements because we know we are different and we are intolerant of each other. There are some who have seen that long ahead, and they say Dudula is going against a constitution that, is it the constitution that is also protecting the lives of people who come here? I think there's protection for people in general, and no people are treated like animals. So let's hear what that is about.
Dudula Zandile Dabula joins us for reactions. Zandile, good evening to you. Thank you so much for joining us. So many questions, but I think talk to me about, I suppose, the feeling as the president at the moment, and certainly within Operation Dudula, as you see this trial play out. Is it a big concern for you, the future for Operation Dudula?
Hi, Naledi, good evening, and good evening to the viewers at home. I must say that there's mixed feelings, but we're very confident that we cannot be ruled by foreign nationals, especially illegal migrants in this country. We've been following the case for the past 2 days, and I must say that I became more confident when the two representatives, one from SAPS and one from the Home Affairs, when they stated very clear that there's no bond that we have with them, but rather in every time when we go do operations, because we are an organization that wants to do things within the confines of the law. So every time when we do our operations, we go and apply for the likes of Section 205 and make sure that we do have police visibility within our operations. I think that's what the applicant doesn't understand, is that we do apply because we respect the laws of this country. So we do go and apply. That's why they'll see police visibility in our operations. But I must say that we cannot be silenced. I said this, and I know it became another threat today when we started at court, that I had tweeted that we will not be silenced. I mean, the voices of citizens cannot be silenced because of people feeling that we are harassing them. I mean, these people came here to this country unlawfully so, and we cannot allow people to be lawless in this country. We've been advocating for non-lawlessness in this country, and we're not going to stop. So I'm not afraid, and I know that we will continue being the mouthpiece of South Africans, and we will just wait for the judgment, because the judgment was reserved. And until then, and I'm hoping that the judge will think twice and, be patriotic when they have to make this decision, because there is nothing wrong that we have done. All we are saying is that we want people to come into this country lawfully, and they must abide by the laws of this country. That's all that we are saying.
Yeah, I think we're obviously going to analyze what an operation of Operation Dudula actually looks like, and even that Section 205 that you've talked about. But with this, with the sitting in the Johannesburg High Court, you've got Kopanong, Africa Against Xenophobia, Abahlali Basemjondolo, Inner City Federation, SA Informal Traders Forum, all under the umbrella of SERI, coming forward to argue the case against Operation Dudula, the argument being that you are harassing foreign nationals. But in the matter, in the High Court, Operation Dudula in and of itself, not partaking. So can you talk to me about why you're seeing that? I believe that your Treasurer General, Solomon Kekana, has said that that you, as Operation Dudula, knew nothing about the case that, some of these organizations are saying has been in...
Yeah, so apparently Operation Dudula did not respond when the court wrote to them. I remember I made the same mistake when I was taken on an urgent application to the High Court to have me stop talking about my landlord and things that were happening in the building. And so I was like, I know for a fact that I'm in the right. I know for a fact that these people are wrong, and the judge will need me or have to wait for me or understand. And at the time, the landlord had switched off my electricity. So I thought I can text or tell the judge at some point that, listen, I couldn't show up. These people were pretty much coming to you. asking for relief while they had pinched me on this side, denied me electricity. But I found out that, yo, you have to show up. Some sheriff showed up and said, yo, you better come here. And I called legal representative, well, not legal representative, somebody who was able to help me. And they said, yo, you need to go to court, yo. In fact, you needed to have responded to say that you will respond, you will have a defense. And so I did none of that. On another day, I showed up and I had written nothing. And it had to be a bit tense because the court was full. There were other matters being discussed that day, and advocates are there. And I'm not dressed looking the part. I'm not dressed looking like I'm seeking mercy or anything like that. I'm just dressed as how I would be here. And then I have to now stand there, get called up a little bit, unprocedural, and have to give a slight explanation to the judge about why he should not rule in my absence or just give an automatic judgment to them. And I said, yo, but I've had no electricity whatsoever. And he says, you have to bring a response tomorrow. And I said, but yo, man, maybe next week. And he says, this is an urgent application. I have to attend to this very quickly and rule on it. And so I'm giving you up until tomorrow. And so fortunately, there was an advocate in there who realized my bravery and had a sense of justice and felt that there was something wrong being done here. And so he called me aside and said, yo, you can come to my chambers. You say you've got no electricity? Okay, you've got a computer. Can you come, bring your computer there, bring the evidence that you have, and I'll help you prepare it. So the judge gave us the following day to prepare and then the next day to show up. So the following day, I would wake up, go to the dude's chambers, worked my bra from morning until night to prepare some kind of defense. But the judge would just pick what he picks and throw out everything that I had brought before him, stating that some of the evidence that I use in my defense showing that the landlord is in the wrong. He said those complaints. So I brought a list of complaints from other people, residents across the country complaining about the same country, and some actually complaining about the exact issue that I had. And that evidence was kicked out because it didn't have ID numbers and signatures of the people. I had pulled that online and they said it's not credible. So they said, yo, you need to keep quiet and stop saying what you're saying about the landlord. And so Dudula seems to have not shown up, and so they relied on the defense of the Home Affairs and the SAPS because these organizations brought these three together before court, with Dudula being the main one. And these two, I think, being respondents. That's how you're listed when you're brought as a group. So Dudula says they didn't know about this, but the Department of Home Affairs and the SAPS showed up with representations, and their defense is that, no, we are not involved with them. I think that is the defense, and she is relying on that instead of relying on Dudula's own defense. So let's hear more about that.
In the works for 2 years, nothing kind of taking. So can you talk to me about why you're seeing that? I believe that your Treasurer General, Solomon Kekana, has said that that you, as Operation Dudula, knew nothing about the case that, you know, some of these organizations are saying has been in the works for 2 years. So how is it that you're at a point where you did not know that this was coming and as a result are not able to partake in a high court process that is about your very operation?
So firstly, we are a legal entity and we have communication desk. We have email addresses of an organization. You can't be relying on someone's personal email address when wanting to serve them. Yes, we had received the first one, but we knew nothing about the sitting. I mean, when we first saw this, we saw it on social media platform when someone was asking that, I see that you guys are appearing in court on Tuesday. And that's when we started digging deeper that what's happening, what's the whole case about and all that, and only to find out that it's this one of the series. But, you know, these things, we do understand this in this instances. Sometimes there will be some sort of sabotage and all that, but I don't want to put it like that for now, because I don't understand why is it that they couldn't try to get hold of us.
Yo, the emails. She's saying we have a communication email, but we never got any email there. Yo, let me tell you, when I got brought for this, the law firm that was hired pretty much went and got every email that was available. I was surprised to see them have every email that exists from me. And so they sent emails to every email box. You dig? So what she's saying just does not make sense. And would she say that if they had more of an opportunity, they'd still bring the defense, but it's too late.
I mean, they've got our contacts. If they saw that we're not responding, they should have contacted us. They should have used an organization email rather of a personal email of somebody within the organization. But that's a story for another day. We were not represented.
These were my excuses in front of the judge. I lost. Dudula is going to lose, bro.
In court, and that's the unfortunate part of it.
But I mean, surely this is a concern that you're unable, and perhaps this is something that you want to tackle now. Is there a sense that Operation Dudula is running out of platforms to be able to speak as a result of what some are calling perhaps a divisive narrative by the organization?
So that's the same reason why Solomon, because Solomon is also one of the founding members, went to court to go and plead with the judge to say that we knew nothing about this. I mean, even on social media platforms, nothing was said about this case. Only in the past, I think, 2 days, just before the sitting, then that's only when it started gaining traction that we are appearing in court. And I will not blame ourselves as Operation Dudula, but I would blame your likes of series, the applicants especially. But there's no time for blaming game now. We must just wait for the judgment and see how best do we remedy the situation after the judgment, because I don't know how is the judge going to judge us as Operation Dudula because we were not represented, but the case rather.
Yeah, you see, my thoughts exactly. If I'm not there, then the judge doesn't have enough to go on. And so my appeal later will be that I was not there, I never got the email. Yo, let me tell you, you get emails from the organization and its attorneys, lawyers, whatever, legal representatives, and you get emails from the judiciary. So there's emails that come in now, judiciary, and you have to log in there. Have to create a password. Once those emails hit you, once you've been served with documents, you have to familiarize yourself with logging into the judiciary portal. It looks something like e-filing, going through there and reading the documents brought to you. And those documents would normally be also delivered to your address. If you are absent, this is what they do. They then tell the sheriff or the fixer, whoever they send, to stick them on your door and solo tape them there. You understand? Solo tape them, like put those documents in a plastic sleeve and like seriously solo tape them there. And then step off and take a picture to show that the documents are in front of your door and you cannot miss them. So even if you lock yourself in the home and you don't get served personally, by those documents being put so thoroughly on your door, it means that you will receive them at some point. You won't leave them there for your neighbors to pass by and see, and so you'll tear them down. And so now the court has officially called you. You've been subpoenaed. Come through.
It is all about us as Operation Dudula. So we needed to be given that opportunity to respond. Whether, yes, we were late or whatsoever, but we needed to be given that opportunity.
Okay, let's look at some of the arguments that are being put on the table, though, by the applicants. Seri putting forward yesterday in the court that Operation Dudula's conduct is unlawful, saying that Operation Dudula incites violence and hatred. What do you say to that?
So, you know, for the past 5 years, we have been labeled as a vigilante group, especially by the president of this country. And it doesn't shake us that there's another group of people that are saying that we're doing things outside the confines of the law because they are at the wrong side of the law. I mean, what we're fighting for here is genuine. We are saying that people must come to this country, they must be documented. If you're coming here to this country to do business, you must have your documents, you must have your business visa, and you must invest a minimum of 5 million. And it must be a scarce skill. It doesn't just end with you just having a passport. I mean, one of the applicants is, I think, inner city informal traders. That's supposed to be that space is supposed to be reserved for South Africans. And we unapologetically still going to continue because the space is supposed to be for locals. Yeah. I mean, informal traders is supposed to be for locals. And we always have law enforcers.
So her defense is, if they're in the wrong, I can be in the wrong. Two wrongs make a right.
With us. And at times when you get to places, we do ask them whether you documented or not. If they say they do have documents, we do hand them over to the law enforcers to say that you need to verify them because, yes, we know that we are not allowed to be checking people's documents and all that.
But you are you are approaching foreign nationals as Operation Dudula members and asking for documents, because the argument that's being put forward here is that is work that is to be done by authorities, by police and immigration officers, that it is not your purview to walk up to anyone and ask them to show you any identity document.
But that's the picture that I'm trying to paint here, is that we go together with the law enforcers because they are part of that specific operation because we had applied lawfully so. And when we approach them, yes, we will ask you whether you documented or not. And if they want to produce documents, it's now the right of the official to check those documents and not us as Operation Dudula members. And that's basically what we have been doing. Yes, we do ask them. I will not shy away from that, because when we approach foreigners, they need to tell us whether they documented or not. And if they are documented, then they need to give the officials their documents.
But the view is that very act is unlawful, Zandile. That's the argument here, is that you may be accompanied by authorities, and that perhaps may be as a way of ensuring...
Hey, yo, can a group of black people fetch a police van and go up to white people at the beach in Cape Town and say, show me ID? Is there like something in the law, an application that you can make to just pull a police officer and go to random people? Let's say you've got people at a wedding. They're tourists. They've selected South Africa to be the destination where their wedding will be held. You can go up to them and say, show me ID at this wedding, at this private function. How far can this go? Where does Dudula point this? Only to the black African people? When are they visiting some Greek and Czech Republic mafias out in Bedford View over there and in Sandton?
Showing that there is no incitement of violence. Perhaps you can talk to me about how it is that you come to that agreement. But for a citizen to approach another individual and ask for their identity, the argument being put on the table is that that is unlawful.
Naledi, let me say this.
Yeah.
You can't walk into a room full of foreign nationals and just keep quiet.
Amen.
It's up to us as
Yeah, so you can get to a wedding, walk in, find a hall full of them. And in that regard now, you just have to ask them. That's her defense. And this is the defense I guess they would have written on paper and given to the judge. And so the judge would have had something, a defense from them to rubbish, and they'd have nothing to fall back on. So they want to make this defense in the court of public opinion, because the court of law doesn't take reasons like these.
Patriots to play our part. I mean, there's also citizen's arrest. I know that it's unlawful for us to be asking for documents, but we have no option because we don't have enforcers that are doing that. That's why we are forcing them to do it. We are with them, then they should do it at that time. That's why we are with them, because we can't do it at that specific time. We don't have the right to do it, but because you as a law enforcer, you are there to just monitor the situation. Why don't you just do it? Because that's also part of your job.
But you are admitting that it is unlawful.
Yes, it is unlawful because we are not officials. We are not immigration officers, but as citizens, concerned citizens of this country.
If she had written that in the defense and they handed it to a judge, the judge would respond with the judgment saying, I quote you here saying that this is illegal and unlawful. And so I cannot grant you permission to go back and commit something that in your words you know is wrong. And so, what's going to happen to Dudula, bruh? Like, courts are powerful, okay? And this whole thing of forming an organization, having a logo, and moving in an orderly fashion, it looks enticing and professional, and you have to do it. When people organize themselves, a state fears and constantly monitors formations. And formations and groupings need to be registered in order to open bank accounts and manage their own affairs together. So living in a legal system, an organized system like this, as soon as you register yourself, registered organizations have certain rules over them. So you're pretty much bringing yourself towards the law, saying I'm registering this organization, and the law of organizations said that organizations have a law and they cannot do certain things. So you organize yourself wanting to have a bank account and to decide who is leader and what so forth for your own benefit. Then it becomes the benefit of the courts to be able to just bring you with that registration number, your name, its leaders that you've elected, the first, the second, the third, bring them here. Let's get responses from them.
Immigration situation. Why don't you just do it? Because that's also part of your job.
But you are admitting that it is unlawful.
Yes, it is unlawful because we are not officials. We are not immigration officers, but as citizens, concerned citizens of this country, we can apply citizen's arrest. And if there is a belief that there is a criminal activity happening in that place, of which in this instance, if you are a migrant, undocumented migrant, then you are a criminal.
But hold up, if there's something apparently illegal happening, clearly so, then a citizen's arrest, a community can pursue a person and tie them up. And of course, a citizen arrest is not one you can prosecute, so you have to hand the person over to the police, etc. So now, when you approach people that you suspect to be illegal, nothing about them clearly labels them as such. It means that you are firstly investigating and you are randomly querying them. So you're disturbing their free movement in order to find out if they are illegal. They are not prima facie, on the face of it, engaged in anything illegal, or their status does not show them to be illegal. You have to inquire them first, and the law stops you kind of there. It says that's not your business. And her defense is that when you see people doing something illegal, you approach them and you can arrest them. But in this case, are you approaching them because there's 100% something illegal that you've seen? And did you call the police first to report that illegality? When the police arrive, do they immediately see cause to put their hands on their situation, or do you bring them in to say, let's go find some cause? Let's go investigate some people inside a wedding hall there, the Guptas. And then you show up and say, yo, all of y'all, show me some ID. Pull it out from your purses. Bride, groom, pull it out from under your dress there.
Then we can hand you over to the police officials. We can hand you over.
You said you cannot walk into a room full of foreign nationals and say nothing. I mean, these are the words that just came out of your mouth.
Yes.
And you've got an organization, Kopanong Africa Against Xenophobia. And I have to say this. Just that very sentence, do you recognize that that may sound xenophobic?
So I must say this. Maybe these people have not seen what xenophobia is. I mean, there was xenophobic attacks in the past years here in South Africa, but ever since there was Operation Dudula, nothing of that sort has happened.
And it's said that Operation Dudula is organized xenophobia. It's people who went out onto the streets themselves at first and then decided to get a logo and a color scheme, a theme, print some t-shirts, elect a leader, secretary, treasurer, etc. And then now, having done that, they are saying everything that they are doing is by the book. Is it really by the book? And is it organized xenophobia now?
We always try to make sure that there are no attacks. That's why even when we do our own operations, we tell people not to loot. If, for instance, if we're doing the spaza shop operations, not to loot, but rather make them pack their stuff and leave. We don't go out and beat people up because obviously the law enforcers are there. And there's no xenophobic attacks here. I mean, only now when, if they are being granted this order, maybe there will be these attacks. But currently, for the past 5 years, since the inception of Operation Dudula, there haven't been attacks. We are being blamed that the guy from Deep Sloot had died just after our visit at Deep Sloot. How do you blame us for that? How many places have we visited and nobody was burned to death? Yeah. Why are we now being pinned just to this specific guy in Deep Sloot? So we can tell that there's some biasness, and these people are obviously foreign nationals. They don't want Operation Dudula because it's fighting the illegality that they are doing as non-South Africans. They will definitely fight, and they will come with every corners to make sure that we are being pinned down and that Operation Dudula doors are closed. Okay, and we will not allow that.
I asked you about whether or not you consider the work of Dudula xenophobic, and you talked about attacks. And I think what I want to do is actually go to the textbook definition of xenophobia, which is not necessarily speaking about acts of violence, but says a dislike or prejudice against people from other countries. We don't have to keep going with that. I need to start looking at what an operation looks like on a daily basis, or when you do have an operation, particularly outside basic services that are incredibly important, like a health facility or schooling. Because one of the issues that's been put forward by the applicants is that you are also making it difficult for foreign nationals to access basic services.
Now, lady, who pays for these services? Because foreigners do not pay for these services. They use our own health facilities, they don't pay for it. Their kids go to schools, our schools, when our own kids, South African kids, cannot access those schools. They don't pay for it. I mean, who should suffer? Our system is...
Are the kids of foreigners going to study isiZulu and Sepedi and Xhosa and Tsonga schools? Is that what's happening? And at the hospitals, I go to a public hospital, I collect Ritalin. In fact, it's right here. So I've got a few stockpiles of some stuff here that I take for my concentration. So I haven't taken these, Got a stock over here. I, as a South African, pay 100 Rand for every visit. And I think if you are elderly or unemployed as a South African, you declare that as you first open your file. So I declared in a way that, am I unemployed? Yes. So even if you're unemployed, you get to you have to pay. And I think that foreigners and those who are working, because my wife, at that time when we went, she had a job, but she failed to just do a consultation because she saw that the case that we were going for, psychology, there was a pretty good dude there from Wits who was giving some pretty nice advice and helping us through our early time in our marriage. So wife signed up as somebody who's employed, and so she had to pay slightly more every time she went there. I think that's $170. So there's tiers here. There's tiers for the employed South African and the unemployed South African, and there's a tier for foreigners. If you've ever seen the cost of giving birth at a public hospital as a foreigner, the amount that you have to pay there, I think it's in the thousands. And I think South Africans do it absolutely for free. But I think that foreign nationals have to pay like 2,000. And I think that was 10 years ago when I first found this out. My wife was giving birth, and I had gone to Tembisa Hospital where she was giving birth to her son 10 years ago. And I could see there that, hey, it seemed like here they're saying before you get discharged, you have to pay quite a fee. And I was shocked, wondering, so what do they do when you've come in and they've told you that you're going to have to pay? And do they hold you? Do you now have to pay before you're discharged? Yeah, man, I don't know. I don't know what Zandile is saying.
Suffocating because of them. I mean, there's nothing to do with, this has got nothing to do with hatred. We've always said this, that we don't hate them, but we just hate how they conduct themselves here in this country. I mean, we've always had, we have crime in South Africa, but the crimes that we are experiencing now shows that this is some sort of crime that we haven't had here in this country. I'll tell you about the human trafficking, the drug peddling that's happening here in this country, how our kids are dying of snacks. We had Abu Mama Badala that used to sell snacks to our kids. We grew up eating those snacks. We didn't die. Why are we dying now when there's illegal migrants, the influx of foreign nationals in our country?
Okay.
And we will not stop. That's
those are sweeping statements. And I mean, it's very difficult to have a conversation when you generalize. But I need to wrap this up, Zandile. Unfortunately, I'm out of time. And we're going to get some analysis on this discussion as well. But what's the future then holding for Operation Dudula? In the court being argued, the argument in the court is stop some of your activities. Are you intending on doing that in 30 seconds?
You know what, my lady? I wish we could just get enough time. You know, these 5-10 minutes doesn't give us enough time to express ourselves when it comes to these issues, because the death of kids, no one is talking about it. No one has went to court and spoke about how our children are dying. But rather than that, the future of Operation Dudula is that Operation Dudula will not close its doors. Operation Dudula will not stop it being the mouthpiece of citizens of this country who are disgruntled, who are being pushed to a corner, right at the edge of their corner in their own country. When our own people are unemployed, they can't have proper health facilities, because it's evident. We've been seeing how foreigners are taking these medications. They visit more than 5 hospitals and they take these medications and go and sell them to in their own countries.
Okay.
Why are we turning a blind eye and make it seem as if Operation Dudula is just hating foreigners when we see these things on social media platforms, even on the news, the media mainstream? We see them on the daily basis when we get stats. How many Zimbabweans have been killing people? How many foreign nationals have been stealing cars and all that? So we can't just turn a blind eye and make Operation Dudula look like an organization that just hates people. We don't hate them, but we want them to go back home, and we just hate how they conduct themselves in our country. And unfortunately, we will not stop until they are deported back home.
Yeah, of course, Sandile Dabula, there's the president of Operation Dudula, where there is a hearing.
Yeah, so that's Operation Dudula, right? And here is a short clip from ex-deport. So Moja Love and Operation Dudula are monetizing. They are making some money out of this, and I'd say, or they'd say, that this is for awareness. Let's check it out.
Hey! Why are you hiding? Huh? My name is Gudluza and I'm from a show called Ex-Deport. We have an immigration crisis in this country, ne?
I'm South African, I'm telling you, I'm South African.
Where are your documents?
I leave the passport at my home.
No, do we have to go outside?
That's fine, that's what
Every official that you see here is a backup for this very same store to hear and protect the store instead of dealing with the crisis that we have, La Mzansi, illegal migrant. So I'm a criminals, right in your face. These are criminals. It's fine. What are we doing? Baba, who are you?
We mustn't be aligning ourselves with Moja Love, arrest of Moja Love. That's a mandate that we're given.
You see that? And I think I read an article as well that says that police in Gauteng have pulled out from giving Sizoktola assistance as well to go and do these operations. Seems like Moja Love has found an enterprise here, and maybe the owner and his show and his intellectual property playing too close or utilizing state resources too much for his benefit is something that can be said to be wrong. You understand? Like oligarchies, the rich who start controlling the government and then they do that to make money. I mean, can't you think of a hustle where you can use the police to muscle some people, then create a show or some way to monetize that situation? Well, usually maybe if you're going to bust people's balls, kick down their walls, and expect them to bribe you away or to pay you to leave them, that's how you can extort money out of them. But what if you can just use them, put their faces on TV and make some coin, buy a house, buy a car? Is that something that the state can persist in offering services to? But we leave that now. Let's jump on over now to Renaldo, who is talking about the Cwecwe situation and those who are going to be sued by AfriForum and the teacher. Let's hear about that. Some time back, I did say that, hey, be cautious there. There's some people who are pointing fingers at that man, and there doesn't seem to be evidence about him. And so people went on, and now the lawsuits are following.
Hey, what's up guys, it's Renaldo here. So this video is going to focus on Bergview College Principal Jacob Pieterse. Now if that name sounds familiar, it's because Jacob Pieterse was falsely accused by the SAPS of being a suspect in the rape investigation of a pupil in that school. And it took the SAPS about 5 to 6 days to rectify the statement, but in that time, various social media commentators and politicians jumped on board and accused Jacob Pieterse without any evidence that he was a rapist and a pedophile. And the full video you can see over here if you want to get more context, and then once you watch the video you can come back here. Otherwise, if you know the story, then what in essence is happening now is Jacob Pieterse has decided to lay criminal charges against the ANC's Secretary General Fikile Mbalula and against the EFF leader Julius Malema, as well as a civil claim against Pumzile van Dam, the former Member of Parliament for the Democratic Alliance. So the lawyer has come out and released a statement, and let's have a listen to what he had to say.
Falsely being accused of having committed this crime against a child.
That's Barry Bateman, right?
Is devastating. So it's on that basis that these charges are going to be pursued. I mean, I'll just give an example as well. Mr. Mbalula referred to Mr. Pieterse as an animal. And how would AfriForum be defending an animal who rapes children? This is simply unacceptable. There must be consequences for people who falsely accuse others in the public domain. And social media has been a particular difficulty or a problem in this regard, in that these false allegations have been repeated unquestionably. And Mr. Pieterse, it has uprooted his entire life and has pretty much brought an end to his career as a teacher, something he's dedicated his life to.
What are we hoping for here when it comes to the outcome of the case?
Criminal convictions. The people who made these false allegations, these false claims, must be convicted and face the criminal consequences thereof. And if that involves a custodial sentence, going to jail, that would be preferable. For politicians who have great public platforms and can speak to thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people, should go to jail if they're going to lie about people. A fine is the alternative, but we say criminally convict them and send them to jail.
And lastly, Barry, are you looking at, after this criminal process, looking at a lawsuit civilly against the 3 politicians that you intend to open cases against today?
Civil damages claims are going to follow. AfriForum, as the organisation, will be assisting Mr. Pieterse with that, but also the organisation itself. Allegations of false claims were made against the organisation that we were protecting a rapist, which are entirely false. We'll be pursuing those civil claims against not only these 3 individuals, but Pumzile van Dam as well, who claims to be a disinformation expert, yet has been one of the biggest drivers of the disinformation campaign against Mr. Pieterse.
Yep.
Was he fired? What happened?
He's still the principal of the school, but it's created a very difficult position for him. He's, of course, he hasn't been reporting back to the school as yet, but he remains the principal.
What is the status of the principal college?
Yeah, I can't actually speak for the school, but schooling has resumed.
and also there was
This has been one of the most difficult periods of his life. He's had to leave his home. He's had his family threatened. His own daughter was contacted on Instagram and threatened with being raped if her father doesn't go and submit his DNA samples. His entire life has been turned upside down. Despite that, the support that we've been providing him, he's encouraged by it. Being here today, of course, it's a very strange environment. We operate in this environment dealing in the criminal justice system. It's a strange place for him, but he's encouraged and he's confident that getting the support and ensuring accountability, that's very important for him. He's a man of principle, and he believes that those people who make false allegations should face the music.
Yeah, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. Exactly. They should face the music, because the time of labeling people as rapists, racists, and there's nothing that happens when they are falsely accusing these people and ruining their reputations. Now it's the time to pay. And it's going to be interesting because we know that none of the three have apologized for accusing Jaco Pieterse of being a rapist, a pedophile, and also Mbalula Van Dam that doubled down. An example of this is just, here she is saying, wait, I need to get this right. This man allegedly raped a 7-year-old. He's an alleged pedophile. He refused to give sample, which would have eliminated him. And AfriForum is defending him because screw the pedophile, he is white. That's some low-down dirty shit. This is what's wrong with the woke left, but specifically with Mbalula Van Dam.
Hold up. You see what's happening here? I'm noting that AfriForum is targeting the black people who spoke on this. Is it the EFF? That's a black party. And Mbalula Van Dam. When this broke off, that's what I will have lined up in this video and this one as well. This woman, I've tried to search for the initial video that she dropped. She's the one who pointed everybody to a white principal. And she even spoke of the AfriForum defending this white teacher because he's white and questioning why. So if they really want to put someone down, why are they leaving this woman over here? And she's not the only one. I'm going to play one other white one over here from this video where I showed a number of people who were involved in all of this. Hey, sorry I burped on the mic, man. I hope to somehow later find these burps and turn them off. But if they remain in the video and I'm just too lazy, excuse me, excuse my manners. So, we're going to continue listening to Renaldo host, but that's my question. This white woman, the sources, and not only the source of the rumors, these are people who have been pointing people towards a petition where money should be put in. There was also a card, Capitec, with bank details, Cwecwe's mother, asking for people to put money in her account. One of the people that I was covering during this time about this issue was Sama Sambit, this guy over here, as you can see him. Sama Sambit had made a video as well. Seems like it's a group of women and homosexuals. Yeah, seems like they're woke left, as Renaldo host wants to put it over there. But it's the woke left, including some white people. And they appear to be the source of the rumors, but we don't know why they are not being prosecuted. Let's find out a bit more here.
Goes allegedly, but then she then breaks the allegedly part and now accuses AfriForum of defending a white pedophile. And then once the information came out, because somebody asked Mbalula anything to say, that was of course after it was now the SAPS cleared him and said that they never should have mentioned him. Instead of apologizing, this is what she said: "I'll serve crack before I serve AfriForum with an apology. Sock puppet. Valiant effort though. Go back and tell the network of other sock puppet accounts I said no, and they can tweet me until their fingers bleed. 0 F's given about AfriForum or its supporters. Hugs and kisses." Now, besides being, of course, a very unstable person, somebody that continuously lashes out at people with this ego and this narcissistic behavior, the fact that she doubled down and said AfriForum should try their best, now they are coming after her. And now, unlike anywhere previously with her where there was no pushback, even after the alleged assault that took place at the V&A waterfront, in which she said that she was racially abused and then she laid hands on a youngster and punched him, now suddenly there's finally some pushback. Because nothing happened back in the day. The videos magically never saw the light of day. And eventually she dropped the case. There were no further information. So as valiantly as she fought back then, at the V&A waterfront against phantom racism, now it's the same thing. But this time, AfriForum is taking no prisoners, as you can see there. So there is a criminal case against Julius Malema and against Secretary General Fikile Mbalula of the ANC, and then a civil claim against Mbalula Van Dam. And we'll see if this arrogance...
So 3 black people
of these individuals that can't apologize for a clear-cut, wrongful accusation being made. Once the SAPS finally came out and said, listen, the information wasn't right, the least that you can do is apologize. But, you know, once again, communists and socialists and the woke left can't seem to know how to apologize. The same thing recently with the refugees that has now been accused of not being looked after by the United States. A video from this no-name person on TikTok, and then...
So, we dealt with that earlier, yeah? He's referring to that woman from Colonel Chris Wyatt video. So, there's some white people over here. He's calling them to account for something, for some apologies, or he's calling them out simply to bring attention to them. But he's not bringing suit, damages, claims, criminal charges towards those. So there's leniency for these white radicals if you watch properly. And then there's hard slapping for the black ones.
In Verashni Pillay and that prosy from Sunnyside have made a big splash about it. And now that they are proven wrong, they can't apologize. I'm not sure why within the woke and the communists and the socialists, it's impossible to say sorry. It's really not hard. If you are proven wrong, just apologize. Nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes. But for some reason, it's not that they not only don't provide an apology, they double down, even though everybody knows what they said were wrong. But yet, here we are. So, well done to AfriForum. Take them to court, take them for all they're worth. And the reason for that is not because they made a mistake, but it's because they doubled down after they knew when they were wrong. And then they didn't care about this person's reputation. They didn't care about AfriForum's reputation. They didn't care about the actual scholar that was raped. They only care about themselves and acting like the saviors. And it's insane. So, well done to AfriForum for taking this further. May justice prevail. May Jaco Pieterse get the justice that he deserves, as well as AfriForum. And good luck to Pumzile Van Dam, to Julius Malema, and to Fikile Mbalula. You are going to need it. And that's
okay, so let's quickly jump into back when I covered this issue over here. That's Cwecwe's mother giving a short account of what has happened. It was a long account, but we'll jump through to the portion where she's just finishing. And then there's someone else, two other people at the start of this who pointed the finger at the principal.
Send my child to go and conduct the chores, because I never send my child to go and do the chores at school. I'm still waiting for it up until today, because the meeting was set to be there.
For the case of Cwecwe, other than making a video about it and spreading awareness about it and asking you guys to please sign the petition. But a petition is not enough. Give me a second. Sorry, my baby's come first. But seriously, I have fought the...
Okay, so now there's a pretty white girl and she's also promoting the petition. And that may be yet another video clipped onto this one. You all saw there was no coherent story. That is not a cogent video from start to finish. Cuts, we don't know what's missing. It's best to go and listen to the mother yourself on that 900K view episode. But let's finish watching this. This may help us track where all of this stuff came from and the people who immediately started fundraising and sending people to a website, to a wallet to go and put their money in. Where did that money go? And can that money circle around and get back in the hands of these influencers, the Summer Sambits? This may be organized crime.
I have fought these type of battles in the past, and I'm not going to get emotional, but I'm telling you,
And while I'm here, of course, I've expressed my skepticism from the beginning. I've suggested that this could have been something ritual. There's word from the minister and the medical people saying that this may have happened multiple times. There's confirmation that indeed a rape has occurred, and possibly several times. So it may not be a lie and a scam from the parents. There may be another group that has decided to create the petition all by themselves, some money out of the situation. Or this could have happened in the family and people on the side could have created a petition themselves. Or this could have happened in the family and the family put out the petition. I haven't heard the mother saying sign the petition or whatever. Some other people have been doing that on her behalf. So she's seeming distant from the cash collection. Certain people have done the fundraising on her behalf. I'm not finding her directly saying, this has happened to me, give me money. That was going to look immediately suspicious and problematic, given that the family is being suspected of this now. So let's finish this off.
I don't know. I know there's a back of my body. I can give money, but that's not the point. I want to see if I can maybe, I don't know, be directed to the mom. Even if that means I have to freaking stand outside Parliament or the Department of Education. I don't care. But this is not just for her. Obviously, we are focusing working on her. And we are going to ensure that justice be done. But this is for so many kids that have fallen through the cracks. So many kids that I have had to cancel in the past because things were not done correctly, or didn't have the guts to speak out when it happened. So please, I'm asking you guys very kindly, like anything, please. Even if that is for me just to use this platform, but I just feel like that in itself is not enough. Education is my passion. Fighting for young women is my passion. And
sorry, I was wondering where that sound is coming from.
And I really want to see her shine again. I want to see her parents feel like they can wake up and breathe again. I think of my 2 daughters, and I think if this happened to them or any other child, whether that is a son, what would we do? What would you do?
What we will not do is sit back and watch Cwecwe herself not getting the justice she deserves. That is what we will not do.
So we've got another woman now. Are these the influencers? This is looking very interesting. If you watched the video up until now, thank you very much. You're recognizing the value of these videos. And pause right there. So you're getting the picture. There's that first white lady and there's this one. Why did the clip just reset itself? Okay, what we are intending to watch here, let me just maximize the window, is this video where she's promoting a shutdown. Let's check this out.
I wish that everybody would keep their kids out of school until the Department of Education has responded to Justice for SA's email. I want everybody to like and share, please, so we can get this information out. We've just come to light. 16,000 teachers have criminal cases against them that's teaching our children in all schools, rural schools, township schools, suburban schools. No kids are safe. 269 rape cases from April to November 2024 in schools. The 8th of April, we are planning another shutdown, a national shutdown.
You hear that? So she's talking here about teachers, and the video where she blamed the teacher direct, I couldn't find that. She must have deleted that. But you can see that this is a follow-up, and she has been leading this, receiving or collecting these stats and making these videos. This is the woman who led a serious charge and organized the protests that suddenly sprang up. And let's just continue. You're going to see a bit more about this ability that some people have to really make certain things trend and make people get on the streets and really come and bring their agenda to the front in such an undeniable way.
Shutdown. 9 provinces. Please like and share. National shutdown, the 8th of April, 9 provinces. Details to follow. Please follow Justice for SA. I have tagged them in this post. Please go look at the link in the bio. Join the WhatsApp groups and get into these groups talking about what Justice for SA is trying to do to help our kids. It is so important. I want everybody to get on this. We can only do this if we work together collectively. We need to get back on the ground and demand schools to shut down until the Department of Education makes it safe for our children. I wish that everybody would keep their kids out of school.
So we're now done with that video, and so let's just check out this next one. It's her again, I believe. And this time, as Renaldo calls her a radical lefty, she seems to be on the side of black people and black causes and creating shutdowns like the EFF in a strange way. But the fact that she's not being called to be sued leads me to an initial suspicion that I had, I had this suspicion that says, some people are so organized and so powerful that they can create a rumor knowing that trendy social media and influencers and creators like to hop onto something hot and new. And this woman, how she initially came out, she really was riling up the black people and seeming to go against the AfriForum and this white teacher. And in a way that seems to be calling for black people to be angry and talk about this issue. And now that people have reacted and joined this issue, she has deleted her video and people are getting sued. I mean, is it possible to trap people by creating alarm and outrage, getting them to respond and suing them in a predictable kind of way? Is it possible to do that? Let's listen to this woman as she acts like a lefty, as Renaldo says. Now here she's talking about the Afrikaners that we spoke about earlier. She's doing a comedic video.
Hi guys, I'm a South African living in Canada, and this is really for Americans. I want to thank you Americans for accepting Afrikaner refugees on US soil. And I want to teach you a few things to make Afrikaner refugees feel good about being in the US and being accepted by you. First, let's start with basics, like a greeting. Whenever you come across a South African and you want to say, welcome to the
Is she the same woman? Is she the same woman, this one? Let's continue.
US, you say, voetsak. Voetsak. Say after me, voetsak. This really means that this gives them a warm, warm welcome. And then if you see Afrikaner refugees contributing to society, and I know some of them might complain, but please remember they come from a really, really difficult place. But when you are in favor of something that they do, you can say, yo Motsepe.
Hey.
I would say it again, yo Motsepe.
Sure.
It will make them feel so welcome and so wanted. Please follow me for more tips on how to help Afrikaner refugees settle in your beautiful country, United States.
There. So this woman seems to be stoking up the hatred between white people and black people, or the hatred of black people towards whites, in a strange way, in a very strange way. What is her opposition to white people? Is she virtue signaling? Is this performative black activism? Is this actually real? So we've watched that. So now let's catch a piece here from PBD. There's an interview here where these guys are talking about protests and the way that they can actually be organized by billionaires from faraway places. Social media, since what we saw, I think in the Arab Spring, remember when there were suddenly eruptions of people overthrowing their government? Was it Yemen? And followed by another one. And it was all said to be because of the presence of Twitter and people being able to mobilize much quicker and much better, but not that people were actually keenly interested from their hearts to mobilize. There was a platform, a resources, media that just grouped people and excited them much more. And so let's listen to how that comes about and who does that.
Have you seen the Chris Coleman clip?
Okay,
let's show the Chris. Do you know which clip I'm talking about, Rob? Or no?
I don't, but I'll funded by China.
There is the whole.
Who's funding these protests?
I have it, Rob. I'm going to text it to you. The whole who's funding the protest clip. This one right here. It's a very, very. Is this the one, Rob?
Is this where he says? Here, I'll just grab the one you sent.
Yeah, just show the one I sent you because it shows, what's going on with who's funding it and what their reasoning is and the division. It's very interesting, his take here. Go ahead. Watch this here. This is Cuomo, Vinny's best friend.
Fed by dark sources with a desire for our destruction. One of the main players in organizing and funding the Los Angeles protests is a group called CHIRLA, CHIRLA, acronym, Coalition for Humane Immigration Rights. They have received millions in government grants and state grants, but now reports are showing that there may be a foreign link, specifically from China, funding and organizing these protests. The pro-Chinese far-left Party for Socialism and Liberation. They're known as the PSL.
Socialism, communism, see? The right and the Renaldos are all standing against some that they say they're perceiving to be a threat, an enemy. Organized protests by people far away to keep the world spinning. Apparently, we are not spinning because we are all spinning. We're not going crazy because we're all collectively, unanimously becoming crazy. No, the same way that people were able to be made to erupt, even now, the right-wingers say that there's somebody who is making the leftists crazy and making them, the right-wingers, unable to see eye to eye with the others. And of course, there are right-wing zealots as well, who take positions and stances that the left cannot see eye to eye with. And so it seems like on both sides, there are strong men who are making sure that the world does not align. Men and women do not align. Blacks and whites do not align. The left and the right. Outside of our racial identities, there's now ideological splits, chasms, where we can never meet, and says that is all manufactured. The world would be more peaceful, perhaps in these days, if there were no such intentional planned activities happening to rile up humanity, maybe people would be going, sitting at a park and actually relaxing. Would we be more relaxed people? Would we be chilled? Would we be happy? I don't know.
Or working with Churla, helping fund the protests in Los Angeles and maybe elsewhere. Remember, all the parties in China are controlled by the CCP. So this is China. And the party is pushing to destroy capitalism and the West. This is its agenda. This is what China wants. They even have a term for the effort. It's called the smokeless war, where they have this theory of how they'll destroy the West without actually taking to the battlefield. That's what they did during the anti-Israel campus protests. The PSL worked hand in glove with anti-Zionist student groups and helped organize and fund the Columbia campus encampments. Now it gets scarier. Where does the PSL get its money? Enter Shanghai-based socialist billionaire Neville Singham. 2017, he sold his tech company for about $1 billion. Reports show the same year he started funding far-left groups like the PSL to the tune of millions. Singham is not America's friend. He has deep business ties to the CCP, but also has strong ideological ties to communism, period. People who worked for him says he's an admirer of Mao, Che Guevara, Hugo Chavez, not friends of American culture. According to the New York Times, Singham has funded and developed a deep global empire of pro-China nonprofits in the media and grassroots political space, steering millions into these groups over the years, including the PSL. And guess who was associated with the PSL and other Singham-funded groups? Elias Rodriguez. Ring a bell? This scumbag, the 30-year-old Chicago man who murdered 2 Israeli staffers in cold blood last month to make a political...
I mean, Chris is sounding a lot like how we were with China.
You hear that? So there's more mention there about George Soros from this clip. He's actually in the thumbnail. In South Africa, it is being rumored that there's a billionaire by the name of George Soros who is funding the opposition of the right, creating a left if there isn't one, making sure there's constantly a left against the right. And seems George Soros is interested in funding the LGBTQ people, interested in funding communism, apparently, just like that Chinese. Is that an Indian billionaire? That guy didn't look Chinese, but is he rich in China? And he's next to the Chinese Communist Party and these organizations that are funding violence on the streets in the United States. Would the people in the United States themselves rise if it was not for outside funding? Would the protests for Cwecwe have been so big without an organizer? Are people so concerned, so angry? Or is this because there's a TikTok that was able to make things trendy and there was a TikTok to communicate to people to get onto the streets? Because those people who cared so much for Cwecwe don't seem to be as active anymore. When the organizer keeps quiet, the people keep quiet because an army moves on its stomach. People need to eat. So people don't just go protest and have no water and no food on the day. Those placards come from somebody who paid some money. There was a graphic designer who created the logo and there was a print shop that they printed at, and those placards were shipped and distributed from a van or a car which had petrol from somewhere. And probably at the end of the march, people had small snacks to eat, maybe. And so where's the money for all of that coming from? So, okay, we now move on to, I think this is a story that happened quite earlier regarding the EFF. And they are asked to remove Justice for Cwecwe placards in Parliament. Let's see what that was about, because I was looking for the EFF saying that they will be pursuing private prosecution of the teacher. So it seems like there's a fire back and forth of prosecuting one another. Maybe the AfriForum is responding because the EFF said that they are going to put that man in the spotlight, finger him, despite there being no evidence. Let's see what that's about, because clearly the white people who started this and organized this, she's right there. Her clips are still on Twitter. They got ripped and posted by other people, but she's not at the center of this. Why?
Debate on Human Rights Day, deepening a culture of social justice and human rights.
I'm coming.
I recognize the first speaker, who is the Honorable Molatsani. The Honorable Molatsani. All the honorable members. All the honorable members, take up your seats. All the honorable members. Whose microphone is on? Members of the ANC, will you take up your seats? Honorable Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC, will you assist us so that we can proceed with our proceedings? Honorable Molatsani, Honorable Molatsani, Honorable Molatsani, take your seat, please. Honorable members, take up your seats. I now recognize the Honorable Molatsani.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, honorable members. Today, we gather to commemorate Human Rights Day, a day that carries profound historical significance in our nation's journey towards justice and dignity for all. We remember March 21st, 1960, when peaceful protesters in Sharpeville stood defiant against the oppressive pass laws, only to be met with violence. Their sacrifice ignited a fire that burned through the darkness of apartheid, gifting us the freedom we cherish today. Violence. Since 1994, we have seen a revolution in women's participation in sports. Olympic champions like Penny Haynes, Caster Semenya, Chachana Schoonmaker have not only made history but shattered ceilings. Their victories are a testament to the power of inclusion. We applaud the leadership of Cricket South Africa for being the first federation in South Africa to professionalize women's cricket.
Ayo, I wanted to show you something there. I'm not sure if you're seeing it. Let's just pass that one. Let's just pass. Now, let's move on to the MK party and see over there what Floyd has done to himself by leaving the EFF, joining the MK, and saying that this is the best decision that he has ever made. Now, seems he's been suspended. Let's listen to Dan Corder, who put out a video here about Floyd Shivambu gambling away his career or destroying it. Where does that start? He starts off at first talking about the Comrades Marathon, and then run about there, he's now talking about Floyd. Let's jump in.
Breaking news. Floyd got fired. Floyd Shivambu was sacked as Secretary General of Jacob Zuma's MK party last week and made just a regular member of parliament instead. This after he controversially visited self-proclaimed prophet and man on the run from the police, Shepherd Bushiri, on Easter weekend. Now, MK says the Bushiri visit was the main reason for Floyd's firing, but this has been coming. Ever since Floyd got to MK, he has been bringing in old EFF allies and sidelining powerful MK members, including Jacob Zuma's favorite child, Dudula Zuma. And yes, Dudula did go on that wild midnight F-bomb social media rant against Floyd a while back, but that moment seemed to have passed, which is why to some, Floyd sacking a Secretary General now has been a bit of a surprise. It was unclear whether Floyd's faction had risen to dominance of MK over the Dudu Zuma squad, but now we know that Dudu's squad won. To others, though, this sacking is no surprise at all. The MK party has seemed like a Zuma family business from the start. Floyd fighting with Dudu was bound to end badly for Floyd. As they say, in a family business, if you're not family, you're not in business. This sacking marks one of the biggest career collapses in South African political history. Floyd Shivambu went from being the second most powerful leader of the EFF to an outcast, nobody MK backbencher member of parliament, all by his own decisions. But it did get us thinking, what is the biggest political career collapse in modern South African history? Who has fallen from the highest height to the lowest low? So, without further ado, please make some noise for the first ever edition of the Political Career Collapse Card. Yes! Welcome! We're going to crown a winner. Here's how it works. We have 8 contestants who will be drawn against each other in a knockout format. Starting in the quarterfinals, we will work through them all until we have a winner. So let's do our first quarterfinal, folks. It's Floyd Chivambu.
See Renaldo host there. See who? Floyd over there. Musi Maimane over there. Musi Walekota over there. Lindy Wesisulu over there. And Freestata over there.
Versus Museo Terra Lekota. Floyd Chivambu went from being the second most powerful leader of the EFF to an outcast, nobody, MK backbencher, member of parliament, all by his own decisions. And Terra Lekota over there, he was ANC national chairperson for a long time. Then he left to start COPE, the Congress of the People. COPE looked cute for a second, but clearly couldn't cope, and subsequently collapsed over a decade, and as of 2024 has no parliamentary representation whatsoever. So, who has had the bigger career political collapse between these two? Is it Lekota or Floyd? It's Floyd! Lekota, you are gone! Okay, next quarterfinal. Musi Maimane went from being the DA leader and securing more votes for the DA than ever before to being booted out. He started his own party, Bossa, talked a big game, and then barely scrambled to get a place in parliament. He is up against William Kize, who fell from being the heroic Minister of Health during the early days of COVID to leaving in disgrace after being implicated in the Digital Vibes scandal, where money meant to battle COVID was being stolen. So, who's had the bigger collapse, Musi or Zweli? Wow, well done, Musi. That's going to do well for you next election. Okay, all right. Quarterfinal 3 of the political career collapse cup. Nosiviwe Mapisa Ngakula was the Speaker of the National Assembly, but which is one of the most powerful positions in the country, until she was arrested on corruption allegations. And she is facing against Renaldo Gous, a right-wing bigot who shouted on the internet until he became a DA member of parliament. Then he was kicked out after an old video surfaced of him screaming the K word over and over again. So who's had the bigger collapse, Renaldo or Nosiviwe? She had the bigger collapse than Renaldo. Oh, okay, well, last time, Renaldo or Nosiviwe? Okay, that's a bigger swing. All right, and final quarterfinal, let's keep going. Ace Magashule, he was the ANC Secretary General, one of the most powerful positions in South African politics, until he was expelled from the party. He then started his own party that did
internet
absolutely
connection.
Nothing at the election, and he is now facing the biggest corruption trial to come out of state capture. He is up against Lindiwe Sisulu. Now, Sisulu comes from the great ANC Sisulu family and has been coasting off of her
Hey, let me lower the resolution there, because it seems like there's some
parents'
connection
fame for her whole life. She's basically a political nepo baby. She has been a minister of a bunch of government departments and left all of them in a raging mess. She ran to be ANC president twice and failed both times. She has now finally given up and left South African politics. So who is the biggest career collapse, Ace or Lindiwe? Oh, that sounds like Lindiwe. All right, semi-finals of the political career collapse cup. It is Floyd, who again has collapsed to being a regular MK backbencher after being EFF top or second top against William Kize of Digital Vibes, who has had the biggest career collapse, folks. One more time, Zweli or Floyd? Wow, Floyd Chivambu, well done, brother. Okay, and up against them, it is the K-word spewing Renaldo Gous against the political nepo baby Lindiwe Sisulu. Who's had the bigger career collapse? Renaldo? And now in the final, to crown the biggest political career collapse in South African modern history, we have Digital Vibes William Kize versus K-word spewing Renaldo Gous. Who is the winner of the first ever political career collapse cup? Is it William Kize or Renaldo Gous?
Renaldo.
One more time. One more time. 3, 2, 1. You know what? I think it's a tie. Congratulations to William Kize and Renaldo Gous, the 2 biggest political career collapses in South African modern history. Very good.
And that's that. That's what's happening with Floyd. So let's listen to King Said So telling us a bit more about what is happening. I'm eager to find out how he feels. Haven't seen him in a while. What's up, King Said So?
Ladies and gentlemen, as expected, I told you guys that there is no Floyd Chivambu that is going to the parliament under the regalia of Mkhonto, which is a political party. And as if that was not the baddest news, the worst news is that he's now being suspended from the MK political party, charged with ridiculous charges just to remove him there from that party. So obviously we can all predict that we were all right by saying the only thing that you must expect from Floyd Chivambu right now is a resignation letter from the party, and that would be the best decision that he would have taken, the best sound decision that we would have taken right now. Now the question then remains, on the 20th of June, the ground forces were planning to march for the reinstatement of Floyd Chivambu as the Secretary General. Are they still going to do that or not? As if that was also not enough, there's claims now that the division in the MK political party, especially in Mpumalanga, has led to MK political party performing poorly in the Tembisile Hani municipality. Now I'm going to tell you guys, because at least your boy King is from that region, from that municipality. So I was born there, I was raised there, so I will tell you everything that you need to know about that municipality. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in on King Said So. Let's talk about that, Paseta, and much more.
Welcome.
King Said So. Africa's one land, one language, one currency, one army on King Said So. Africans can unite. Your Pan-Africanist podcast. Enjoy. Peace in Pan-Africanism to all my African brothers and sisters from all around the world. Welcome back to King Said So. I'm your host, Kagiso Tlongwane. What is in Jiva? So, no, and we're back at it again with another one, and we are hitting the MK political party footy. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, what a turn of events. You can't say when you're watching King Said So that you do not expect what is happening. I told you guys, the Mkonto Wesizo political party relationship with Floyd Shivambu has reached its expiring date, and the honorable thing that he can do now is to just resign, call a press briefing, apologize to the EFF ground forces, apologize to Julius Silomalema, apologize to himself, his family, so that somehow he can pick up his political career, in another direction, should he wish to do so. He's a qualified somebody. I'm sure he can start a business. I'm sure he can get a job somewhere. Maybe a radio station.
Wow, man. Floyd has ended his career, bro. He ended his career. What is he going to do now, man? He's intelligent, but he's not flamboyant on stage. His proper way of speaking and analyzing and bringing the facts does not really win with voters. He's not a popular guy. He's said to be not even personable by those who oppose him in the MKP. So what is he going to do now?
You know what I'm saying? So today I want to remind you guys that on the 14th of July, we are turning 1 year old. When I say we, I'm talking about the Pan-African School of Economics, Technology and Agriculture is turning 1 year old. And we want to really build phase 1 of our school, which is the front gate, the wall, the guard room and everything, so that we can start, ladies and gentlemen. And all the talking and all the division amongst African people, let's never forget to build. So also on the 16th of June, we'll be having a live link with Paseta. We'll be talking about the theme that they must so that we can build. It's very important that they have must. So the dialogue that we must have right now is the dialogue that pushes us into building. So if you want to be part of that, please follow our YouTube channel, which is Paseta Pan-African School or Paseta School on YouTube. Make sure that you are informed and stay informed with what is happening on the Pan-African School. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for everyone that has contributed their 50 rand. On July, we really want 1,000 people to donate 50 rand. Thank you so much to Benson Liteko, who has donated 1,500 rand for the Mike Khatebe campaign, 1 pellet for Paseta. We really thank you so much. Your certificate will be on your way very soon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, where should I start? Let me start with the performance of the MK political party there in Tembisile Hani municipality. Okay, so in what? Let's do. Excuse me. Let me get this. Oh, the phone there.
Let me 1.5x this.
Let's do what 18. Let's start with what 18. So before we get into the results there in what 18. In what 18, let me tell you, in this channel, King Said So, on December, I interviewed a very important person from that ward, and that is the municipal manager, the MM of Tembisile Hani municipality, and that is Dumisane Mahlangu, a friend of mine. We grew up in the same block, Kwamhlanga section A, just literally 2 streets away from my house is where he comes from. We grew up together. I know him personally, and he became the MM about 3 to 4 years ago, and he has turned the municipality around, completely around. So that is why you see the improvement from the ANC in Tembisile municipality. And remember, take it from someone who grew up in Mpumalanga, in Kwamhlanga specifically. The Kwamhlanga and Tembisile municipality has always been an ANC municipality. Don't get it twisted. There is no MK that has lost what in Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga, in Kwamhlanga specifically, in Tembisile Hani, the only party that can lose wards is the ANC. That's the only. So this issue of saying because of the fight with Mary and Ubusisiwe Mkhwebane, I saw a tweet from Floyd. That tweet says, Floyd said, "Tough luck, MK ground forces and candidates. We humbly cautioned that the focus on internal dynamics in the province will cost the movement. Despite the difficulties, MK continues to dwarf opponents of the progressive black unity. No retreat, no surrender." I don't know why he had to put in that last part where he talks about the MK is dwarfing the opponent. The MK is dwarfing the opponents of black progressive unity. I don't know why he had to put that in. So for me, it's like, if you want to talk about the division and cautioning of the internal dynamics in the MK political party, speak about that. Why then do you go and speak? Okay, so when we look at that, what 18, what 18? The the ANC won by 73%. That's an improvement from 65% in the past. The MK got 15%. The EFF got 9%. A decrease from 17%. The EFF needs to caution and capitalize on this weakness of the MK political party on the ground. Really, the EFF needs to do that. So, like I'm saying, especially there when you talk about Evezibuhle, guys, the the mayor of that municipality is doing well. You have never heard me praise the ANC like I'm praising the ANC. I grew up there, so I know personally. There's an improvement in Komhlanga. So the ANC was never going to lose this ward. Never going to lose this ward. Okay, there was another ward, Ward 31, Ekukanyeni, and this is in Kangala region. So Tembisile Hani in Kangala region. The ANC got 70% there. Improvement from 59% is the same story. The MK got 16, the EFF got 11, and it decreased, guys, from 30%, which is very concerning for me for the EFF. But anyway, I just wanted to tell you that the ANC is doing well, especially on the ground forces. Their branches are alive there. Because I'm talking that because the people that are leading there in the ANC are people that I grew up with. I know them personally. I know these people. They are just proper. The branches of the ANC are much alive in that municipality. So it's not a matter of the division of Meripadi and Busisi Mkhwebane. No matter what Meripadi did in Temsile Hani, there is no winning award from the ANC. I'm telling you this. Not now anyway. So yeah, go and check out that episode of me interviewing Utumisani Mahlangu, the municipal manager, and you will understand what I'm saying to you. I posted this interview last year December. So yeah, that's what is happening there in Floyd. Okay, now the question that I want to ask about the MK political party, the ground forces, are you guys still going to march in on the 20th of June? Seeing that Floyd is even suspended from the political party. Here we go again, that King has to tell you guys what is going to happen. The MK political party, I think before June 16 or after June 16, they're going to release a communication that anyone who participates in that march will be formally charged. Yeah, they're going to come out with appointments of the new youth leader or the official or launch of the MK political party youth structure. And that youth structure is going to come and say, we the youth structure, the youth league of Mkhonto we Sizwe are not going to participate in this march. Angazi nangitolerate or nizongitolerate. Angazi nangitolerate or nizongitolerate, or maybe nizobuya la later and come and say, King, you did say so. But King says so. So you will start seeing structures voicing that they are not going to participate in the matches. And I think the MK has won that battle of destroying Floyd Shivambu. They have destroyed his political career. They have assassinated his character. They've made sure. Man. You saw the charges that they have laid against him. You even have those charges here. What I mean, it's such an embarrassing time for the MK political party. But hey, we carry Hey, Floyd. So Floyd was charged, I think, with something like 5 charges or something like that against him from the MK political party. And I was like, oh my goodness, Floyd wabantu kosiyam uzobalekela.
Yeah, I don't know what the charges are. Let's hear them.
Let me rather go this direction. This charge was gross dereliction of duties and negligence. Is the MK political party today? They say the refusal of appointment letter of the provincial detachment, the regional and sub-regional structures. So he refused to appoint people, according to him, according to what they are saying there. And they've shown the relevant clauses that are speaking to that. The second one was what was the second charge that Floyd intervened? They said he abused the abuse of office and imposition of parallel structures. Hey, MK political.
Parallel structures, meaning that he's got a faction within the party. So he's gone, bruh. You can't be suspended and then brought back under these kind of charges. He's finished. Oh my God. Where is he? Does he have a wife? Does he have kids? Does he drive home every day? Does he live in Cape Town? Was he constantly in Parliament, in a hotel? Now that he's going to be home visiting his girl, his wife, sitting with kids, he'll be like a normal guy. And guys like me and Buyiseni Ndlozi, who are doing media and YouTube, will have a better job than him. I remember Ndlozi on the McG podcast, he said that he doesn't do any business, which was so shocking, bruh. So very shocking to hear that Buyiseni restaurantinyana, procurementinyana, tenderingyana. He doesn't do like offering services, detente, mobile toilets, catering. I mean, if you're a politician and you ran a political party, you know that the contractors who make your events work, they get paid quite well from a party that has a budget. So that's the kind of business started by the friends and relatives of political parties. They know that when government has events, things flow a particular way. So you start a business where you have a marquee, catering, you offer drinks, and whenever there's campaigns, you're just raking in some of that cash. So to see that Mboweni does not engage in business at all, bro, made me think, oh, kind of politicians, bro. These people have been comfortable in what they've had, what they've enjoyed, being in parliament, having those benefits, having security. Floyd being an MP was driving in blue lights, right? I bet you since he joined the MKP, he had some kind of blue lights. No. Would he have blue lights? No, maybe security detail from the MKP. And maybe being a parliamentarian was one of the ways to just remove him from a high position but still give him what he's used to. Security, blue lights, his normal life. And now he can't even have that. So he falls quite far down now, below the level of a podcaster, a radio station host, which would make you understand why Mboweni had to immediately get a job. In this life, you have to go from doing something to doing something else. Maybe Floyd, having had his brother implicated in the VBS scandal, where apparently he provided services and got a loan from VBS, something like that, and Floyd got 10,000. I don't know. That it was Floyd's explanation that his brother runs an events company. Maybe Floyd has a piece in that, and that's how he will survive. He'll be packing tents and delivering food trays in a van going forward. Wow.
But again, they put the clauses there. Unauthorized disclosure of confidential information, which is a dismissible offense. Apparently he leaked some information there in a funeral. Oh, Floyd want to post him. Oh, Floyd want. What was the other charge that Floyd? What was the other charge? But anyways, you guys have seen the charges go in the public. It's such a shameful thing that you go on their official pages, you don't even find this information. They don't even care anymore. Floyd is gone from the MK political party. Can we please accept that?
Yeah.
I've given Floyd the strategy on how to salvage the little dignity that he might have. Do a press conference, and in that press conference, number one, stay humble in the opportunities that the MK political party has given, understand, and own up to the mistake that you have done for leaving the economic freedom fighters. Just stand up and say, guys, first of all, I'm sending my resignation, I'm tendering my resignation. I think Floyd is going to wait up until the MK political party communicates their dissatisfaction about the ground forces marching. He's going to wait for that, because that's a very important event, that one of the 20th of June, for the MK party ground forces marching against the party. So very important event, you don't want to miss that. So Floyd might wait up until then to say, okay, let me wait and see what is the ground forces going to do. And remember, that is where you get external infiltration on the political party. People who want to see the MK political party fall are going to fund those marches. They're going to make sure there's enough t-shirts, there's enough transport money, there's enough everything, so that you can campaign there on the ground and put the comrades together to march there in Johannesburg and also in Durban. So there's enough. They're going to make sure that there's enough money. So the resignation of Floyd might come after that march. So he might test the waters to see what is going to happen actually with that march. Is the MK going to change their cult and their decision or not? Their decision is not going to change, because, like I said, Floyd himself does not want to be there anymore. Like, it's the same thing that I keep on saying when Dr. Mbusani he said, I read the room. I read the room and I could see I'm no longer wanted here. Even if he can win whatever, can take the MK to court, challenge these stupid charges that were put against him, even if he can win them and whatever, he is no longer wanted in the MK court.
Yeah.
Obama might be lying to him on the phone and say, no, man, Floyd, we still want you, we still need you, we're going to redeploy you somewhere different. He can be lied to, whatever, but Floyd knows he's not welcome in the political party. It is a family affair. They are kicking him out. He's not part of the clique. He's not part of the faction of Abumeri party. They are kicking him out, and he does not want to work there anymore. You can imagine the type of work that he put in as the national organizer and also as the secretary general. It's a waste of your energy that you put in that political party. So for me, the resignation, finally, the press briefing of the resignation must be, first of all, let me thank Mkonto Jacob Zuma for putting me in a position where I could be the national organizer and I could be the secretary general. And I want to speak to the ground forces who stood on my side in all the difficulties from my visit with Bushiri and coming back with these five charges that were against me. I've decided, for the peace of that organization, let me step aside and remove myself so that I don't further divide this political party, and leave it there. There will come a time where you will have to disclose more things, but for now, you leave it there and you step aside so that you can be in good books with everyone in politics. People will say, okay, he became the bigger person, and then you go back to the apology to the economic freedom fight. Listen, and also again, as the events that have transpired, I have said in the past that this is the best sound decision that I have made in politics. Time has proven me wrong, and I want to be a man and say I have made a mistake by leaving the economic freedom fighter. So to my friend, my brother, Julius Silomalema, I have turned my back against you. I've stepped you on the back. I apologize, but not only to you, to your wife and your children, because you entrusted me to be in your household and meet your family. I apologize for that. To all the other fighters, you can name them, Godrich and Umpile, all the people that he built the EFF with. He can then also apologize to them, including Dr. Mbuyiseni Ndlozi, and just continue with life like that and say, I will be stepping aside. I'll be making my next move known to you guys in the very near future. There is some opportunities that are knocking on the door, but very soon you guys will be brought to confidence as to that. And leave politics and relax and go and sit there on the corner, negotiate with the ANC, negotiate with whatever political party that you want to negotiate with. To return to the EFF, only one clause has to be changed. The one that says when you step out of the EFF, you can't come back. I think that's even though that's a principal issue of the EFF, the trust issue. I think that it's going to cost them in the future, because for me, when a person leaves, they leave with votes, and when the person comes back, probably they are coming back with votes, according to me. But I understand the trust issue of the EFF to say we are the last hope, we are the last party that can speak for our people. But that's the only clause I don't agree with in the EFF there. But anyway, that's what is happening for Floyd. Floyd is, I told you, he's not going to Parliament. He's now suspended from the MK political party. What a sad moment for Floyd Shivambu.
Wow.
But like I said, Mudiri Khalelu,
He's
really
finished.
he must.
Mudir Halelwi means that one who commits it upon himself is not cried for. This is a common phrase or saying about those who pass from suicide, that we do not cry for them. It was their mind, they made it up, they didn't feel to live. Why do we cry?
Take charge and face the consequences of the decisions that he has made as a man. No excuses, no calling on anyone else, no blaming anyone, no bad mouthing people like he's doing on the tweet. Really unnecessary to mention that you are dwarfing the progressive. No, MK. Stop defending the MK. Stop attacking other people. Puma lapo, Floyd. Puma lapo. If there is that thing that they call pride and a high ego, put it down, humble yourself. That's all I'm going to say regarding this MK issue. And I see the fighters recurring on the comment sections to say, King, is this the political party that you wanted us to unite with? Because the MK political party has proven to be a disastrous party. Let me say that again. I call for black unity forever. The EFF still needs the MK political party to dethrone the DA and the ANC. Unless if the EFF's plan is to join the ANC. And watch my other episode that I'm going to drop today later about Colin Malachi, because that's very important for the sentence I'm talking about. Black people must unite. Whether it's ANC and PA, whether it's EFF and PA, EFF and ANC, EFF and MK, whatever, black people must unite. I call for black unity. And I keep on saying this, I don't know why people are missing it. Even those who have sold out the IFP, I'm calling for black unity with them also. Black people must unite. John Steenhuisen, a person can argue that he's one of a sellout for white people. White people have turned against him. White people, they know that he's very soft. He's not strong. You can even see Helen Ziller taking the ropes. There's no trust. He's a poster boy who John Steenhuisen, but they know that they need to unite with him as a white person. So let's not hate each other to that level. Yes, these people have these mistakes of the MK political party are different.
But Julius Malema said that even the MKP is owned by whites. It seems like there's people who have sold themselves enough in South Africa. They've sold their political mouths, and the market has run out or has run dry. The brown paper bags or envelopes that fund the moving of lips, it's not such a booming market anymore, and people are now starting to shill for Israel and the United States. So be careful. There used to be people called sellouts who've sold the black revolution, the black people's movement, and they've sold it or sold their souls to Afrikaners or whites in South Africa, or the capitalists, or the system that blacks don't really love or gel with. There's those blacks. The president of the country is said to be someone who has sold his soul like that, or sold his allegiance. And Julia says that even the MK party, Bomusi Maiman, etc., need to get their money from somewhere. Politicking and campaigning and being in parliament and receiving a salary and running wards or winning, wards. I don't think they've won a municipality anyway. I was going to say that too. It's not profitable enough. Yes, running a municipality and being able to give service delivery contracts to your friends is a win if you can get there. But for now, you can imagine that a political party is not enjoying enough. The people in it are not getting their fair share as yet. Does the government give political parties some money to run themselves because they've been voted for? I don't know, but the MKP may be also aligned with white people here or the white people in the Jewish state over there. So Julia says he will not join with them. And I think King Said So has made a video where he says that if a leader is not listening to his people, then he's not worth much of a leader, responding to Julia's comments, saying that he will not be talking or joining hands with these other black parties, as King Setso encourages. Let's just finish him off over here and move on.
Defensible. But 2029 is so far. Even 2026 local election is so far. Use this as an advantage to win back the black unity amongst African people. Which you do. It's always smiling, Nabo Floyd. If they can manage to do something there outside Floyd, it's okay. So what if Floyd is no longer there? I'm still calling for black unity, and these black progressive parties must unify, ladies and gentlemen. That's the bottom line for me. Understand? So someone said you must apologize for wanting the EFF to unite with the MK. Never. How can I, as a Pan-Africanist, apologize for wanting black unity? You understand? So Floyd is out. Are you saying you still can't unite?
Is the black unity rationale, though? What if those people you're uniting themselves, that you're uniting yourselves with, are united to Israel?
Oh, we don't want Jacob Zuma. If Jacob Zuma goes, you still can't unite. What is the issue? Let's unite. Unite the African people. Unite. Let's build schools. Let's build hospitals. Let's build our economy. Let's own our farms. Let's do whatever we need to do. We need each other as African people. For me, that's the message. I like it when people call me Mr. Black Unity, and they saying it's like mocking me, like, yeah, Mr. Black Unity. I'm happy. I'm happy with that because I want African people to unite. That's the bottom line. I'm not going to turn back from those words. The EFF must unite with the ANC. The EFF must unite with the MK political party. Black people must rise, and the best amongst us must lead us, not be led by people who want to further divide us. Those who want to divide us must be scattered aside. But those who want to unite, there is people in the MK political party that want unity. They must unite with the EFF. The EFF people that want unity, they must unite with the ANC, with the people in the ANC that want black unity. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you so much, guys. Leave your thoughts on the comment sections. I was so very busy. I'm busy actually from this week up until next week, traveling around the province, doing.
That's King said so, man. He's traveling around the province. And let's quickly have a look here at Mbalula Baloyi, who was on the Hustlers Corner with Renaldo, whom we just saw in the previous videos. He has been forgiven by the Human Rights Commission, and he's gone to the Hustlers Corner there to have a bit of a conversation. Let's check out about 10 to 15 minutes of each, and then, yeah, we have come to catch up a bit on what has been happening since I've been gone. Let's hear that.
Tomorrow's my birthday, bro. I did not know that. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. Renaldo told me that.
What type of friend are you, dude? Listen, I'm a business partner. I brought you one
Hey, Renaldo merchandise.
There you go, brother.
It's so dope to have you, bro.
You know, there's a friend that gives, and then there's the friend that takes.
So it gives us a nice pair of socks. Oh, they're written tag.
I'm the taker. I'm the taker.
What do they call the 49ers that left?
The foottakers.
Foottakers.
Yeah, and the great yeah. Actually, I need to wear these right now.
Foottakers, yeah.
Because wherever I go, it goes tack.
So the hat I'm wearing is designed by Don Tandega King. The t-shirt, you know, is Mzek's Kitchen. We don't sell it yet, but there's a big demand for it. Wow. Do order the Mzek's Kitchen menu. Go check out on Uber Eats. Check it out on Mr. D as well. If you're around Sandton, Rosebank, we are opening a new branch in Rosebank. At the end of June, we are launching our second branch. Our first branch is Sandton and surrounding areas. Our second Mzek's Kitchen branch will be in Rosebank, launching at the end of June.
Don't worry.
You've been asking for him? Yo, he's even wearing the socks. Who knows?
I cut my toenails. I just took off the socks my ex-sister-in-law bought me.
Yay!
So, you know, that's a great replacement.
No, good. This is the most I'll speak. Thank you, bro, for making it.
All good, man.
Yeah.
And happy birthday for tomorrow.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
30 now, yeah?
I'm 46. I'm no longer OG. I'm now a timer.
Hold on, there's a 3-year gap or a 2-year gap between the two of you?
I don't know.
42.
Oh, is it? You're in your 40s?
Yeah.
Oh, you look after yourself, bro. I thought you were in late 30s.
You're in the 80, eh? Or
Yeah,
79?
79, yeah.
Or 79, so yeah.
79.
So it's a small...
So you're chilling with your Grootman.
Yeah. I'm a Grootman army. Yeah, I mean, so we're having a chat with Renaldo a little bit outside, you know, catching up, and the guys are like, yo, no, come on, let's start shooting, let's make that content. And it's like, for me, now that we're doing this show and we're doing a whole lot of these interviews. I did one with Peter Creel. I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah, unfortunately I did. Yeah.
That's unfortunate. Why, are you also one of those people complaining that I was interrupting too much?
No, not at all.
I wasn't interrupting too much.
I'm happy that you interrupted because it just stopped him speaking so much shit.
Come on. No, I'm with those people.
No.
I could feel you interrupting. There was a time I was even like, give him a chance to feel.
Yeah,
Please don't do the same today with Ronaldo. Give him a chance.
Trust me, I'll do worse. No. I'm not doing it like that. No.
Let your followers know that you at least listen to them.
No. I do listen to them, but what they don't get is that sometimes for you guys as the audience, right, you want a certain thing. Right? And the person that's creating the content, he wants a certain thing because he's trying to show you something. So I was trying to make sure that I give Peter Creel a chance to not talk about his normal talking points. All the things he's ever said on his TikTok, when he starts going into that, no. I don't want to hear what people have heard on your TikTok. I want to humanize.
Who's Peter Creel? Let me have a look at that. Is he that new young white guy, lefty as well? Strangeness, man. You know, I don't really like these white people who come and also fan the same kind of hatred that black people have for white people, especially fanning ancestral hate and whatever, you know. Dude, we don't need talking points from you, man. If you feel that white people have done something, you cut us a check for reparations or something. Don't just keep telling us. What kind of justice is that? Let's see, is it Peter Creel? Yeah, he's this guy who just suddenly, young activist, shakes up SA's politics. Like, what is going on with these people and where do they suddenly come from and how do they suddenly get this fame? Is this guy on YouTube or is he popular on TikTok? Because on YouTube, he would have had to do some grinding. Are there industry plans? Are there people who can be sent by a billionaire to push a certain message, make certain people fight, which is what I was asking earlier. If you're watching this extra long stream, I might have asked it in a previous video. Is Peter Creel one of them? Is he manufactured? Is he funded? Because as soon as he appeared on TikTok, he started going on the news now. His content really moved. It became viral. People retweeted it. Why does he get to be suddenly famous? Is it something organized? Maybe it is. So that's who they're talking about. Let's continue.
You. I want them to talk about the times you went to school. You know what I mean? I want to talk about how your upbringing contributed to your activism right now. You know? Because number one,
I'll be back.
He's white. So intrinsically, for me, any white person, every white person, actually, not any, every white person that speaks for black people, I don't like. I don't. I Nota okay, can speak for black people because I'm a black person, and I don't know any black person that needs a white person to speak on their behalf.
But I don't mind them speaking in allegiance with black people. If the subject matter we're speaking on is correct, we can speak about that. Injustice can be seen by everyone. If you want to speak on injustice, you can speak on it, whoever you are. If you're speaking about people's history and personal experience and you don't know anything about it, then that is a problem. And I see where Mhlamulo Baloyi would have an issue with that guy doing so. I've had an issue with Waras. So Waras over there was trying to speak about or speak to black people and how they should react during this time towards the threat of Afrikaners and white people leaving. And I felt like, yo, dude, there's a colored party. You should maybe go join it, familiarize yourself with it, and speak for those people first. Speak with them before speaking with us. So Mhlamulo has his view. I don't have a problem with somebody speaking on behalf of black people, but don't speak about their personal experiences like you know them, but speak about injustice and the facts around it, you know? There were certain laws passed. There were certain acts. Speak to those things. If there's discrimination currently, call out those companies and those white people. But when you start speaking about they killed your ancestors, I think you're just spiraling up and riling up the same old anger that you know black people have and they are trained into throughout their life. Historic pain, historic anger for things that happened before you lived, that is what I have a problem with. But let's continue listening to that.
And I don't know any black person that needs a white person to speak on their behalf.
But I don't think he assumed that he's speaking for black people.
No, I'm not talking
That's
about
his narrative.
I'm not talking about Peter.
Okay.
I'm just saying in general, anyone. I find it very insulting as well.
But I understand.
Do you understand?
I understand where you're coming from.
Now, in a situation like we're in South Africa, also, we do need white people to speak. Oh, sorry. I was like, I thought we were advertising a brand that's not supposed to be. I was like, we're advertising 7-Eleven. That's the size of this. You know what I mean? Sorry. So yeah, I don't need any person to speak on my behalf, right? But as South Africans, because of the history that we've got, right? It always pleases us when we hear that the other side understands what we're going through. So we'll always gravitate towards that. So for me, I don't mind that people were angry at me in the comments.
Yeah, understanding of the subject matter and the events, the laws passed, the system. Speak to it and speak to those who are running the system. I ain't got a problem with that.
Because the point of that episode was to make, especially our black audience, because that's our predominant audience. Not to say that we're not for everybody else, but predominantly the people that we speak to, the languages that we speak, the things that we grew up with, is things that resonates with black people. So naturally, they're the ones who gravitate towards this platform. I did not now want those people to now come in with that mind. So sometimes I need to play the bad cop. Sometimes I need to be the annoying one in the episode. Why? Because I know that the audience is then going to have empathy with the person that is also there. So we don't want to bring people onto a platform to make a soundbite or a snippet that's going to embarrass them. We want the person to be endeared with our audience. We want our audience to be like, wow, I never knew this much about this person, or I never knew that this, or I never knew that me and him shared the same story. I never knew I related like that with this person. And then I now will follow him. I now will subscribe. And our supporters on this platform, they follow people, they subscribe. People see their numbers go up. You know what I mean? People see their customers buying in. So that's the one thing that I needed to get out of Peter, right?
The short version of this is he's saying that you guys are playing checkers and he's playing chess because he played you on that.
No, I'm playing Murabara. I'm playing Murabara. I'm playing Murabara.
Ludo.
Yeah. No, I don't know how to play Ludo. Yeah, because people used to play with money. So any game that ended up being played with money, Murabara, okay, yes. But we used to play with our grandparents a lot. So there wasn't much gambling. But as soon as it became gambling, I cannot get involved. I've never gambled in my life, never played the lottery. So I rolled the dice on that Peter Grail interview by just like jabbing him, poking him, you know what I mean, getting out. So I hope that you guys watch it. I hope you get a chance to watch it. Get another perspective. What is your opinion on white people that come out and speak on behalf of black people?
I don't have a problem with it. The problem I have is when they take a voice away from a black individual that
Good question.
has got the lived experience. I think that's a problem that a lot of white people have that's more center right, because you see these individuals that constantly jump from one topic to the next and they never stick to a topic until it's resolved, if that makes sense. So I don't have an issue with any white person that feels the way that they do and want to relay a message or speak on behalf of an individual. Problem I have is when that voice becomes louder and more predominant, and then it takes away an opportunity from a black individual, colored, or Indian individual that could have said that. Great example is Dan, what's his surname again? Dan Corder.
He's been on this platform before.
Yeah, so Dan,
I was on Piers Morgan last night.
But now you see what I'm saying. So Dan was there now to give the other side of the coin, because I believe Adam's Roots and Gareth Cliff was on there. So that's obviously a different perspective that they.
But that seems quite about right. He's speaking to all whites.
Yeah, but that's my point. So Dan was there to give the left side, like the leftist view, and I think that they took away an opportunity there.
So I didn't watch. You watch it?
No, I didn't watch it.
I just heard. I don't think it's out yet. I just heard of who's going to be on the panel.
No, it's not out now when we're recording. Okay. But by the time they see, they would have watched it and they'll be able to report back. But please,
there might have been a token black individual. I don't know, but that is what.
But that's not the point.
My biggest frustration with the woke left, specifically the woke white left, is that, in my opinion, I can see this a mile away. They drive a narrative not because they actually care about the cause. It's because they want to get followers. They want to be a token white. They want to be Khaleesi that is dragged.
Kostatich.
Like black and
remember Kostatich?
Yeah. No, man, he's past, bro.
No, I'm just saying they want to be like. No, I don't mean it in a bad way. But I'm just saying, like, they want to like, oh, I'm the white guy that's hip with black people, and therefore I get a follower.
So if I say woke left, name 3 people quickly for me if you can.
That okay, woke left. Okay, well, I wouldn't.
Woke white left.
I just call them
just woke left.
I just call them woke because I don't.
Woke.
Yeah, because also the wokeism is like it's appropriated from black slang culture, and being woke is about being awareness. So
in South Africa, 3 top of the head that pops up.
Max Dupré.
Yeah.
White. Steven Grootes.
White.
And
you think Steven Grootes is woke white left?
Yeah. Do you know white people that listen to Steven? You don't know white people, that's the thing. That's why we're having this conversation. We're having this conversation because, I know white people too well, and too many black people don't know white people well enough, So
you consider Peter Krill woke white left?
No, I'm looking for a third name. I'm looking for a third name.
Woke white left.
Yeah.
You consider Peter woke white left?
I think he's a psyop that's been created by mainstream media.
Come on, psyop.
Yo, I was asking if he's an industry plant, a psyops. Man, I'm gonna agree with Renaldo on this one, bro. Like, I'm a person who put in the work this year to give a voice to these issues, bro. And I saw the hard work that it takes. And seeing that guy spring up and go straight to TV was strange for me. Because, bruh, there's so much organization. You think that TV will see you on TikTok and simply call you up and say, yo, you're hot, come on to TV, let's have this conversation. But you don't know the part of TV, which is the Payola side, whereby if you want to be on TV, you can pay a show that is constantly featuring people for free to put you on or prefer you. You know what I'm saying? So Payola, pay to play, is there in the news as well. Have you ever seen like Lekau Suhuan and how he was constantly going, I think, to Newsroom Africa? You think that Newsroom Africa is just finding you brilliant and they want you to come onto the show. No, you can call them up and say, yo, you've got this segment where you interview entrepreneurs, you pick them yourself, but I'd like to put my hand up to be on there. And if you need some motivation because you're giving that platform for free, I can pay for it. And that's Payola. And so there are guys who can be airlifted into prominence, who can be picked by a billionaire who wants to control minds. And he can get them to go straight to TV, straight from their bed, waking up as an already talk, to going straight to Newsroom Africa, ENCA, being interviewed everywhere. Whilst people like us who try to have a voice have to now do YouTube for a long time, bro. Slave and come up with this format that I've brought you, bro. I hope you've appreciated this, man. I've brought you content, like this, bro. State-of-the-art ways. And then you've got Peter Grills just showing up and suddenly having a huge voice. Like there's somebody, bro, who wants black people to be spoken for by a voice that they can control. Or they want black people to not evolve their thinking in South Africa and constantly be assured on the black side and on the white side that the white person did this to your ancestors and so you should feel the anger hot and fresh right now. So I don't like that. I don't like that. Why are peaceful leftists or peaceful black people, if you can put it that way, because they aren't really black right-wingers, people who want to seek peace between the whites and the blacks, and they are seemingly coming from the left, if you can put it that way. People like me, I come from the left. By the definition, I come from the left. I was an EFF member, and now here I am, the dude that I am. I'm curious, bro. Somebody like me who is not a radical, who is Christian, who is forgiving, who wants to see progress, who forgives haters, who loves humanity and pursues to even have love for the personhood of their enemy. As God says that love even your enemies. Do you know that? Like, care for your enemies and care for their children and their well-being and pray for them too. Pray for them to have salvation, not for them to succeed as your enemy. Not like pray for your enemy to conquer you. No, pray for them to see the light. Even whilst you're under their captivity, pray for them to have some empathy and some grace to treat you well. I think Mandela, while he was in Robben Island, found some commonality and some peace with the guards on Robben Island. And they got to treat him well and they got to like him. And he really must have petitioned to say, yo, you've got me under captivity, you're working me to death, but please have some kind of leniency. So being able to plead with your enemy is something that should kind of have. Plead with them spiritually for them to improve so that they don't kill you, especially if they do have the power to do so. So let's carry on listening over here, man.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. No, I just think no. I don't think he's a psyop. I think any white person that speaks to black issues right now can be exploited by mainstream media to get views.
For their own personal agenda.
They want an audience. They don't want relevance. They don't want to build your story. And that's why I shaped that interview to interrogate him so that we can get the true story, so that people can relate with him. Because we're not using this white face for relevance. We're not using Renaldo so that we can be relevant. And no, we want to ensure that Renaldo is able to speak to our audience and they can understand him. And also at the same time, we curate the way in which he is presenting his message so that it is palatable to our audience as well.
Yeah, but if you look at what was Motsepe, what was the guy that was the EFF prompted up as this white Jewish child?
Yes, the one who was wearing a suit.
Motsepe or something.
Yes,
what happened to him? Because he was going to, the media.
I'm still looking for a third name. Please give me a third guy. Please, I can't.
You made the point that I was making. So I asked you to name 3 woke people, not white people, and the 2 of the 3 that you mentioned were white individuals.
No. Those are the white people. Okay. But in terms of black woke people, I mean, a lot of them.
So the long answer to the question is, I don't mind them having their views, and I don't mind them if they do great work and spread awareness. The problem I have is when they...
I think Renaldo must have been asking, who is a personal brand that is leftist and woke that you know? Besides political parties, he's talking about the realm outside of woke politics, but people who push woke agendas like LGBT, the hatred, the woke hatred, you understand? Woke values. You know them. He's asking who is popular in their personal capacity like that. Kind of like Renaldo is asking from the American frame of reference, where you've got Candace Owens on this side or Ben Shapiro on this side. They were once together, but now Candace Owens is returning to something kind of wokish, conservative, anti-Israel. You've got a whole lot of leftist, woke, personal figures in the media. I think that should also be stipulated. Maybe if Renaldo had asked that question.
Take that opportunity away from a black individual. And I'll tell you why. I've hosted many black individuals on my channel that fundamentally disagree with who and what I am. And we had the best conversations, the best type of conversations. Whereas if I had a woke whitey on, the problem was always that it was very aggressive. It came across almost that they have to disagree with me just fundamentally based on the principle that I'm seen as a right-wing individual, when I'm not. I'm centered.
You know that the woke whites are the saints of the world. They're holier than thou. Why would you expect them to talk to you with respect?
They're holier than thou.
Thanks for proving.
No, I'm just asking. Like that's a ridiculous demand of you. You want them to speak to you with respect. Yeah. No, you're a dirty white to them. You understand? You need to be sanitized. That's just the truth of the matter. Like, I understand. You must remember that as a black person, all the woke whites, they talk shit about every other white person to us to endear themselves. Those whites. You know what I mean? Those Emapitori, the Amapuno that used to speak Setswana, Espedi, Ematut, and all these places. You know, there were those Amapuno who would come to our parties, dance. You know what I mean?
Those who speak African languages.
Yeah,
you see, there's a lot of white people speak African languages online.
As a black person, you will be able to find white people that speak African languages because when they see you, they'll be like, let me speak an African language, get closer to you.
Diakuva.
Oh, yeah.
Matiba said that. What did Matiba say again about knowing people's languages?
Yes, if you speak to in a man's...
if you speak to a man in his language, then you speak to his heart.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yes. You know the whites, they know Matiba. They know Matiba.
As Jacob Zuma said, listen properly.
Listen properly.
Listen properly.
I'm not going to do much talking. I'm actually happy that this eventually is happening. You do know we've been speaking a lot about having you on the platform for quite some time. We've had our audience is asking for it. It's great to have you here. The first thing I want to ask you about is your racial issues with the public. And sometimes when we spoke about it earlier, some political parties or constituencies, they tend to use certain individuals for their own benefit at the time when they're trending. So what is the real story from your side? Because from an outside person looking in my mind, Renaldo Holz is a racist. Renaldo Holz does not deserve to be in parliament, or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Who is Renaldo Holz, and what do you have to say about all of that stuff to clear the elephant in the room and continue with our conversation?
Cool. So I was making YouTube videos since 2008, and a lot of people could hear on the accent, and because YouTube was quite, so not right. So YouTube was very much still an overseas platform. So what happened was I made content, people would pick up on my accent and ask where you're from, and I would say South Africa. And then, you know what you do when you're a YouTuber, when people in the comments ask you to make more content based on something, that is what they want, so you provide it for them. So then they ask me like, well, talk about South Africa, what's happening in South Africa, and how would you deal with, you know, what are the issues? And then that's when we started talking about politics, and then when I got interested in politics. Remember, in 2010, I wasn't a politician, I wasn't involved in politics, I was just seeing what's happening in this country. So in 2009, 2010, I started making videos about the problems that's facing everybody in South Africa. And I would say that back then I was considered like a little bit woke, because I was like, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was a farce. They didn't go far enough. The fact that, you know, black people now are, well, back then still have to live where they don't have toilets, where they don't have access to running water, electricity, all of that stuff was mentioned. And it's difficult because, you know, for people watching, I think they might have only seen 1 or 2 videos of mine. And the one video is obviously the video that was snipped and everybody knows about. But in 2010, that was the first time that Julius Malema sang Kill the Boer publicly when he was the ANC youth leader. Remember, that was 2010, was the World Cup year. So for me, I was shocked to hear that in a democracy that is now 16 years old, we heard a song like that being sung publicly. So I was angry because I'm passionate about South Africa. Even on that Third Degree, there was a Third Degree interview with me about that video. And then in that video, I said, the problem I have is that the government isn't doing enough to help South Africa move forward. Not white people, but South Africa. So ultimately, I made that video. Now, you must also remember that video was now done 15 years ago. In the context of what I did, I said, how would you feel if I sang kill the boer, kill the farmer, but if I twisted the words? Because back then the term boer was derogatory. Now today, you know, it's difficult because people use the word boer to refer to Afrikaners and they don't mean it in an offensive way. But then you get people that say, man, you're a boer, you're a settler, pig, you know. So that's that context to it as well. Now, if I could go back and tap myself on the shoulder and say, Renaldo, would you use those terms? Obviously not, because the Overton window shifts. So what is acceptable to use as an example back then might not be acceptable in the future. And it's definitely not acceptable. I condemn the use of those words. The K word and the N word, a white person should not utter it. You know, a black individual can own that, like what the Americans have done with the N word, but that's up to the community to decide. Yeah, nigga!
Yeah, nigga.
You see, that is also so absurd because hip hop is one of my favorite genres of music. You know,
and now you can't say every
Biggie Smalls. Yeah.
Okay, you're a Biggie fan. Okay,
I'm a Biggie fan, dude.
Yeah.
I'm a Tupac fan.
Tupac is we like this because Tupac is good though. You see, as a white guy, I like both, you know. Like as a white guy, I can do Tupac and Biggie.
You can do the East and the
West.
West.
Yeah, so Ready to Die, one of the best albums. Afterlife, another brilliant. Hypnotized is probably the best B.I.G. song ever. But what I'm saying is...
Kick in the door, bro, and 10 crack commandments.
So...
No. Many more problems.
Shiny suits.
It is, but hey,
they were floating. They had zero gravity. What are you talking about? You see that music video?
They hypnotized you in this Diddy's thinking about all of those things now in the cell.
I want to have a talk to you about Diddy. I want to know if you still support Diddy.
To the death.
Okay.
I love Diddy.
Let me finish my one racist story.
I love our role models, but anyway.
Yeah. Okay, so just to wrap it up, because I mean this story has been spoken to death. To the people out there, don't take my word for it. Go and check my content from 2010. I did charitable work. I spoke out against people that use the K word in a derogatory manner to attack. My intention back then, as wrong as it is to use the K and N word, was just to say, guys, can we not divide this nation? We just came out of something. Remember 2008 and 2007, that period was good. The economy was growing. Unemployment was at the lowest levels. Things were starting to move in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, there was a global financial crisis, but we didn't really feel it.
We didn't feel it. We only felt it like 3 or 4 years later. But now the question is, was that because of the shift in Jacob Zuma becoming the president, all of those different aspects? My point that I made in my very crude way was just, guys, we are better together. Let's not do these songs that divide people. And that was it. And then, of course, 15 years later, because in between that time as well, from 2000...
You've been on YouTube for 18 years, so people need to understand that.
Yeah, I mean, for the first 3 years, I didn't make a video. I took a gap for 5 years. But my video has always been what is best for South Africa, all South Africans. It was never a white channel. It was never, this is what white people need to do. Because if there's one thing Afrikaners don't like, is to be told what to do, specifically by other whites. They don't like it. Afrikaners don't like the leader concept. They don't buy into that narrative.
To be led by other people. Afrikaners are very much like Zulus.
Yeah.
In terms of their demeanor. Not to say that they
see,
cultures are the
even
same.
me sitting here, I'm not going to agree or disagree with you because then I'm speaking on behalf of them. No,
Okay.
I don't know. Because
Well, I saw your homie Roman Kavanagh. He did a video. I'm actually chatting to him this week as well. He did a video where he compared Afrikaners and Zulus, and I was like, it's a little bit touchy here because the Afrikaner comes from this region but came as people that had a large settler contingent, whereas the Zulus stayed here, survived here. You know what I mean? They didn't have uncles in Europe that were sending them an e-wallet or M-Pesa or what did they call it? Mukuru. The Afrikaners, the British, and all the Europeans, they had Mukuru being sent through. You know what I mean? They had Mukuru being sent through. So our native tribes, you must remember that they've been resisting colonialism for 500 years. Our languages are still spoken. Even our smallest tribe is bigger than any of the white nations. The English nation is not as big as the Tsongas or the Vendas. You understand what I'm saying? The Afrikaner on the white side of it is not as big as any of those. So as much as colonialism and apartheid, crime against humanity, you can't say that native black South Africans were genocided, like were wiped out. You understand? Even if that was the goal of the settlers or anyone amongst them, they did not achieve that goal. So you can't say they conquered us. You know what I mean? So I don't take offense because to take offense means that I'm a conquered person. I know my grandfathers for 13 generations on. I don't know many white people that know that much of their family tree. You know what I mean? I'm very proud of my heritage. My roots are very deep. I know where my language started, the place where my language started, where it was first spoken. The stories of the people that lived during those times are part of my folklore. So I'm very proud of who and what I am. And I've got a very deep history. Afrikaans as a language is celebrating 100 years, right? White Afrikaners came as Dutch settlers, as Flemish indentured servants from Belgium, because there was that time where the Dutch Empire had conquered Belgium.
It was German, French, Dutch.
Yeah, but Belgium was conquered by the French at some point. It was conquered by the Prussian Empire at some point, and then reconquered by the Dutch also at another point. So all of that mixture, right, came here. My issue with what Roman was saying, right, is that out of all the groups that have come, the white groups that have come and naturalized, right, the Afrikaner created a subculture, his own identity with the soil. But he only did that out of necessity because he was left as a refugee here. You understand? That's why they had to trek up. There was no ships coming to fetch them. They had now they had to survive in Africa. They had to make it. Their kingdom, their empire had fallen. Capitalism had, brought them down. The tulip crisis, in Amsterdam, where capitalism and stock markets started. Those are bold interventions. You know what I mean? Boa is a Dutch word for farm.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Bowery was the Boa. That's the main street in Manhattan Island in New York that used to take people from the one side to the other side. You know what I mean? Boa, that's a Dutch city. New York City.
Yeah, New York City was founded by Dutch.
Yeah.
The Dutch.
Yeah. It was called after them.
Okay.
You understand?
That's why have you seen the New York flag?
Yeah,
it'll give a lot of
the American flag.
No, the New York,
the New York
city flag.
It's
It's I think orange.
It's got
white
the Dutch
and
colors.
blue. Orange, white,
Dutch
and blue.
Republic colors.
Okay.
So people will see that and go,
Boer Republic.
Yeah.
It's the same people. It's the same history. You know what I mean? They're the experts of land reclamation. They built the Cape Town City Ball out of
Let's check that flag while we're here.
the ocean. That was all underwater before. So they brought in their technologies, but their empire fell. And now they couldn't survive. So now they're renaturalizing themselves. The way in which, and we were discussing this earlier, our transition happened, right, was that there were two white tribes or two white nations, right? The English and the Afrikaners, by the time we now get into the Union of South Africa beyond. And those two white tribes made a pact and a deal. They were oppressing one another. They're at war with one another. The Afrikaners, the Boers, the Dutch, whatever you may call them, they were colonized, they were captured, they were put in concentration camps, They made a settlement and a deal. And that deal was that we will send you in as the managers of the state.
Pause. Why the New York State flag looks the way it does? The design of the New York State flag is deeply rooted in symbolism that reflects the state's history, values, and aspirations. The flag features a deep blue field with a statue with the state coat of arms in the center, a design officially adopted in 1901 but based on elements dating back to the 18th century. Key elements in their meanings: shield scene. At the center of the coat of arms is a shield depicting the Hudson River with ships sailing near the shore and the sun rising behind mountains. This scene symbolizes the state's natural beauty, economic importance of the river for commerce, and the idea of progress and hope for the future, liberty and justice. Flanking the shield are two allegorical female figures. On the left is Liberty holding a staff topped with a Phrygian cap. a symbol of freedom from oppression and a nod to the emancipation of slaves. At her feet is a discarded crown representing New York's independence from Britain. On the right is Justice, blindfolded and holding scales and a sword, symbolizing fairness, impartiality, and the rule of law. Eagle and globe. Above the shield sits a globe showing the Western Hemisphere topped by a bald eagle. The globe signifies New York's place in the world and the connection between the old and new worlds, while the eagle represents strength, vision, and the state's aspirations for greatness. Hey. So, the last point, the motto, Excelsior. Below the shield, a ribbon displays the Latin word Excelsior, meaning ever upward. This motto embodies the state's continual striving for progress and higher achievement. Historical context. The flag's imagery was influenced by New York's colonial history, its role in the American Revolution, and its emergence as a symbol of liberty and justice. The coat of arms was first adopted in 1778, shortly after independence, and the blue background was chosen in 1901 to match the uniforms worn by Continental soldiers during the Revolutionary War. Why doesn't that say anything about the Dutch? I'll come back to that.
Right? We will run everything. You will manage everything, right? And then you will be given a position of prominence. And coming from a concentration camp, if I'm a Boer, and I get told, hey, you're now going to rise up, you're going to have rights, you're going to have some land, you can build a family, you're going to have some security. After being abandoned by my own king and kingdom. You must remember, I was sent here by my king. My king then lost his money, got bankrupt, and then all of a sudden I'm stuck at the boarding school, no one's coming to pick me up. That's exactly what it was, you know, when you're waiting for your dad to pick you up, and he only comes at 8, and every car looks like his car. Until he finally comes. I can't relate. I'm so sorry. I was never picked up. That's Vandal was like. Same, yeah, they also had to walk. Ah, shame. Yeah, 80s babies, yeah. Tough luck. So, you know, so now the Afrikaners create this identity, right? And this identity needs to have a mythology behind it, the manifest destiny mythology, all of that stuff. This is the stuff that Peter Gray was telling us about. I don't know if it's whoever it is, right? Whatever the case may be, right? All of this identity, and what that does is that it makes them now endemic to the majority of the population, because the job of management is to suppress the black laborers, to manage the black laborers, right? That is the job of the management. There's the capital guys that run everything.
Yeah, so it is for real. The colors now. Here is the answer. Significance of the colors in relation to the establishment of New York. The colors associated with New York, particularly blue, white, and orange, have deep historical roots tied directly to the city's and state's establishment, Dutch colonial origins. The original colors of New York City's flag, and by extension its broader civic identity, are blue, white, and orange. These colors are a direct nod to the city's Dutch heritage. In the 17th century, when New York was founded as New Amsterdam, the Dutch West India Company used the flag featuring these hues. The orange in particular referenced the House of Orange-Nassau, the ruling family of the Netherlands, symbolizing the city's colonial founders and their royal lineage. So that's what's up. New York, like Cape Town, same thing. Cape Independence flag, have you seen that?
Everything right at the top, and then the middle managers, they get They get the flack from the workers. Have you ever seen someone say, I want the CEO of Nando's? Where have you seen that?
No, they go manager.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the person that you complain to. So the anger, the trap that the British set up for the Afrikaner is that, yes, we're going to give you this management role, you'll be able to lift yourself up, but you'll be hated by the natives of this place. And then from then on, the strategy was then, how do we now endear ourselves to the natives? We become the ones that are empathetic, the liberals. So the English person then got known as the liberal, the Afrikaner got known as the conservative. You understand? And both of them are fighting one enemy though, communism or socialism or whatever it is. Right? They're advocates for capitalism. The Dutch were the ones that started it. The English were the ones that perfected it and captured enough land so that the sun does not set on land that is owned by King Charles. Do you know that?
Well, I mean, I'm not that clued up.
No, I'm just saying King Charles. As the sun goes around the earth, every day it touches a piece of land that he owns.
Yeah.
That's how big
the empire was.
You understand what I'm saying? And they stole that whole entire thing from you, the Dutch.
Well, I mean, the Afrikaner.
Yeah, you are listening. What do you think of these things? Let's keep listening. Right after this, we'll listen to a bit of Colonel Chris Wyatt. Let's listen to 5 more minutes of this portion.
Wanted to settle in the Cape of Good Hope, and eventually when the British got there, they decided, and then, there was obviously a bunch of turf war that took place. And
no, it wasn't a turf war, it was a battle of empires.
Yeah. And then the Groot Trek happened, the reason that the Afrikaners decided to move into middle South Africa, and then eventually ended up, in the area that they did, was just because they wanted to govern themselves. They wanted to do their own thing.
No, I get that. Okay, but it wasn't because they wanted to govern themselves. The British...
They didn't want the British to rule over them.
No, it wasn't about the British ruling over them. The British were the richest. The British were ruling over everybody. The French were fighting with the British. Everybody
was fighting for the empire.
Now, the thing is that the British, once they became the richest, they wanted to disempower the other empires so that they wouldn't have competition. So the first thing that they did to kill all the other competing empires is what? Kill their labor. How do we kill their labor? We abolish slavery. That's the way they can get free labor. Everywhere they go, they park their ships, they're able to get in, whether it be natives or they're able to import slaves from wherever they've conquered before, and then they're able to build up a nation, an economy, you know what I mean, the whole entire thing. So they wanted to kill everybody off from being able to colonize new lands. So they needed to end slavery for that very reason, right? So that's what precipitated the Groot Trek, is that there was an economic castration of the Boer Republic as it stood at that point in time, as the Dutch Republic. So you could not feed yourself. The British then infused this ideology of basically starving people to death until they submit, so that they can now become your subjects. Everywhere else, they did it to the Boers, they fought the wars and everything else. The Boers then gave up, dysentery was killing them and everything else. Then they subjected themselves to they subjected themselves to the Crown. The Union of South Africa became formed. And the Boers didn't have a majority or a place in the government until 1924. The Boers took ascendancy in 1948, so it took them 24 years to get that right. Now, at 16 years into our democracy, right? I'm going to go back to where we started, because I wanted to contextualize what I've just said. 16 years into our democracy, Kill the Boer is analogous as a struggle song to any folk music that was about the history of the creation of Afrikaner nationhood, right? It's like, if we don't want to be colonized, we need to kill the Boer, right? That's the one thing. Never during apartheid did we have farm murders. The situation in rural South Africa, in terms of policing and whatever, and access, has not changed. In fact, it's gotten more white because of urbanization. A lot more black people are now moving into the cities and everything else, right? During apartheid, Kill the Boer was sung. Yes, it was banned. It wasn't in public platforms. You weren't going to sing it at a stadium unless you knew there were no white people around, right? But it was part of the ethos, and there was motivation to kill the Boer. Yet, we didn't have farm murders.
Well, we don't know.
No, we didn't. Apartheid is past. We know that period. We didn't have farm
they
murders.
didn't record stats.
No, a black person going onto a white man's farm to kill him.
No, I'm not.
Hey, there were no farm murders. What are farm murders? Is it when white people are killed? Because the black people were always on the farms. Did they never kill the people that they worked for? Well, a black person wouldn't have that kind of audacity back in those days. And because it wasn't such an industrialized economy, farming as a main source of income. And being on a farm, you lived there. So you were part of the cattle. You were part of the white man's property. Your father had grown up on the farm, and you became his child and served the master. And if the master sold the farm, he'd sell the farm with you and the animals and the crops and the buildings on there, the sheds and the machinery. You'd all be sold together. So of course, highly unlikely for a person in that condition who couldn't leave and come back like a 9-to-5 to kill their master they live with. Police would have arrived to say, there's no black person in the state who is not accounted for. There's no random walking around of black people, so there was no black person seen from Soweto who had gone to enter a farmland there. There was no traveling. There was no migration of that kind. So maybe Nota has a point. Let's keep listening. It's an interesting discussion.
Arguing, I'm just saying there's a big difference between there were
No, there's no white person that can die without it being known. Every white person has an ID. It cannot happen. There's no white people that were buried somewhere in South Africa and then they're unmarked graves. That's only blacks. Only us. Yeah.
So completely understand it during that period.
Yeah. Right? So this is what I'm saying. I want to get to the point. So someone who's now coming from, whether you, as a white South African, you will never understand the meaning of that struggle song to you intrinsically. It'll never have the same meaning to you, right? So you'll never understand the motivation of the people that sing it, right? You understand what I'm saying? For me, personally, just to disclaim so that you don't think I'm trapping you, I don't agree with it being sung on a public platform for EFF or anything else, right? Because they're a new movement. They don't come from that struggle that they're singing about, right? They're appropriating something. But that's neither here nor there. And also the purpose of it is just to annoy white people.
I don't think they're appropriating it. I think they're the grandchildren of the people that sing it.
Yeah, but they're in a new organization. And that organization was founded on the premise that it's going to kill the old organization.
So who should?
But that song was sang by Julius from Peter Mokaba. So he's an apprentice of Peter Mokaba. So did Peter Mokaba have a right to sing that song within the right party? And now Julius is an extension, has appropriated the song and is not in the right party. Is that an argument Nota's trying to make? How does he make it?
Sing it, so nobody should sing it anymore.
If I decide I'm changing my family, I'm changing my surname to Maswangani, I'm not going to sing the Baloi songs.
So who's got the right to sing that song? So nobody has.
No, I'm not saying that no one has the right.
So
everyone has the right to sing the song. What I'm saying is
that
okay. The thing is that I'm going to deviate from my point, right?
Sorry, I'm playing devil's
you're
advocate.
playing devil's advocate.
Sure.
So I want to differentiate. The reason why I'm saying this is that the EFF is a political party. There's different standards for an individual, a civic organization, a grouping, and a political party. A political party has got representation in legislature and all those things in the Judicial Services Commission. So they pick the judges in the judiciary, and also in some spheres of government. You know what I mean? They're the ones that get appointed into spheres of government. I think only a handful of ministers can be appointed onto cabinets that don't come from parliament themselves, that are not members of parliament. So it's very limited. So they're the ones who've got the greatest responsibility of creating or nourishing the soil for the society that they want to see germinating and growing and becoming fruitful. Now, with the EFF's clout chasing using Kill the Boer, for me it cheapens Kill the Boer. It wasn't used for clout chasing.
He's saying that this is a song that belongs to liberation movements and no one beyond a liberation movement or liberation protest or civil rights movement should keep singing Martin Luther King songs. A rapper in the current time, or maybe rappers can, but he's saying that the EFF are lawmakers. They are responsible for making a country come together. They have that responsibility in some kind of way. And says they don't have, there's no benefit for them singing that song, and it's not their job to be singing it in the current time because liberators had every right to sing it. I don't know, but I'm hearing him.
You understand what I'm saying? And also, there was a real struggle when it was being sung. So now, when we're not in that struggle, there's no reason to bring us back there because
That's
our
my
problem.
I think that's the point that a lot of people have.
That's where we agree. Where we disagree, though, is that by calling for the song to be banned, you're setting a very bad precedent because the same arguments you're using to say Kill the Boer should not be sung, it's not appropriate, is the same arguments I can use by saying I feel oppressed by singing D-Stem.
So, and the apartheid flag, the AfriForum and white people have supported the flag being flown and being hung in bars at the back of a Hilux or a Toyota Land Cruiser or being worn on a t-shirt, etc., etc. And so people are defending Kill the Boer in the same way that the white people are defending the apartheid flag. It's not apartheid now. Those who were for apartheid during apartheid could fly the flag. So the flag has no place now, and that's why it has been banned from being flown or displayed, did they say gratuitously? So out in the public for general consumption. It can't. You can put it in your house. And so Renaldo would say that song, if you agree has no place currently, should fall under the same sword, should be in the same box. Take the box and take the apartheid flag and put them in the same corner. But Nota is defending this song in some way. What's he saying? What is Renaldo going to say?
The reason that I believe that the song should not be sung is not because it hurts my feelings. It's because we live in a country with 84 murders a day. Should we be singing songs about killing people in a violent country?
No.
So let me ask you a question. The old South African flag, are you happy that it's banned?
Yes.
Do you prefer that it should be banned or should it be...
Can I choose not to answer that question?
That's fine.
Answer the question!
I don't think any symbols of our history should be erased.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm not a fan of the old South African flag.
No, I just don't want to answer specifically on the old South African flag.
Yeah,
because
I can see where you don't like anything being banned, but it doesn't mean that you support it, right? The point that I'm making is a piece of cloth.
Yeah.
Because let's bring it down to brass tacks. A piece of cloth was banned because of what it represents, right? So does logic then not follow that a song that is ours killed 31 years into our democracy is not needed in a country where we have 84 murders a day? It's not because it hurts my feelings. It's not because of anything other than, if you think of that song being sung, don't think of Julius Malema. Think of the dumbest person in that crowd.
Yeah.
And then ask yourself, this person might be idolizing Julius Malema. And he is now sent Julius Malema 100 WhatsApps because he's got his private number and the guy's not reaching out to him. And the way in which his head, he thinks he can reach out to Julius Malema.
Oh yeah, like Dear Stan, so Eminem's fan, who went all the way because he took Eminem's music extra seriously and he took on his pain in the music and made it his. He listened to the lyrics about how Stan dealt with his girlfriend or his loved one, and he decided to do the same. So he's saying that there are zealots, there are people who are more radical than Julius, who may not understand the confines that Julius is singing them, and that person may go on to act.
Is to go and do what Julius Malema every single time at the end of the rally says, kill the boot, kill the farmer. I'm saying, I'm using an example. I'm not saying that's
No. I want you to explain your
So the thing is, you only need the dumbest person in a crowd. And it could be a white person, could be I'm not saying it's a black person, but the dumbest person in that crowd, hear that and go, okay, it's an instruction. And then goes and implements that. That's one death too many. Because if we prevent people from singing that song, we are actually, look, I mean, if we were in a country that had normal murder rates, then I'm assuming that people wouldn't be as offensive and or offended and feel that the song is not building unity. Because ultimately, why should a song like that still be sung?
Because it's a political message. It's not a message to inspire violence.
For you, Nota.
No.
For you.
No.
You can't speak on behalf of everybody else.
Yeah, man, Renaldo is making a point there, but let's park him over there. Y'all go and check out the rest of that video. So we leave it over there. And so now we are visiting Colonel Chris Wyatt on the Hustler's Corner now. Let's quickly jump into the discussion and see how that went. Let's go.
It is Nota Monday. Zaid's Kitchen is officially open.
I'm coming.
Do get your orders. Congratulations to everyone that has been receiving great service from our platform. We appreciate you guys. We cook the food right here at the kitchen. Order a makoporosh platter for 6, a makoporosh platter for 8, a makoporosh platter for 10 was trending the other day, and people saying we're expensive. Why would you have a platter for 1,200 rand? That's for 10 people, guys. You even get some free more fire, like an entire 6-pack. So if you divide that by 10 people, that's still almost 100 rands per person. So it's not that expensive, please. It's
just $70, bro.
It's just $70. This is the most I will speak. Chris, thank you very much for joining us. I'll give Nota the honors of doing the introduction. Appreciate you.
No, thank you. We are here with Colonel, the way we say it in South Africa, but it's Colonel Chris Wyatt. He's a retired colonel from the U.S. Navy or U.S.
Oh no, the Navy be captain. It's from the Army.
From the Army,
the oldest service in the United States.
Oh, okay. And thank you for joining us here today, and thank you for showing a lot of the world that is watching your content, South Africa, and giving them perspective on how we live. How has your most recent trip been so far?
Well, thank you, Nota. I was surprised that we're going to do this with you. So this will be interesting. I think you became a subscriber to my channel recently. Is that true?
Yeah. No, from the beginning.
From the beginning, okay.
From when I first saw it, yeah.
I surprised you. I didn't know that you know him.
Yeah.
But I wanted this episode to happen with him.
No, it's fine.
I didn't tell you about it.
It's fine. It's and I don't feel sandbagged, but I mean, Nota knows I've been critical of some of his comments, so it should be an interesting conversation today. And we'll probably just talk about South Africa, which would be great. No, the trip so far, Nota, it's been epic. It's been unreal. So I've been doing these trips since I left the Army in October 2019. I retired, and I started a consultancy to try to get U.S. businesses to invest in Africa. And then the COVID scam came along, and I couldn't travel to Africa. So. So what am I going to do? So I'm kind of like Inspector Gadget. I adopt technology whenever it comes out. So I was one of the early people on YouTube, even though I was an intelligence officer serving the military and I really couldn't post videos of myself online.
Yeah.
So I had a couple videos from waterfalls in Iceland on a trip that I took there years ago.
Oh, nice.
So that's all was there.
Around the glaciers?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah.
So after 15 years on YouTube, I had 2 subscribers and I had 4,300 views. In other words, I really didn't use it much. So then when I couldn't travel because of COVID, I said, well, how can I let people find out about my consultancy? So they know that I know about Africa and I understand Africa because that's what I'm selling. So I started making videos about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, counterterrorism, the Sahel, the Southern African Customs Union, SADC, all this different stuff, and South Africa. And I have a lot of followers at that time, on LinkedIn, about 10,000. And so I went on LinkedIn, put it on there. And then a few people came over and subscribed. And I have an affinity for South Africans in general, but 3 groups in particular. So I like to promote those who speak Afrikaans, including Afrikaners and colored South Africans, but also the Tswana South Africans, because Botswana, I used to live in Botswana. Not really in Botswana, I'm Botswana, but still, so I like to promote that as well. And then the Sotho, because they're really cousins. So when I go to Maseru, I can say, and they understand me, and I get it. Yeah, I get it. But then they start talking other stuff, and it's a little too different from Tswana, so I get lost.
Okay.
But so I promote those cultures in South Africa. Anyway, so I wound up listening to some programs.
So this is Colonel Chris Wyatt. I've seen up to kind of run about this part. He's explaining himself as a journalist. When I started making videos about him, asking who he is, there's somebody who comes in and kind of explains on his behalf. I don't know if that's his commenting account where he goes and he presents himself in a particular way so that he himself is not presenting himself. Like he's known already as this particular thing. And there are those who know him. So if you don't know him, there's somebody else other than him educating you on who he is. So you should know by now. He and that account introduced him as a journalist. And he himself says that he was covering some things before COVID-19. I heard a piece of that in the interview with Sama Sambit. He explains himself like this. I don't know, man. Do CIA men don't have cover when they go undercover? Say, this is who I am. Haven't we just seen this in the movies? Just spend the first 3 years being on YouTube, acting like a journalist, and then we know the agenda has started, but after 3 years, once that cover is established, you will now start pushing the agenda you need to push. I mean, the world is currently going through a very serious war there between Israel and Hamas and the people of Gaza, Palestinians, and now Israel is bombing Iran and Iran is bombing back. The world is taking sides. People are choosing where they go. And I think that the Afrikaner refugee program, in one way, is an attempt to shame the South African government for taking taking Israel to the ICJ. And so Trump, who is pretty much a partner to Israel, the United States, being ran by Israel, is pretty much standing up for the Afrikaners to say, if you're going to say there's a genocide, you're going to say our friend has a genocide, we're going to say you have a white genocide. We're going to press on that. Plus, there had been people internally who were saying that that's what's happening from 2018 over there. Farm murders, genocide of whites. And so currently, I think there's that point to point the finger back in South Africa, but also for some group of white people to find some sympathy and allegiance in their hearts towards Israel. I think there are people whose minds are being campaigned to, ally and stand behind Israel very much. And maybe while the US is doing this and the Afrikaners are appreciating Trump so much, it's time to now, have white Afrikaners who believe themselves to be Christian and they are not Christian. That is Christian white nationalism. It's the same stuff in the USA from the gun lovers, etc. It seems like there's that thing where Americans like Colonel Chris Wyatt and Trump saw that, there's people who kind of exactly like us out in South Africa. They are white, hold to these conservative values. If we're all right-wing, white, family-loving, gun-loving, lovers of the soil and producing, why don't we just all stand together one time and just stand behind Israel together? I mean, if y'all love rugby over there, Colonel Chris Wyatt will pretty much just start wearing some Springbok stuff to make sure that the white people see that in him And when they see that in him, and they see him and Trump favoring the Afrikaners, and they see Trump saying Israel, the white people will turn their necks and go Israel as well. So I think there's layers underneath layers. There's a cover, there's the first apparent thing, remove that, and there's the truth. Or maybe there's another layer and another layer, and then in the inner sanctum, there's the truth. But these things don't have to be so complex, you know? If you want to control a population, you have to go for a simple strategy. If you make it complex, you risk your message not being gotten. So you need to be straightforward. So, Colonel Chris, is he straightforward who he is? Does he have a cover? Does he have several covers? And is Israel his agenda as well, with the Aikumalos and the Samasambits? There does seem to be an Israel thing over there. And it seems well-timed. I don't believe that Colonel Chris Wyatt would be involved in these things coincidentally because of Nobuntu Mkhize. I think he might have said that, or is still going to say, he picked up on South Africans' things during the Nobuntu Mkhize thing. And so being a journalist, speaking on things, having retired, he hopped on to this story. And now, fresh off on-ramping via Nobuntu Mkhize, there's now an Israel psyops lobbying of Afrikaners while Israel is doing what they are doing. So create more conflict between the Afrikaners who, because of their Judeo-Christian allegiance, and there's no such thing, really. There's only Christ. If you're Judeo-Christian by tradition, swearing by the Bible, you're just not Christian. So they're like, okay, there's this little Christianity that we can find. And with Christianity, there's this Judeo-allegiance as well. And these Judeo-Christian white people hate their current government. Let's make them love us then, as the Israelis, the Jews. And let's have a split in South Africa where their government and those who took Israel to the ICJ, let's have them stand on that side with Muslims. And then let's have this side of the gap, those who stand with Israel. That's really the polarity of the world currently. That's how it is. That's the big left and the right in the world.
And program I'm familiar with, Renaldo program.
Yeah.
5 years ago. I was out exercising, so I'd stay fit. Once I got out of the army, you got to make an effort. So I'd walk in the morning for an hour and a half and again in the afternoon for another hour. And I'm walking through the orchards in central Pennsylvania, and I'm listening to these people call in complaining about South Africa and Renaldo's program. He would give them 2 minutes. It was during lockdown. So I called in because I was angry at them. Like, these people they're South Africans. They don't even know their own history. So I called in, and Renaldo's giving you 2 minutes per person. We talked for 40 minutes.
Wow.
People in the chat like, who's this Oak man? Where do we find him? Does he have a channel? Where do we find him? And then I didn't know what to say because he asked me for my channel. I said, well, type in Chris Wyatt Africa. And that started. And then my channel grew to about 23,000 in about 5 months. It was really exploding. And then I had the temerity to report accurately what happened in our election. No, not Dominion switching votes or, But the state of Pennsylvania had passed an election law 10 months prior. And because it was inconvenient, they chose to avoid the law. Well, that's not acceptable. So I reported accurately, and YouTube came after me because there was a censorship regime at the time. And they attacked one video after another illegitimately, and after 3 months, they took my channel away. So I started a new channel, and that channel grew slowly. And after 3 years and 8 months, it was at 20,000.
Wow.
But then...
Who has seen this channel? Who has seen it? Who has seen it? Did it ever exist? Is this a cover? Colonel Chris Wyatt, you telling us the truth? You telling us the truth?
Nobs Mkhize went off on a Fly-Saf air flight. And because
there comes the Nobuntu Mkhize. He's about to tell us how he now makes an on-ramp onto South Africa and becomes who he is currently. Because I've seen his account grow in the speed. In February, when I joined YouTube, I didn't join YouTube. I started doing political commentary. When I met him, I think his account was doing 50,000. In the 2 months since I did that and took a break, he's doubled that amount. So he will have an account that is 1 million in about a year and a half from now. Unless something happens, I don't know, Trump loses the election, Israel really disgusts the world, and there's a turning away, and the US as well cuts itself off. I mean, if they go into this war with Iran and people in the US die, people in Israel die, people in Iran die, people in Gaza have been dying, what is it all going to be for? What is it all going to be for? What is it all going to be for? How will people feel about that? Everybody dying? Everybody? What about America first? Bannon and people like that will be calling, the way they say, kick out Elon Musk. He's a South African running some issues here. We really might see people saying, yo, get Israel away from us. Did the Saudis just buy a jet for the USA for Trump? People who are going to say America first are going to be caught in two places because times are changing. That slogan, America first, and now you're putting Israel first and you're putting American citizens to the sword, having them die in battle, and there's protests on the street. America is more divided. Foreigners are being kicked out, and those people are currently holding jobs employed by Americans who are trying to squeeze, what they can, what profit they can out of the business, grow their margins a bit by employing cheap labor. The hotels, the farms, they're gonna go out of business if they have to employ Americans. Immigration and the hiring of the poorer people outside of the fence is a thing that will happen until the end of time. It's slavery. That's what it was in the time before industrialization. The poor have always found their labor being procured, but today we pursue the employer and we hand ourselves over and we say, can I work your machine? I will come back tomorrow. You don't have to chain me. Just write me a contract. I agree to be yours. You know what I'm saying? So the world runs that way, and the US runs that way very much. So doing away with the foreigners there, hurting American jobs, riots on the street, families being split, senators being pinned to the ground, arrested for asking questions, Harvard being attacked, academia turning against the administration, US soldiers dying, and the US debt growing, the tariff war increasing the price of food and services in the United States, the dollar going shorter and shorter distance, the world going towards the others going towards a BRICS currency. Bro, this Israel war with Iran is coming at a very bad time for Americans. And I don't know what is going to happen with Colonel Chris Wyatt and the Nazis, Jewish Nazis, who are busy pumping this up, allowing this to be life. Nazism is going to fall. Again, it has to rise, and what goes up has to fall. And so will Colonel Chris Wyatt and his account and the Afrikaner Jews, yes, they are Afrikaner Jews now, will they together be rallying for the war of the world and becoming more popular? Or is there a fall in the future for such? Let's keep listening.
There was a censorship regime at the time, and they attacked one video after another illegitimately, and after 3 months, they took my channel away. So I started a new channel, and that channel grew slowly, and after 3 years and 8 months, it was at 20,000. Wow. But then Knobs and Kesey went off on a SAF air flight. And
yes, Knobs, yes.
Knobs,
I actually know her.
SABC, right?
I actually know her.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
what
not from the
happened.
SABC.
I don't know what happened. She said she wasn't drinking. Yeah, she said she wasn't drinking, but I suspect she had a little bit on the flight. Anyway, I'm not going to get into this, but she did that on the flight, and I had stopped making prepared videos because it takes a lot of work, to prepare a video, do the analysis, record and edit it. So I kind of stopped making those because I wasn't getting many views out of my 20,000 subscribers. But when Knobs did that, I was kind of angry about it, and I was waiting to see if the Human Rights Commission did something about it. So I made a video and I had 50,000 views. I'm like, oh, people are listening. So I made another one, different angle, and suddenly people started watching my prepared videos. So I put more effort to it. So I didn't gain subscribers initially, still stuck at 20,000, but the viewership picked back up. And then I said, Trump's coming in office and people are interested in this. So I should be making more videos analyzing Trump and what's going to happen. And then it started taking off mid-January, seriously. And then Trump's executive order for the refugee program. And it's just, I'm at 80,000 last night. I hit 80,000.
Wow. Congratulations. You're almost 100K.
Yeah, and he's 103,000 right now. He's at 103,000. He's growing. And now he's recruiting people on behalf of Israel. Right after this video, as we end, we will watch one more video about how Israel is paying influencers across the world. And you'll understand what I'm saying when I say there's a connection with the Afrikaners. The Afrikaners in South Africa, they are being worked towards nationalism, Nazism. And Afrikaners do come from a Nazi background. The Nationalist Party, the Nazi Party of South Africa. So are they being called back to their origins? by Jewish Nazism now.
And what's the name of the platform for the people to subscribe? Oh, you just go at Colonel Chris Wyatt, and you can find it on YouTube just like that. But the trip, so back to answer your question, Notice. Sorry, not to monopolize all the time, but I am the guest, so I can tell my story.
No,
please. All right.
Got all the time in the world, yeah?
So the trip so far has been unbelievable. The reason for telling you all that is that this is my 5th trip to South Africa in the past 3 years.
Yeah.
So I come about every 6 months, and I try to engage all kinds of folks. I engage with colored folks, with Khoi, San, black folks, white folks, Afrikaners, English, Tswana, Zulu, Xhosa, all over the country as best I can. And I try to tell people stories. I film documentaries, and I try to promote South Africa, but I don't hide from the very real problems this country has. Like the one almost meter deep pothole in Santon I drove through yesterday. Oh, that was ugly. Well, the tire didn't blow, thank goodness. That's happened to me before. By the way, when I came in 2022, I was in Northwest, and I was on a secondary road going to the Cradle of Humankind.
Yeah.
And I'm driving on the road, and there's 2 massive potholes, and there's a car coming, so I can't swerve. It's 80, but I'm only going 50. And I didn't see them because there was a shadow, and I went through it. 2 tires blown just like that.
Oh, I've had the same thing happen to me.
So I pull over, and there's a tuck shop. So I push the car or roll it, about 100 meters, get to the tuck shop, and I open the boot, and there's no handle for the jack, and there's no lug wrench for the nuts. Oh yeah, I saw you that. So I'm like screwed, right? Anyway, so I walk in, and the Indian, the shop is owned by an Indian. I didn't even know there were Indians in the Northwest, but I was wrong. I've been coming to South Africa for 30 years. I didn't know there were Indians in the Northwest, especially in Rustenburg. Anyway, so he gave me some tools to work with, and then these Afrikaners pulled up, and they had a little compressor they could use from their car. They helped me out. And then the Swana dude pulled up when he worked for somebody. He had a big truck with tools and everything. He had a lug wrench and a jack, and we got it going. But the rim, the rim was bent, major bent. So he's like, we can fix this. I'm like, brother, you got more faith than I got. so he says, we can fix this. So we, he said, beating it with a hammer. The guy from the Indian guy, beating with a hammer. And then he takes me to a petrol station on the other side of the road on the end. And we go over there and we fill it up, and he beats it a little bit more. I rode 4,000 kilometers on that damaged rim. He fixed. Yeah. It was my rainbow rescue. And he had a Tswana and an Afrikaner. That's my rainbow rescue.
Hey, Colonel Chris Wyatt has some character, yo. Nah? Yeah, man. You know what? If I was blonde, blue-eyed, an American dude, I would love this type of man. A military man represents some kind of masculinity that a lot of young men lack. And I love old men. I am aspiring now to become an old man. I'm just embracing where I'm going. I'm turning away from youth and where I've been and how young I hope to be. I'm just looking forward to looking like an old man, and I'm taking tips. I'm seeing what it's like to be lovable at that age, And I can see quite a lot of that in Colonel Chris Wyatt. He's a funny dude, but there are men who have a cover, if I may remind you. You see, you need to discern the spirit of a man. You need to understand what spirit operates him. He's funny, we're laughing, he's got dope anecdotes. He's like Ike Khumalo. I understand why people would like Ike Khumalo. He gives this nostalgia, You have memories of a time which you weren't here. When you're listening to him as a young dude, you can imagine Soweto being a particular way back then when there was some kind of order because people were under serious policing and serious control of movement. And that brought some kind of order that is admirable, and listening to times gone by. If you're growing up in chaos and somebody's telling you, bro, there used to be order. When women these days are busy singing, my pussy, my pussy, my pussy, and there's music back then, a Grotman is telling you about every woman, every man, join the caravan of love. Stand up, stand up, stand up. You understand? Maybe this is the last time I may ever get to hold your hand again. I can say that I'm a better man because you made me understand. I'm so sorry that I tore your heart apart last night. So there was a time when men had virtue and they could apologize, and they sang lovingly and promoted love and marriage amongst each other. When you hear about times gone by, you'd love those men and their stories. But old men, if they don't grow in Christ, in the Lord, they just grow to become depraved, I'm telling you. They become wizards, or they become men who, over time, lose the value of a person's life when they see people dropping like flies, dying throughout the ages, and you're still remaining. And you can see that, hey man, you're remaining. It seems like you'll die when your time has come, when you're aging nicely in comfort, and you see people die in poverty. You start to have the pride of life. You cry for dead people until you're tired, till you don't even care anymore, man, who dies. And we live in a culture where there's spiritual practices that acknowledge death as something very necessary, because death and the spillage of blood activates. Blood dripping is a catalyst for spiritual manifestations. And the practices that people do, they need death. And so people start to view death as they grow older as an essential ingredient. You'll hear the first thing that occultists tell you is that, hey man, there's a yin, there's a yang, there's dark and there's light, there's evil and there's good. And they'll say this is a balance. Evil is necessary. And those are the theories of old men. They become magicians, sorcerers, or people who just don't value life because they've been on this planet long enough to see that, that nigga croaked. We buried him. Now we're still drinking, still fucking. So, who is Colonel Chris Wyatt? Who has he grown up as? Who is he internally? He's funny. He's admirable. He's an old man. Old men are like that. But Israel is out here. His personality and his attitude towards South Africa is one that is not nice. South Africa is a place ravaged by inequality that was created and built to last. Apartheid was designed in such a way that even if you uproot the system, it has long-lasting consequences. First, you suffer the dog as it passes, and then there's this long tail of the dog after the dog has passed. Still suffer the tail after that. And murders, killings, violence, grape, when it grips such a society, it requires an old man who has seen things progressively happen to know why they're here. History doesn't just start at some point, doesn't start in 1994 going forward. There was a longer ruler before that. And so Colonel Chris Wyatt is a man who says that the Afrikaners are in a safe place. At least they're not going to have their necks slit while they sleep, etc., etc., etc. He says all of these kind of things. So South Africa is in this state. People are doing this because they're just savages, according to him. And in America is the land of the free, home of the brave, home of white people, the land of foreigners, the land of diversity, with Los Angeles, California being the most diverse, and the diversity of that area making that state, that province to be what it is, to be the powerhouse that it is. It's the mixture of everyone there. And I think New York is benefiting from that as well, that diversity. States that are just white don't really get to produce technological new ideas. That happens in Silicon Valley, where you've got diversity and even that homosexuality there. Where people are conservative and just among themselves, you get inbreds, you get stupidity, you get regress, you get stagnation. And so Colonel Chris Wyatt knows all of these things. He knows all of these things, but he has this bad attitude towards South Africa. And the black person or the person of color, he stands for the white one, represents them most. So, who is he? Let's keep listening.
Yeah. So that was my first trip back, but I come back every 6 months. But when I first came, I was like, I'm going to do meet and greets because a lot of my viewers have been asking me to come to South Africa since 2020 because I couldn't come because of lockdown. So they said, now I'm coming. Let's do a meet and greet. I said, okay, but is anybody going to come? It's like, if the tree falls in the forest, did it really fall, right? Anyway, so I didn't know what to expect. And Renaldo and others, a lot of my viewers said, Chris, you don't understand. During lockdown, you really went out of your way to try to uplift people and keep them going. Even though I reported the bad news stories, also talked about the macadamia nut industry in South Africa, which is the world's biggest exporter now.
Yeah,
that's
macadamia nuts. Yeah,
yeah.
And I always talk about it, and I always encourage entrepreneurs to get into it.
Oh, so you know about that?
Yeah, macadamia nuts. Yeah, it's awesome.
No, I know.
We haven't had that conversation.
No, well, I mean, we've got a macadamia nut farm.
Oh, do you? Well, so that's where I was going with this. The interesting thing about the macadamia nut thing is that it's not traditional.
Yeah.
Most of the people entering the business are women or people of color. I don't care for that term. I'm pink. I'm a person of color.
Yeah.
But anyway,
well, for
you get
South
my
Africa,
point.
it's much broader. Yeah.
So it's not traditional. It's not the usual people going to farming, and it's been going quite well. So I talked about that. There's a guy who's a panel beater in Pretoria. His name is Dax. And he lives in Joburg now. He beat panels for 18 years. Didn't like it. Made a living. Supported his family, but he was a painter. He wanted to paint. That was his passion. So a couple of years before lockdown, he quit painting. Quit beating panels, and he started painting. He went to fairs and the roadside. And
stuff. Oh, like painting, like arts, not like cars.
No, he got tired of panel beating, so he wanted to actually do artwork. Sorry. So he started selling his art, and it was tough at first. He's struggling. How am I going to sell this stuff? And he started making money. He was making more money than being a panel beater. He loved his life. And then COVID. No fairs. He couldn't. So I interviewed him. He's still selling his art. He's here in Joburg. He sells it. So I'm going to try to link up with him. But anyway, so I started doing these pod stories. So people come to your meet and greets. And I had meet and greets. I did 17 in 30 days in 6 provinces. It's exhausting.
Sure.
And the smallest was 7 people. The biggest was 60 up in Pretoria. That was a pretty big one.
Nice.
So then the second time I came, some fewer people came because my audience hadn't grown and people have already met me. So the bloom is worn off the rose, I guess, a little bit. But still some dedicated people kept coming. I've had meet and greets like in Eiserfontein, nobody showed up. People said,
quickly, let me look at that Israel and its influencers video right quick. Let me play him in the background.
They're going to show up. So this time, wrap this up. This is what I'm getting at. This time, what happened was there's huge pent-up interest in me because it's been a year since I've been back. I came last year to cover the elections. So I got you think Home Affairs is bad? Okay. It took me 7 weeks to get my passport in America. And I got it last minute only because I called and asked for expedited service. It was sitting, typical bureaucrat.
Yeah, here's the video. You see, I've watched it. It's got a red line underneath there. You're going to find out what happens. And let's keep watching if the Afrikaners, the refugees, and the Afrikaners locally are having their attention brought towards the 49ers just so that it can also be diverted towards Israel as well. There's a lot of means that Israel employs. But let's quickly check it out. We'll go back to him.
Israel might be controlling your favorite influencer. Here's how you spot them. When Benjamin Netanyahu came to DC to meet with Trump, most of the attention was focused on their plans for Gaza. What completely flew under the radar is that Benjamin Netanyahu had another meeting where he met with a group of conservative influencers. The group included podcasters Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Sean Spicer, and writers Bethany Mandel, David Harris Jr., Jessica Krause, Seth Mandel, and Molly Hemingway.
And what did Colonel Chris Wyatt say about the number of meet and greets and interviews that he's had? Let's quickly listen to that.
This is what I'm getting at. This time, what happened was there's huge pent-up interest in me because it's been a year since I've been back. I came last year to cover the elections. So I got you think Home Affairs is bad? Okay. It took me 7 weeks to get my passport in America. And I got it last minute only because I called and asked for expedited service. It was sitting, typical bureaucrats, sitting at somebody's desk for like a month and a half.
He's already said that. Let me not go too far back. You heard him.
Some of the people on this list have several millions of followers, and they were meeting not just with Israel's head of state, but also his diplomatic advisor and the Israeli ambassador to the United States. There are no videos or direct quotes from the meeting because it was conducted under Chatham House rules, which is basically a rule set for meetings in elite circles where the people attending, especially journalists, meet on the basis that nothing said in the meeting can be directly attributed to any individual, and then you can only say what was generally talked about. Some of the topics covered include Iran and anti-Zionist sentiment online. While we don't know for sure everything that was discussed, it's hard to imagine that Netanyahu convened influencers for any other reason than to try to convince them to be propagandists for Israel. So is there any evidence of Israel manipulating online spaces to change public opinion? Yes. In fact, it's a stated position of the Israeli Foreign Ministry. Just 3 days after October 7th, Israel launched an initiative to recruit social media influencers in the United States to defend Israel. A spokesperson said, fighting on social networks.
Y'all remember I was asking you what's happening with Summer Sambit and Aikumalo. And Julius Malema also pointed to Musi Maimane, saying there's an Israel side. I asked the question, why is Summer Sambit looking like he's an influencer? And Daily Maverick pointed him out as cashing in on APAC, receiving some money, doing some content for cash. YouTube monetization is money on top. So you don't know who you're working with out there. But Thomas Mabasoba, They might be part of something very lucrative for themselves. They might be very selfish people.
Works in influencing international public opinion is critical during wartime. The world 3 days after October 7th, Israel launched an initiative to recruit social media influencers in the United States to defend Israel. A spokesperson said, "Fighting on social networks and influencing international public opinion is critical during wartime. The world must understand that Israel's struggle is one of light against darkness, a life-loving culture versus lowly terrorists." It's obvious why Israel needs propaganda. The only way to have a country based on legalized racial supremacy is through propaganda, like Nazi Germany and Jim Crow apartheid had, that twists the reality of the situation. And Israel actually has its own word for propaganda.
You need propaganda. You need a twisting of the situation.
Which is Hasbara, which translates to explain in Hebrew. In the weeks following October 7th, Israel already had a lot to explain. A number of American influencers got emails offering them $5,000 in brand sponsorships in exchange for doing a single live stream supporting Israel. The email read, "I'm reaching out to you on behalf of a global collective of agencies, influencers, and content creators who are coming together to raise awareness about the difficult situation in Israel. As you're aware, the people of Israel are currently fighting not just a war against Hamas terrorism at home, but also in the battle to tell the story to the world." There's no telling who organized this collective of agencies or who they were, but it's clear that recruiting influencers is one of the central chosen tactics of the Israeli Hasbara machine. The reason influencers are so important is because influencer-based marketing is much more subtle than an ad in a fixed programming slot where you know you're being sold something. A lot of this work is done by a network of privately funded NGOs. This is because if you have the Israeli government paying influencers, that looks bad. But if the Israeli government gets 100 different NGOs to do the same thing, it gives the illusion that it's not coordinated by a state. Take Yalla Israel, for example, a non-profit organization dedicated to flying VIP influencers, meaning people with 3 million or more online followers, out to Israel on an all-expenses-paid vacation where they go swimming and dancing and shopping and out to restaurants. Many of the people that go on this trip don't know anything about Israel and have never posted about it. They're being taken under the guise of discovering Israel, which might sound innocuous, but the way the trips work is that you're being showered with these gifts and fancy dinners and beach trips without any mention of how the Palestinians are treated, and then the organizers tell you about how there are these people out there called Palestinians who hate Jews and want to destroy Israel and all the wonderful things you're experiencing on this trip so far. Then the organizers coach you on how to post about Israel and how to deal with the anti-Semites, meaning people who oppose genocide, in the comments.
Anti-Semites, people who oppose the genocide. So people who are against Israel doing what it's doing, those are people who should get blasted. Colonel Chris Wyatt's recent video is one where he says the NC's mum silent on Israel and Iran bombing one another. He wants to see people take a side in that. He wants to see South Africa openly stand and support Iran fighting back and launching missiles and drones into Israel. And as the South African government does that, I'm thinking that the Afrikaners will be pulled further in the other direction, towards the right. While those who are pro-black, standing with Muslims together, BEE, go off to the other side, and it's a more divided world. Do you see what is happening? Those who speak their honest opinion have to be shot down. There should be no resistance to what is happening to the people of Gaza. So South Africa, trying to resist that, is now under attack. Do you see what's going on?
Yalla Israel closely monitors how much their info coach you on how to post about Israel and how to deal with the anti-Semites, meaning people who oppose genocide, in the comments. Yalla Israel closely monitors how much their influencers post, and they report that the average person that takes one of their trips makes 100 posts about Israel while they're on the trip. Even though the group is an ostensibly small non-government organization, the trips are funded by the Zionist mega-donor group, the Adelson Family Foundation, and the director of the group itself is an American-born woman named Sarah Granoff, who formerly served as an IDF spokeswoman and speechwriter for Israel's ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon. There are several other nearly identical organizations like Vibe Israel, BZ Media, Sharaka, which focuses specifically on bringing delegations from Arab and Muslim countries, Is Really Cool, which tries to highlight the stories of converted anti-Semites, Hasbara Fellowships, which targets students, and so on. Major Zionist organizations like the Jewish National Fund, Stand With Us, and the American Jewish Committee have also started their own influencer programs.
Yeah.
The Israeli government is also just hiring PR firms that do influencer-based marketing to do marketing for Israel. Here's a Spanish firm with no ostensible pro-Israel bias that was hired by the Israeli Ministry of Tourism to bring two gay influencers to Tel Aviv to, quote, present Israel as a gay-friendly destination, focusing on the Tel Aviv Gay Pride Parade, one of the world's most important gay-themed festivals. Here's another PR firm that...
With that, do you realize that Israel is circular? For you who think that Israel is a holy place, if you're reading historic biblical Israel as the current state of Israel, and you're currently looking at that place and what it's doing and trying to find biblical significance and justification by the Bible, you become a white Christian fundamentalist. If you're black and you join that, you become a Zionist. You understand what I'm saying? You need to understand Zionism. So none of this is biblical. Gays and putting together an influencer campaign, it's just the same way that you can say the Roman Catholic Church is not Christian. You can see by the support for gays by Pope John Paul, the one who just recently died, you know, etc., etc.
pays influencers to post pre-written messages with Israeli talking points. One of the biggest targets for Israel is Christian evangelicals. Woo! Influencer trips for evangelical influencers have skyrocketed and have been organized by groups like the MKP Task Force. Israel sees evangelicals not only as an important demographic for shoring up support in America, but also for giving the illusion that Israel's land theft has some kind of biblical history to it. An article in the Israeli newspaper Haaretz written about some of the groups involved in these Christian...
So you see, those people who are calling themselves Christian as well are being pulled towards support for Israel and away from the other Muslim world. You see, the world is being divided along that line. United States, Israel and its allies this side. Everybody who stands with Saudi Arabia, China, Russia, and whatever, Habrukha, that side. So there's the two superpowers. There's a consolidation on this side and a consolidation on that side. America will not make it on its own going forward. Israel won't make it on its own. And so the bloc on the West needs to form a much tighter group. And they need to campaign those who have this religiosity mindset. Maybe that's how Patrice Motsepe is also coming in. Being close to ZCC and whatever, his colors, sundowns, ki yellow and green, ya Moloch. People who have a religiosity nyana, come towards Motsepe as president. If you're into soccer, come to him as president. If you are Judeo-Christian, Aryeng, close to Netanyahu and Trump. Let's support genocide and let's bomb together. That's what's happening to the world. And the Afrikaners are right in the middle of this.
Christian influencer trips featured quotes from American pastors saying that Jewish people were chosen by God and that Palestine was promised to them. Groups like Israel 365 Media do this on the domestic front, paying Christian influencers to tell their audiences that Christians have a biblical mandate to support Israel. They work with media outlets like TBN, the world's largest Christian TV network, and Prager University, a major conservative online media outlet followed by many Christian Americans. One thing worth noting in regards to the scope...
PragerU, I think that is Dennis Prager, the man sitting there. He's the one who was employing or contracting Candace Owens before she went to the Daily Wire. She was on a certain platform, had a mug, PragerU, over there, standing for Israel, standing for, you know, Christian values, technical Christianity, but not a Christianity in practice, by the way. And so we see Candace Owens now having left the Daily Wire and that conservatism that aligns with Israel. We see her now aligning with the Roman Catholic Church. Lost, Nje. Wondering about.
The hope of this effort is that all students that go through the Israeli school system are required to take a course on Hasbara in combating criticism of Israel online. The Israeli Foreign Ministry is also training influencers to defend Israel online. These influencers, who collectively have tens of millions of followers, are invited to special training camps where they're coached on how to rebut pro-Palestine talking points and get a direct line of contact to the Israeli government on a constant and emergency basis.
Wow.
But the most egregious part of Israel's online strategy is its use of fake bot accounts that spam pro-Israel comments and posts online. An investigation by the Al Jazeera Media Institute revealed hundreds of accounts created shortly after October 7th with around 50 to 100 followers pretending to be Arabs and constantly posting comments criticizing the Palestinians, regional resistance groups, and Iran. These accounts would mainly target pages.
Yeah, so Iran, if you stand with Iran, if you are Nalendi Pandor, there's a post that I saw that showed a bunch of, a group of Iranian leaders who have been killed by the strikes. And somebody said, Nalendi Pandor's friends have all been killed, you know? And that's a South African account. So we are now seeing black or blackface South African accounts that are standing with Israel and stepping on the balls of the ANC and the Naledi Pandors who took Israel to the ICJ. You can see pro-Israelism quite clearly out in the United States. But here in South Africa, it's just slowly starting to show up, and you're starting to see it on Twitter. As the bombs drop, if you're scrolling through Twitter, you can already see some people in South Africa who are taking this side, and you have to take this side, or those who are going that way, and you have to kind of go that way. So you can't be a neutral South African scrolling through Twitter. You have to be black in Soweto, struggling. You're still waiting for service delivery. You're without electricity. You're without toilets. You're without a job. But take a side on Israel. Some of you don't even have a side about who runs your municipality. You don't vote nationally, locally, or whatsoever. You don't care. You're fed up because there's some that's not being delivered to you that matters to you directly. But the help of Twitter and influencers, you will have a side on Israel versus the people who are suffering the genocide. You will take a side on Iran versus Israel. It's happening.
That were popular in the Arab and Muslim world, like Al Jazeera and TRT. Their comments would mainly blame the Palestinians for the destruction they're facing and portray them as beggars who were ungrateful for the aid they were getting from other Arab countries.
Have you not seen Colonel Chris Wyatt label South Africans as these people who have been dependent on US aid, who cannot do for themselves? Have you not seen kind of the same from Douglas Murray? Have you not seen these people who are belittling, casting a certain image? Like they're killing you spiritually, you know? They're killing you emotionally, you know? They are pressing down your personhood. That, ladies and gentlemen, what apartheid was, what ethnic supremacy feels like and smells like. If you don't know about the Nazi propagandist, there was a man who was responsible for turning the minds of the Germans to hate the Jews at the time. And so those techniques, although hated, although famed for the wrong reasons, are being adopted once again. When people are about to get attacked, when they are about to get invaded, when they are about to be hurt in a major way, when their minds are about to be poisoned, there's a singing of a song like the trumpets of death that are sung about you. You're made out to be like rats. I saw Katleho in one of her videos engage in something like that. Black people are being referred to as rats, vermin, people who are begging. That comes before now. What happens in Gaza is happening. There's something about that happening to people here being called vermin. And the only way to get out of that is to join the side of Israel and call others vermin. So now you also see these black content creators who are trying to duck from the rain, who are trying to get out of the crosshairs, and they have to now get behind the gun. The one in the back of the gun lives forever.
These accounts would also start dialogues with each other, where one fake account would post a comment and another fake account would respond, which indicates that they aren't individual accounts, but that they're part of an organized effort. No one took responsibility for this, but Israel has admitted to using bot farms in the past.
If you don't know what I was trying to do there, I was quoting Kendrick. He says the one in front of the gun lives forever. So I said the one in suddenly the back of the gun.
During Israel's massacre against Gaza in 2021, the Israeli army used bots to promote a hashtag, Gaza Regrets, to try to rally support for Israel's war. And while the military admitted it was using fake accounts and even apologized for it, the Israeli government continues to employ people to defend Israel online and pledge to target teenagers in its next online campaign. While this video doesn't cover the full extent of Israel's manipulation online, much of which we have to assume has yet to be uncovered, we hope that this helps you know what signs to look for. The Trump administration and the Israel lobby have launched a concerted effort outlined in the Heritage Foundation's Project Esther proposal to smear the Palestine movement as an inorganic movement that's being propped up by foreign actors. But it's actually Israel that's carrying out the real foreign influence campaign to try to run cover for its genocide. This year, Israel has increased its propaganda budget 20-fold to a whopping $150 million. That money's all going somewhere, meaning we're likely going to see more pro-Israel bot comments and more covertly paid influencer messaging coming from the pro-Israel side. Israel's trying to confuse online audiences by flooding their timelines with paid propaganda, but that's unlikely to change much. Israel's genocide in Gaza has led to an unprecedented decline in public.
Ladies and gentlemen, in order to block these kind of things, certain countries will have to block off Twitter. You have to block off Twitter, number one. You have to ban it so that the sickness doesn't spread. And then those who show up on YouTube will have to be quite passionate, because YouTube is not so easy to create a little post where you're swimming or shopping in Tel Aviv and you just say Viva la Israel. On YouTube, you're going to have to write a script or read a script like Summer Sambit, and there it becomes clear what you're doing. But there on Twitter, it's not so clear. And on Instagram, I don't think we'll be influenced that much. Instagram is very influential in the United States, and people can do influencer campaigns of that type. Here, you kind of need Twitter and YouTube, or even TikTok. So we'll see.
Public opinion towards the country, and some polls show that it's now the most hated country in the world. Spamming people with canned talking points and sponsored content isn't gonna change that.
You heard that? You heard that? So, as Colonel Chris Wyatt's account grows, as his popularity increases, and as his agenda grows more hated, what is he going to say? What is he going to say?
So I got it like 3 days before I had to fly, because the election was May 29th. Jeez. So I got my ticket. Cost me 65,000 Rand round trip for economy, jamming these legs in the seats. Anyway, so I got here. I went to 14 polling stations in the Western Cape, because I got here the night before.
So that's during the elections, right?
During the elections.
Yeah, that's a $3,500 trip. That's a ridiculous amount of money.
3,200. Yeah, roughly. Yeah. 65,000 Rand. Yeah. It's pretty good math. You're really good.
Well, I travel between the US and here a lot, so
yeah,
I do the calculation
that's
a lot.
expensive.
Yeah.
Very my first ticket back in 2022 was $868. That's all right.
Yeah.
But now it keeps going up. So I went to 14 polling stations in the Western Cape. I started out in Somerset West. Then I went to Khayelitsha. 5 polling stations, Khayelitsha.
Yeah.
Then I went to Monenberg. And from Monenberg, I went to Rondebosch, and then Sea Point, and then Parklands, and then Tableview. I did all the stuff and observed it. It was pretty wild, because people recognized it. It was pitch dark at Parklands, no power, because ESCOM, was load shedding. What's supposed to be, there's no power. And people like, pitch dark, hey, it's a...
Yeah, was that a cover? Him doing all of these things, was that pre-preparation? When you paint a car, you prime it first, give the paint a foundation to properly sit on, creating the pre-existing conditions so that you will be meeting all of that sometime further in the future.
Colonel, because the beard's kind of a trademark. Kind of like your look is trademark.
Yeah.
So anyway, couple of trips in, I started counting how many people would recognize me on the street, just come up to me. Some people are shy. They don't want to say. But a lot of people, hey, it's Chris, it's a Colonel, and they want to do selfies, which is kind of cool. So the last trip, it was 45 people. This time, before I left the Western Cape, it was 52 people. I'm up to 74 people now recognize me on the street.
Wow.
And when I was in Durban, I kind of hid my hotel for a couple of days because I was making content.
Yeah.
So I wasn't even out and about, but still.
Oh, okay.
And by the way,
where did you stay? Where did you stay in Durban?
At the Suncoast. Yeah.
Suncoast. Oh, yeah, that's right in town. Oh, yeah. Have you ever been up to the penthouse there at the Suncoast?
No, Ramaphosa and I don't move in the same circle.
Well, I mean, it's not really that expensive. Next time you go there, I'd suggest you go book. If you've got some extra money to spend on just a nicer trip, book a couple of days at that penthouse because it's got amazing views of the entire city. I mean, you got the whole panoramic views. You can watch.
I can film some good content too.
As well. You can see the boats coming into the port there at the Durban Harbour as well. You can see all the way. You can see the Moses Mabhida Stadium because, I mean, it's right across.
They're doing some work on that now. They had a bunch of scaffolding. That's kind of ruined photographs for this trip, but I got plenty of photos of the stadium.
Yeah.
Because I go to Sharks games. I'm a huge rugby guy. I do play-by-play and color commentary, and I'm
a Sharks supporter.
Sharks.
He's a rugby guy. So, your Afrikaners, love him. And where he leads you, go. If it's Israel, hooray.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No.
Were you abused a lot as a child?
By the Sharks, yes. I mean, the most abusive was when Brian Habana scored a try in the Super 12 final.
That's a while ago.
That was. I mean, the Sharks, we'd been the only Super Rugby champions in South Africa since 1995 when I was just a wee pup at 5 years old. And that was our second opportunity to win that. And then the Bulls stole it right at the death, you know. And they scored a try. It was a knock-on. It was actually, I'm still hurt about it.
Oh, my goodness. Still bummed about something happened like 15, 20 years ago.
So you're doing a meet and greet after this?
I am.
How many people are you doing in Joburg today?
I don't know, but I can tell you this. We had one at Thundergun on Sunday after I got up here in Northcliffe.
Yeah.
125 people.
Sure.
Wow. The biggest one was in Strand. When I arrived in South Africa, so a lot of people have been rubbishing me online and making threats. I've received death threats and all kinds of things. I don't know why.
He does all the time.
But he kind of pushes the needle. I don't think I push the needle, but not that that's acceptable. No one should make death threats. I didn't threaten you. I just said, dude, what are you saying? Anyway, but seriously, a lot of people were making all these comments about we're going to keep you from coming back to South Africa. Why? I didn't do anything wrong. I respect the laws of this country and I promote South Africans. So what's the problem? So I just, I got tired of hearing that. So I said, I'm never coming back. South Africa's a failed state. I'm never coming back. That's what I said.
Oh, yeah.
To people back off. And then I flew here and I went down to Gordons Bay. And then on Sunday evening after I got here, I went live and people were like, you're in Gordons Bay? Yeah. And then Sunday the word got out and spread like wildfire.
Oh, yeah.
So I had a strong meet and greet 2 days later. We had almost no time preparing at the Kapstadt Royal House because I love German beer. And my hosts were driving so I could drink because I don't drink and drive. Anyway, So we went there and I got down the street. Now last year, this is what was telling the whole story about the meet and greets and all the history there. So it all does tie together. So I went last year, we had 6 people at Strand. That's fine. I mean, if it's just me, I'll eat dinner. I'll have, enjoy myself. If people come, I'll chat with them.
Strand is not really that packed. I mean, I like to go to Strand because the beaches are like almost always empty. Gordons Bay is right across,
it's lovely.
You can go on nice boat trips as well. The water's nice and clear. So it's not really a place where you expect lots of people. So how did you end up putting a crowd there?
Well, so we had people came from all over the Cape Town area. I mean, people came all the way from Parklands. I had somebody who drove down from Piketberg to come to that meet and greet.
Wow.
That's a long trip.
Yeah.
So I walked up with my host and there's like 30, remember I said 6 people last year, 30 people in the street waiting for me. And they wanted me to do autographs and take selfies. It's really humbling. It's really cool. And then finally, one of the guys I know who helped set up the meet and greet came down and said, Chris, the Oaks are waiting. Well, the Oaks are like former military guys. So I figured I'd go up there, right? I walk upstairs, there's 120 people in the restaurant, and they start applauding and cheering. So I turned around jokingly and looked at the guy behind me. I said, hey, look, this is all for you. Anyway, but 150, that's the biggest.
Wow.
I've had 740 people plus at my meet and greets thus far all over the country.
That's beautiful, bro.
Yeah.
And that shows you the power of the internet, right? Well, I'm saying the same thing to Nota. Like how YouTube has become so big. I visited him. At some point, he was staying in New York for like the entire year, 2022?
Yeah, 2023. Yeah.
I did a tour. So I'm a DJ. I used to do a lot of gigs back in the day. I haven't been releasing music in quite some time. So I haven't toured in quite some time, but I got a booking to do 13 shows around the US in 2022. Visited him in New York. A lot of the people, wherever I went to, the shows that I was doing, they kept on asking me about him. And it wasn't only just South Africans. And then in my mind, I'm like, wow, that's how big YouTube is now.
It is. It's crazy.
That's how big it has become.
It really has become that big. It's amazing.
To make the world small, right?
Well, it really can. But the problem with the internet is garbage in, garbage out too. So people spread nonsense on the internet. So you got to be cognizant of that. So what I always tell my viewers is, you don't have to believe me. I show you the receipts.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of nonsense with the President Trump's refugee offer to Afrikaners right now. A lot of misnomers, a lot of fake media, especially by the traditional media here in South Africa. But a lot of also Karens running around saying this, that, and the other. And I tell people where I get my information from. It's right there in the executive order. It's right there on the embassy's website. It's right there in the law, Immigration Nationality Act. So I it's the same with my analysis. I tell people where I get my facts from. You don't have to believe me, but again, I'm not some dude sitting around eating chips, and drinking Energate on my couch that's never done anything.
Drinking Mofire on your couch. That's the fastest growing drink in this country. Tell them about Mofire. By the way, we've got a gift for you.
Should we do it now?
Oh yeah, when you open it, it prays for you.
Okay, here we go. All right, so I had
when you open it says.
I had some kind of lemon flavor out there.
Yeah, so Colonel Chris was saying that he's not just some average guy, he knows some things. I wanted to hear a bit of that, but we're having a gifting moment. And congratulations to me, man. I've just crossed 5 straight hours recording this. So this is the longest I've ever done this since the beginning. So if you don't know, if you're watching this video by itself, you don't know that I started 5 hours ago playing this one first, then quarter followed by this one, then this one, then this one, then this one, then this one. Then went on to the other page, and now we are here on this last video. And before this video, we had played 3 others about Floyd, and we had seen Renaldo host. So as I upload this, maybe I will have the long recording and then accompanied by these smaller bits and pieces, so I can stretch the monetization as much as possible. I need it, yo. I need it. This is it.
There, and I was like, no. The lady across the table from me, I said, you got that red berry bomb. I got to try this. So here we go. Now, people have been needling me for days about make sure you drink his energy drink. I'm like, okay, here we go. All right, hold your breath. Damn, that's good, man. That's good.
Good. So hold on. How do you drink it without getting it on your beard?
Well,
I struggle with that.
It's funny you should mention that because here's another quick story.
I'm new to having a beard. Sorry.
So I don't really like the beard that much.
Welcome.
What? Because it made me look old, man. I mean, without the beard, my hair is short. I look a lot young. I'm in my 60s now, man.
There's more younger women coming out.
So
give it to me. Give it to me.
Vanity is creep. Yeah, you could use some help there.
Please,
there's definitely some.
I mean,
there.
it's about a talcum beard.
Yeah,
Telcom
beard. That's good. That's good. No, but the beard became a trademark. People recognize it all over. Now people are selling patches through Temu in China with my image on it.
Are you serious?
My goodness.
Yeah, saying don't mess around with old men from dangerous professions. Because I'm a soldier.
Masichaba, Lekalake.
Yeah.
Oh, she used to be Lekalake. I don't know what her
Drove.
Oh,
no, she's no longer Drove. I forgot.
Yes, but
our sister
her maiden name
we
was
did an
Lekalake.
episode with her. Check it out, guys. I think it's like 40 episodes ago.
So every salon in Uganda has her face, her haircut.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
you're like that now.
Well,
except in Japan.
No, in China.
Oh, in China.
Temu's selling it. Not in America, though. Team is not selling in America. Well, they are, but they're selling only from locally sourced stuff now because of the tariffs. But yeah, no, it's lekker. It's lekker.
You like it?
Yeah, I like it.
Thank you. I've got 2 questions for you, and then I'd like to sort of excuse myself.
Okay.
I'd like for you to go toe-to-toe with Nota and have a call for the next 30 minutes or so.
Okay.
Before we finish the episode. But 2 questions before I leave. We had Mzake's Kitchen lunch. I want to know your honest opinion about the food.
The food was outstanding.
He loves the food.
And we had it outside.
And I had just eaten before I came, so I'm telling you the truth.
Yeah.
Because I ate the food anyway.
Nice. Before I shift, my next question would be, which will be pretty much my last. You've been to South Africa many times. You've visited here many times.
Yes.
Over the past year since President Trump presidency, there's also been a lot of what we call in South Africa misinformation.
Yep.
About our country out there.
Sure.
About a white genocide and a whole lot of other things that we feel are untrue about South Africa. When Rob was here, we asked him about it. We want to hear your opinion about the white genocide that's happening in South Africa. Is there a white genocide here? And how do you see it from an American who's not from here?
Well, as an Africanist, somebody that's lived all over Africa and traveled, I've told you, we talked earlier, I lived in Tunisia, Liberia, Botswana, Malawi, Niger, Mauritania, Uganda, and Ethiopia. And a postgraduate work in Africa. Like my first postgraduate thesis was on the housing subsidy program back in 1995 that the ANC was going to create for RDP houses.
For RDP, yeah.
Yeah, so that was the first handed. So from that standpoint, okay, first off.
So his post-grad thesis was based on that. That's very interesting. Let's quickly jump back 2 more times and listen to what he said about that? His postgrad, meaning when he was a young man, he knew about the ANC. So Colonel Chris Wyatt knows about the plight of this country, but he seems to just be happy with the state that it's in, or happy to rubbish it, you see, happy to see it dependent on US aid, shaming, belittling people who are part of this mess, who are victims of this mess, and defending the white ones and giving them an express lane out of the trouble. So he knows this country, he knows what's been done to it, but he doesn't seem to give much of a damn. He's not sympathetic.
In Uganda and Ethiopia, and a postgraduate work in Africa. Like my first postgraduate thesis was on the housing subsidy program back in 1995 that the ANC was going to create for RDP houses.
For RDP,
yeah. So that was the first handed. So from that standpoint, okay, first off, I'm going to be clear about something here, and that's I've never been comfortable with what I consider leftist, and I'm going to say that frankly, leftists and the media have been portraying as a white genocide. Most of the time I hear that term, it's coming from News 24, IOL, or people on the political left, white leftists in particular.
Where did it originate from? They created it. Is that what Colonel Chris Wyatt is trying to claim at this point? Have you seen people suddenly back away from the white genocide as if they didn't start it, they never spoke about it, they didn't deny it from the beginning? Like, there are people who have loved that narrative, have gone with it, and when Trump said there's bad things, they knew that he's alluding to this white genocide. And I don't know that Colonel Chris Wyatt has been shouting and correcting the wrong and misinformation of a white genocide. He's going around correcting a whole lot of things from people that he says are leftists and the traditional media, and he's now blaming them for that white genocide thing. Let's keep hearing more about what he thinks of a white genocide and who he thinks it comes from. He says it's the left and their misinformation. You see that?
Trying to rubbish the very real situation of rural South Africa where people are at risk, black, white, and brown. I'm one of the few journalists who actually covers every farm murder and every rural assault that I can find information on. And I don't care what skin color they are. I covered the black cattle farmer who was shot in the head in the Free State because they robbed his butchery. He went into the hospital. I don't remember his name, so I apologize for that. It's been 5 years since that happened. But he went into hospital in coma and was in for a couple months, came back, and then died from complications of coma after he got out of the hospital.
Wow.
The Indian woman on the Ayub farm near Venan in KZN, she was 4 months pregnant. 5 and 7-year-old kid, or 5 and 3-year-old kid in her bedroom. They took her in the bathroom, slit her throat from neck to neck. And then, of course, you got people like Edward Neumeister and Brendan Horner, and the list goes on. Now, there was another farm attack last night. They shot a woman in the mouth, in the back of the head. So the term genocide, there's levels, legal levels to genocide to define it. But the reality is that since the disbandment of the commandos, there's been a huge uptick in rural violence that affects black, brown, and white South Africans. My issue is that the media here, if they're black, they almost never cover the story. If a black farmer or a black rural resident is killed or horribly it's almost never in the news. And the same with coloreds and the same with Indians. They sensationalize.
He's just lambasting a certain media and spending time talking about them. Is there a white genocide? Is it there? Give your answer first and then give all of these substantiations, because now we are waiting to hear you. And some of us might even forget what the question was. Is there a white genocide?
As the whites. But what's happening to the whites is very real. I wouldn't call it a genocide, but the plague of violent crime in rural South Africa is affecting everyone. And white folks are targeted, not exclusive, they are targeted because the presumption is they have money and guns. And
is it state sanctioned as well, the violence? Because that's the claim. Outside of genocide, you say you wouldn't call it that. I hope you'd be able to call what Israel is doing a genocide, though. I hope you would. But outside of that definition, that term, there's a rumor as well that says this is state sanctioned, meaning that it's part of government policy. As you heard Trump in the Oval Office there with Ramaphosa. Ramaphosa had to make a defense that says, no, this is not part of our policy, etc., etc. Although Liana, he just screwed up the defense of the matter. He should have stood by the Constitution and said that those are people who have the right to sing that. The Constitution of South Africa recognizes that song as a struggle song, not as a song that causes a genocide, and that genocide does not actually exist. If Colonel Chris Wyatt knows better, what is his message to Trump about that misinformation? There's misinformation that Colonel Chris Wyatt is perfectly happy to see go out there, and that is called propaganda. There are lies that are peddled that people are happy with. That's propaganda. And then they'll say others there are propagandists. So he'll say News 24, the leftist media, are reporting on this and not reporting on that. That was Trump in the first administration, bro, was constantly talking about those people there as fake news, fake media. And Colonel Chris Wyatt is just rolling his tongue, saying kind of the same things here. I don't understand this war with the media.
And it's not just simple, revenge killing, stuff like that. That's nonsense. I know farm survivors. I know people personally who've lived through this. It's horrible. Not just white folks that have lived through this. And the reality is that this is something that the government doesn't, in my view, take seriously. They only want to categorize as an important crime. It is. And then, but there is a genocide here. And then I'll be honest about this, and we can disagree on this, but I don't know if we will, but there is, from my perspective, a cultural genocide of the Afrikaans language. And I find that horrendous. From my perspective, I think there's an effort to stamp out Afrikaans. There really is. But there is a genocide here. And then I'll be categorized as an important crime. It is. And then, but there is a genocide here. And then I'll be honest about this.
There is a genocide here. Is there a genocide in Israel? No. By Israel in Gaza? Is there? We can disagree on this, but I don't know if we will. But there is, from my... Well, I'd say there is one. You disagree. I'd say you wouldn't agree, but this is my view.
Perspective, a cultural genocide of the Afrikaans language. And I find that horrendous.
And I think there's an actual genocide in Gaza, not cultural or figurative or metaphoric. The actual ending of human lives. Men, women, children, young and old, indiscriminately.
From my perspective, I think there's an effort to stamp out Afrikaans. There really is. And we see it. I'm not talking about the Bella Bill. That's the latest thing. But to me, I don't understand why all South Africans aren't up in arms. I mean, so I know a little bit about your background. You got Colston, you got Sotho in your background, correct?
Yeah. Well,
not, is that a state secret?
Ancestral. No.
Okay, it's not a state secret. Okay. So, I mean, if you have kids, I mean, you speak English, but I don't know if that's your first language. Was English your first language?
First language.
Okay, well, then that's probably not the best example. So,
Yeah.
what was your first language growing up?
Sepedi.
You remember the Soweto riots? There were students protesting against being forcefully taught a certain language, you understand? And they had to go into workplaces with that language. So was that, during that time, an attempt to erase black people's languages and their importance and to put and impose Afrikaans on them? And so what is happening today? Afrikaans is at risk where? Afrikaner culture is facing a genocide. How? How though? Let's keep listening for a little bit and then we'll be officially out of here. I'll drop this at 5 hours and 20 minutes. We're 13 minutes, so let's just give this around 7 minutes more.
Okay, Sepedi. Okay, all right. So
Sepedi, or you can say Sizulu.
Yeah. Okay. So you should have the right, because your kids are learning, if you're speaking that language at home, whether it's Afrikaans or it's Xhosa or it's Zulu, whatever it is, your kids are hearing that language at home. They go to school at 5 or 6 for the first time. They shouldn't be forced to be introduced to the class of English that day. That's unfair. Only 6% of South Africans speak English as the first language. 6%.
Yeah.
Whereas, you're one of them. So there's Zulu, Xhosa, and then Afrikaans, the three most widely spoken first languages in this country. People should be allowed to speak it. With the Bella Bill, I don't understand why people aren't upset. They should be upset. Your kids should be able to speak that language, and then they can learn English at school. But when you put kids into a new environment with a brand new language, you put them on the back foot from the get-go. Those who speak English will have an advantage because that's the language you learned at home. It'll be easier for them to adjust. I think it's unfair. It's okay to learn English. I mean, that's my first language. It's great to learn language, and I speak 6 languages, so I have nothing against languages. I'm a polyglot.
Yeah.
That sounds like an infectious disease. Anyway,
No.
But there is a real effort to stamp out Afrikaans and stamp out the history. And I have a friend who has a 9-year-old Afrikaans daughter who came home from school recently and was crying. And he said, "What's wrong? I don't want to be an Afrikaner anymore," because of what she was taught at school. Steve Biko talked about Black consciousness. And he said, you should be comfortable in your skin. There's no reason to be ashamed of who you are. No one should be ashamed of who they are. I didn't choose the skin color. You didn't choose your skin color.
No.
Neither of us chose to be devastating handsome. It just worked out that way.
Thank you for that.
You're also devastating handsome. But my point is that this nonsense needs to stop. It needs to stop. This country is stronger with all its people. That's why I fell in love with South Africa, because of the mix of people, the history. There's bad things that have happened in history on all sides. What happened to the Khoi and San? What happened to the Xhosa in their wars with the Four Trackers? And what happened to the Four Trackers when they went north and fought against the Ndebele? And they allied with the Cwecwe and with the Baralong and the Bakwena and some of the Sotho. But South Africans, by and large, don't know their history. And it's playing a role today where people are acting like fools on all sides. And it frustrates me to no end. So my point with this is that the white genocide thing is something, in my view, that I almost only hear from the news media and political leftists.
And you agree that there is that genocide which you hear from the leftists. Let me repeat you one more time. Colonel Chris Wyatt is confusing to listen to.
For instance, my point with this is that the white genocide thing is something, in my view, that I almost only hear from the news media and political leftists. For instance, Afriforum has been accused of it for many times. Now, I've met with Afriforum. I've talked to them almost this time I don't have time to visit them. I've seen them in the States. I've never once, if they did, I'll stand on correction, but I've never once seen them publish anything that talked about a white genocide. So maybe I missed it. But they get accused of that. And Daily Maverick just had to apologize for that because they lied.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the biggest challenge with Afriforum is not about them saying that there's a white genocide. It's about them not denouncing it.
Denouncing what?
Like
the term white genocide.
The term that there's a white genocide because
disassociating from it. Maybe they should do that. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I think they should condemn it because what it masks over, like you explained fully, is that there's a lot of violence in rural South Africa because it's under-policed.
Indeed.
And there's also a lot of urbanization happening.
Which also tends to contribute to crime because you have new mores and new values and different peoples coming together, and you don't have a homogenous community.
Yeah, exactly. So with that, I think Afriforum has missed out on an opportunity to get their message across to the South Africans that are concerned. Because just as much as, a lot of white South Africans are concerned about the violent crime and also the fact that a lot of them were told that once we come into this democratic dispensation, there might be, some black people who want vengeance or want to punish white people for their perceived privilege. Afriforum, in standing up for minority rights, hasn't really done the work to show that the group that they stand for isn't just a racial group, especially when it comes to protecting the language of Afrikaans, which is mostly spoken by non-white South Africans.
Right, colors are the biggest group of
speakers. Yeah. So, they haven't made an effort that I've been able to see, to recognize, to say, we're in the defense of Afrikaans as a language of people, not as a language of white South Africans.
I don't see it as language of white South Africans.
Yeah,
I see it as the South African language.
That's
it's the world's newest language.
So,
except for maybe COBOL for coding.
Yeah. So in the way you explain it, it's slightly different from what we see coming from Afriforum and what they've been doing. So there's concern on both sides, and there's mistrust generally between black South Africans and white South Africans. Whereas with white South Africans coming into this new democratic dispensation, there was an effort to say, listen, not all white South Africans are responsible for the injustices.
In fact, very few are responsible for it.
But by the
but some were.
Look, I don't want to put it like that because, I could also say the same thing about Germans, under Hitler's regime, and how many of them actually were part of the evil because they wanted to be part of it or because they felt, they'd be under threat had they opposed the regime. So I like to give all people the benefit of the doubt where that is concerned. I don't expect a white person, just because their surname is Botha, to have the same level of guilt as someone who's related directly to P.W. Botha. You know what I mean? So to speak. So with this mistrust that's happening, it's very difficult for us to build relations, when we're not letting our guard down, where we're all looking for the first offense that confirms why we should be mistrusting of one another. And I feel that the effort to bring us together as a national community, not just, our ethnicities and our tribal identities, hasn't really been supported on the ground. It's been very much top down instead of bottom up, if you know what I mean. There's a lot of public policy, there's a lot of government policy that tries to integrate our society better, but there isn't work done within the grassroots in the communities to actually say how we can cohesively build this country as collaborators and not as competitors, trying to get the most out of South Africa. We're not competing for resources as South Africans. We're trying to ensure that our resources are shared by as many people as possible to alleviate the poverty that affects South Africans, whether they be white, black, Indian, colored, or any other ethnicity.
Well, I think Zubu wants to hand me something there, but I do want to respond to that because we'll differ on a few points. But I think you want to give me something.
Yo, I'm stepping away. I'll let DJ Spoo ask the question so you know what directly comes after this, but I won't be playing the response. If you've watched this, I mean, I'm quite late to this, but I see that quite a few people watched this episode. Colonel Chris Wyatt is not so popular. He's known by us, me, very much, having noticed him and paid attention to him. I've done probably about 10 videos with his name in the title. So those who have taken an interest in him, who have not seen this episode, who rely on picking up these bits and pieces from me, then this is what's up, this is what happened. But if you've watched it, you know what's going on. I'll be out of here just now.
I'd like for you to respond to that. Okay. And as I'm excusing myself, thank you very much, by the way, for making this one. I'm looking forward to the next one when you do come. Sure. Let's record another episode. What I want you to not forget as you have the conversation with Nota is the story of the 89-year-old from the Khoi lady.
Yes, in Uppington, yes. Katerina Esau.
In Uppington, sorry.
Yes, yeah.
Please ask him about that story.
Okay, cool.
You mustn't forget to share that story.
I'll share that story,
And
sure.
this is a thank you from us for coming to the Hustlers Corner. This man is a legend. His name is Mzegazege. Nobody knows who he is in South Africa. Very famous white musician whom has just become an urban legend. And this restaurant celebrates his legacy, Mzeke's Kitchen. So I would like to hand you this one to solidify your street cred. So anyone sees you with this, any black person sees you with this, your street cred shoots up the roof.
Well, there you go.
They're going to start asking you questions about Mzegazege.
Yeah.
So go do your own research. Thank you very much, bro.
Thanks a lot.
You must say, first and Mzegazege.
And so, with that, Colonel Chris Wyatt will go and wear that shirt in the townships, and black people will join the Israel campaign. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've enjoyed this. Whoever has watched this from start to finish, let me know that you have done so, and I'll find a way to give you my phone number, be in a WhatsApp group of people who can help me produce this content, who can help me by sharing some links to stories that I can just hop on. You understand? I'm not pushing any agenda. I just want to grab onto whatever people see as attention worthy, and they know me to speak on that issue. If I'm missing out on it, then we can speak. So if you watched this all the way to the end, the whole 5 hours of this stuff, when I upload it won't be 5 hours. Maybe, I think with the 24 minute spillage, removing the silences may make this like 4 hours and about 50 something, just barely making it to the full 5 hours. But if you've watched this full length one, I appreciate it. Otherwise, then you are watching this from this clip of this interview alone. I just want you to know that there's a long form version of this that I record from start to finish, and congratulations to me. This is 5 hours and 24 minutes. I hope that everything technical goes well and the files don't become corrupted as I try to take them into edit. I've never made files this big. Ladies and gentlemen, hope you like, hope you comment, hope you share and subscribe, and I will see you in the next one.